This is Audible.
Legend, Book 7 of the Legacy Fleet series. Written by Nick Webb. Performed by Greg Tremblay. Prologue. Savannah Sector, Zion's Haven, Surface. Fry Commune. Your life, as you've known it, will change forever tonight. You're men now. And this hunt that we now embark on will be your initiation into the higher knowledge and the higher ways of our pioneering ancestors. Tonight, we pass through the gate. We cross the veil. And on the other side, Orson Jedediah Martinez Fry Smith looked out at the gaggle of young men under his care, all seated cross-legged around the campfire. The dark woods around them, the hooting and braying of the wildlife, the starry skies above, the basic rations, the rudimentary lean-to tents, all details that he'd hoped would inspire a certain awe and reverence among them for this night of nights. But two of them were poking each other, giggling, and generally not taking the evening very seriously. Deacon Orson, Deacon Frederick, do I need to dismiss you two? Perhaps another year working with your mothers in the commune garden? No, sir, no, sir. Both boys snapped back to attention, but one still struggled to contain his grin. Then his snorted laughing. Orson, Jr., a better example to your brothers in Christ, please. Yes, Father. Good. Orson Jed Smith, or as he preferred to be called, Brother Orson, continued his brief sermon. He mentally chided himself for not remembering the brief part, as 12-year-old boys were wont to mentally wander off after about 2 minutes of a sermon, even a good one. At least they didn't suffer under the corrupting influence of technology like their ancestors had, before the great trek across the stars to their home, their Zion. Cast your eyes skyward. The time fast approaches when you'll be given the first sign of the higher knowledge. He waited about 5 seconds, partly for dramatic effect and partly to look at his watch, one of the very few pieces of technology allowed him as a brother in good standing on Zion's Haven. It was almost time. You were born and raised on our commune. It is small, no more than 100 hectares. Most of you have been to the cities of Joseph and the Magdalene, 50 kilometers away, more or less. Perhaps 1 or 2 have been to the capital, 560 kilometers. But none of you know the vastness that is God's creation. It is not just our world. There was a world long ago from which our pioneering ancestors came. Earth. You learn about it in the Sunday school and weekday schools both, and it is not just Earth. Worlds without number hath he made, and worlds without number shall he create. Worlds that, Father... He sighed. The boy was incorrigible. Yes, Orson Jr. His son's brow was all furrows, his arms crossed, as if he were performing his doubt for all to see. How did the ancestors get here? Our great God brought them here. Yes, but how? A boat? After a fashion, yes. What kind of Brother Orson? Interrupted his son. All good questions that have answers. All the mysteries of the kingdom lie before you, my sons, and their answers are for the worthy, the righteous men of the kingdom. Tonight, you will witness just one of God's many miracles that he has done for our people, and as you progress further in the light and truth of God, you will witness other miracles. He glanced one last time at his watch. Any moment. He looked upward, toward the still twilit western horizon visible through a break in the trees. There! He pointed. A tiny, very faint point of light moved low across the horizon, passing through the summer constellation of the Plough. Is that a shooting star? How did you know it would come right this second? Deacon Frederick asked, amazed. "Is this a trick?" asked Orson Jr. "It's not a trick, and it's not a shooting star. Look, does it fizzle away?" They kept watching the small dot. "No, it's still there, and it's so slow," said Orson Jr. "What is it?" "That," he pointed skyward, "is but a small piece of the vessel that brought us across the great deep of the firmament of heaven from earth to Zion's haven. God left it there above us to remind us of His power, of His mercy, of His tenderness, and of His judgment. For if the people of Zion ever were to stray, the heavens would descend upon us like a consuming fire." All the boys kept watching the small star with rapt attention, some of them with their mouths half open. Only Brother Orson and a select other few of the brethren in their commune knew of the satellite, how it was their only link back to Earth, and its corrupt government self-adoringly titled United Earth. Perhaps, if any of them proved their worthiness, one or two of the boys would attain that knowledge. Orson wished it would be his son, but his flippant behavior that night, and in general, didn't fill him with hope. "What's that other light?" asked Deacon Frederick, the other boy seated next to Orson Jr. Brother Orson glanced up at the western horizon. Sure enough, another light, somewhat brighter than the first, moved across the sky. Odd. I'm not sure. Perhaps that is a shooting star." Orson Jr. scoffed. "But it doesn't fizzle, Father." Brother Orson watched it with growing nervousness, ignoring his son's obvious disrespectful tone. "Indeed it doesn't. It not only grew in brightness, but it was joined by another that arrived with a brief flash, then a third. And in a flurry of flashes, it seemed the whole western horizon lit up like a June evening's firefly show, except these were clearly lights in space. Ships above Zion's haven. Brother Orson's worst fear was perhaps coming true. United Earth was back. It had changed its mind about their arrangement. Their slice of Zion was at risk of contamination. "Quickly, my sons, leave your things. We're going back to the commune at once. Get your shoes back on. We leave in 1 minute." The journey back to the commune would take at least 20 minutes, assuming the boys could make it without stopping to rest, which Brother Orson doubted. After they'd hiked for only 5 minutes, they heard the first sounds of the thunder of heaven. The sound distracted Orson Jr., and his foot caught on a root, sending him sprawling to the ground. Deacon Frederick reached down to pull him up and brushed off the debris from his clothing, patting him reassuringly on the back, but Orson Jr. was frantic. "Father, what was that? There's no clouds in the sky. Why is there thunder?" Brother Orson quickened his pace and beckoned them to hurry. "I don't know, son. Perhaps God is merely testing us. Perhaps He is angry. Or perhaps United Earth was angry. Or maybe some new tyrannical government had taken over humanity's homes amongst the stars and decided to come subjugate them as well, to end their paradise." They had finally crested the hill overlooking the commune when they saw the flashes of light that matched the sounds of the thunder. Far away, to the north. From their vantage point on the hill overlooking the entire sprawling valley from end to end, they watched in horror. They watched the city of Joseph burn, and a few miles to its east, the city of the Magdalene. Both were crisscrossed by giant, jagged stars with huge plumes of smoke and ash rising above them toward heaven. One of the boys screamed. Brother Orson didn't know which one. All he could focus on was the commune below, his home. His wife would most likely be in bed by then, having tucked away the 4 girls in their room. "Come, we must hurry." What he planned to do when he got home, he had no idea. How do you fight the flying war machines of distant tyrants with shovels and rakes and hoes? Only God could fight their battles, just as He had in ages past. The ancient patriarchs, then the children of Israel, then the early Christians suffering under Rome, then His pioneering ancestors in the American West, And finally, his ancestors defying the wishes of the powerful and wicked multi-planet government of United Earth by setting out on their own into the galactic wilderness with nothing but faith to guide them. With God on their side, they could not lose. In this, Brother Orson found some comfort and pressed on toward home. His house was less than 100 meters away when the sky lit up with a consuming fire. Bright shafts of celestial light smashed down from the heavens, and for a brief moment, Brother Orson thought that God's holy arm was finally revealed against the aggressors. His righteous wrath had come. But when one of the beams struck his house, incinerating it in the blink of an eye, the hope turned to horror, to unfathomable pain. His wife, Orson Jr.'s 4 younger sisters, all gone. No! Great God of heaven, no! He collapsed to his knees and slumped backward onto his rear. His strength evaporated. Even as he saw the ship descend from heaven and land near the smoldering wreck of his home, he didn't have the strength or the will to even stand. Figures sprang from the ship. Strange figures dashed from the ship, clad in fantastic suits of armor, their faces completely obscured behind some kind of mask or shielding, raising objects that he vaguely remembered descriptions of, something his grandfather had told him about when he was young. Guns. And from those guns, blazing beams of intense purple light. A neighbor from down the street ran toward them wielding a sledgehammer, and one of the invaders aimed the gun at him. The purple beam punctured straight through the man's head, blasting it clean off. The headless body of his neighbor collapsed in the dirt. The boys were screaming, "Father! Father, what do we do?" He had no words. His girls were dead. His wife was dead. The commune was destroyed. The beautiful cities of Joseph and the Magdalene were hellish craters. Before he could respond, one of the terrifying figures ran toward them, its gun blazing. The purple beam lanced out and sliced right through little Deacon Jonathan, who fell to the earth in 2 pieces. The other boys similarly fell, their screams cut short, some with gurgling cries for their mothers as they lay dying. Deacon Frederick tackled Orson Jr. at the last moment before a beam struck him, and the pair rolled off into the bushes. For a moment, Brother Orson thought they might be spared. But a brief burst of purple light from the invader's gun punched a hole through Frederick's chest, and he fell still. The invader turned and stood over Brother Orson. It aimed the gun straight at his face. Something came in between them. You get the hell away from my father, you shit-stained demon from hell's asshole! Brother Orson reached up and pulled at his son's shirt. Orson, no! Run! Get away as fast as you can! The invader hadn't moved, but still aimed the gun at his son, who stood as a shield over him. It spoke. It was the voice of evil, the voice of Satan himself, channeled through an alien puppet. Where is he? Your hero. Brother Orson spat at the being's feet. Hero! Our God is more than a hero. He is the Lord God Almighty, the Holy One of Israel, and He will cast you out to the depths of hell for what you've done. The invader laughed. God? Is he a god now? Tell me, human. He spoke the word like an epithet. Where is the hero of Earth, the traitor? Where is Granger? Granger? Who? Tell me, or the small one dies. The being said it so matter-of-factly, so businesslike, that it sent a chill down his spine. Brother Orson couldn't see its face through the helmet, but he imagined some red-faced horned demon. I don't know who Granger is. I've never been to Earth. The invader lowered his gun just a hair. You've never been to Earth? The being seemed to consider this, then touched a spot on the metallic gauntlet covering his wrist. Director Talus, one of the vermin here claims to never have been to Earth. There is a chance none of these humans have been sullied by Granger and his corrupting influence. Shall we spare them? A long pause. Then a voice came out of nowhere, a voice more satanic than the first. Of course not, Adjutant Varus. If we let them live, Granger will be forewarned. But, Director Talus, I thought we wanted Granger to be forewarned. We wanted him running and scared and making mistakes that we can exploit. How will killing all of them accomplish that? Another pause. Fine, Adjutant Varus. Leave one alive, but do not question me further. I am the hegemon of the Findiri, and you just a lowly adjutant. For this iteration, perhaps, Director. In the next iteration, it may be I that is the hegemon. The voice laughed. Such bold words for a soldier. Perhaps the rate of deterioration of our genetic replicators is accelerating, which makes finding Granger even more urgent. But no matter. If we accomplish our final mission, Adjutant, there may be no more need for further iterations. Do what you must. End transmission. The invader tapped his wrist gauntlet again and raised his gun. Rescuers will come, and when they do, tell them that this is all for Granger. Because of Granger. We will pursue him. We will find him. And when we do, all his treacherous works will end. Finally. Orson Jr. stood in between them. The invader reached out and with one arm thrust the boy to the ground. The gun swung from father to son, back to father to son, as if the being couldn't decide whom to kill and whom to spare. The gun pointed at Brother Orson and remained pointed at him. The being had made its choice. Your race is weak. The time of humanity is at its end. The time of the Findiri is beginning. The words were haunting. In that final moment, Brother Orson wondered how, if this being was not human, he could even understand it in the first place. And that was the final thing, Brother Orson thought. The glowing barrel of the gun, the last sight he saw. And the sound of his son screaming, the last sound he heard. 1. Savannah Sector, Nova Nairobi, High Orbit, ISS Independence, Bridge. Status report, Ensign. Admiral Shelby Proctor was tense. She could see it in how her hand gripped her armrest, the bony white knuckles almost shining through her ever-thinning skin. Aging is such a bitch, she thought, and forced it to relax. She shouldn't be this tense. It was all going to be okay, she thought. It would turn out to be a misunderstanding. An incoming fleet of merchant freighters in a caravan. A passing fleet of Dolmasi on their way back to Vedradol for their annual fight to the death to choose a new leader. Or maybe the Chinese Intersolar Democratic Republic was doing war exercises in the sector and hadn't bothered to tell IDF. The CIDR was known for such communication faux pas. Same for the Russian Confederation fleet, or the Caliphates. There were any number of possible explanations. It had to be a mistake. Long-range sensors on Nova Nairobi had detected an incoming fleet. A big one. It couldn't be the Findiri. Please, not them. We're not ready. Would they ever be ready? They'd faced the swarm twice over the last 30 years, both times only surviving by the seat of their pants. Only by last-minute strokes of extreme luck and extraordinary heroism and sacrifice had human civilization managed not to be consigned to the dustbin of galactic history. Just one more T-jump to the Nova Nairobi system, Admiral. Trans-jump drive almost done cooling down from the last one, said her helmsman, Ensign Pistachio, who she'd taken to calling Ensign Pistachio in her mind. He was a nut, truly. She closed her eyes. Wait for it. She cracked her eyelids open just enough to see Ensign Pistachio cock his head to the side, as if deep in thought. Then he turned toward her. There it is. Unless, Admiral, you want me to head down to engineering, and I can help the commander develop a more efficient cooling algorithm. Or maybe we can just jump now. I think we're well within the standard 5 sigmas of acceptable risk, and now she held up a hand to stop him. No, Ensign, 5 minutes is perfectly fine. The world isn't ending quite yet. He looked crestfallen. Understood, Admiral. The crestfallen face turned to tight brow lines of worry. Oh no, I did it again. You're just fine, son. Breathe and get back to work. She forced a tight smile and gave him a reassuring nod. He visibly relaxed and turned back to his station. My God, these recruits. Due to the disaster of the final swarm war several months back, with billions of dead and the death of her beloved planet of Britannia, IDF had, in desperation, graduated almost the entire upper 3 classes of the Academy en masse and was working overtime to bulk up the forces again after the sickeningly high attrition rate they'd suffered. The result was dealing with nuts like Ensign Pistachio. So unready. But you go to war with the army you've got. Would that she had her crew from just 2 months ago. Jerusha Whitehorse, Ethan Zivic, Raina Scott, even Qwerty was gone, all promoted and reassigned. When you're a veteran of saving civilization, you rise up in the ranks spectacularly fast. The potential war ahead required it. Would it be war? Again? She prayed they'd be spared. But the re-embodied Granger's warning and the long-range metaspace listening posts indicated otherwise. Admiral, began Ensign Safira Sampono, another week-old fresh-faced recruit. Incoming metaspace transmission from Admiral Oppenheimer. He's requesting virtual conversation. Thank you, Ensign. I'll take it right here. She tapped a few buttons on her console that generated a holographic privacy screen and dampened out her voice. Her bridge crew didn't need to hear the latest portents of gloom from the Fleet Admiral of the Integrated Defense Force. They'd see a blurred Admiral Oppenheimer and hear nothing. Yes, Christian. His face appeared, but since metaspace transmission bandwidths were so pitifully low, it was a computer-generated version of his face speaking the words he was sending, and a computer-generated voice. Slightly uncanny. He'd see something similar of her on his end. Shelby, you there yet? Nearly. Okay, remember in and out. Your people aren't ready for a fight. At least not until Admiral Okoye shows up with his task force. I'll be there when I can, but certainly not before Okoye. She rolled her eyes, knowing the transmission on his end wouldn't include that. He'd see the stoic-faced 68-year-old, formerly retired Fleet Admiral of IDF, former exobiology professor from the formerly living world of Britannia. Someone who'd formerly had patience with bullshit. Cut to the chase, Christian. You didn't call to remind me my crew couldn't tell a railgun from a laser. A long pause. She might not have been able to see his actual facial expressions, but she could interpret long, uncomfortable pauses just fine. Followed by a long breath, it seemed the metaspace comm system sent at least some nonverbal cues. Oppenheimer said, "It's Tim." No change? A little. His memory is improving somewhat. Rice is going to try something new with him, but... Oh dear, she thought. Ever since his miraculous re-embodiment inside the room behind the impassable door, he'd had... memory issues. Extreme memory issues. What now? 2 things, actually. First, the lawsuit really is going forward. Civil lawsuit, but sucks ass all the same. Shit. They're really going through with it? Can't President Sepulveda do something about it? What's the fun of being president if you can't issue pardons whenever the hell you want? We're a nation of laws, Shelby, and even though it was the martial law code in effect at the time of the incident and Captain Granger can't be prosecuted for the deaths of the Chesapeake's crew, civil code and the local courts still have jurisdiction. Long story short, every plaintiff settled except for one. The widow of the Assistant Chief of Engineering is suing. She refused all offers of settlement. 1 billion coins, Shelby. We offered 1 billion. She could buy her own island in the New Dublin tropics for that. Nope. She doesn't want money. She wants justice. and this is the only way she's got left to exact it. And Tim? Does he know yet? Not yet. His defense team is still strategizing. We thought it best not to trouble his mind too much with this during his recovery. We've got to tell him, Christian. No. We need him to focus on getting his memory back. Too much depends on that. Damn you, Christian. He'd been headstrong and uncompromising since she'd met him, years ago, serving together under Captain Granger on the Constitution and the Warrior. Those traits had blossomed into full-blown narcissistic personality disorder since he'd been named Fleet Admiral of IDF by the previous administration, it seemed. This could be something that jogs his memory, forces him to remember what it was like being that disembodied ship. The ship that they, for a short period, called the Golgothic ship, but that they eventually discovered was the 13-billion-year-old remains of the ISS Victory, the ship that Granger piloted into the black hole at the end of Swarm War II. No, I've got another plan for him. I want to send him out on a low-stakes mission. His own ship, his own crew. Highly supervised, of course. I've got someone there I trust. But getting him in the captain's chair again might be just the thing. Fine. She knew better than to argue with him at this point. Besides, it wasn't a terrible idea. And the second thing? You didn't interrupt the mission into a war zone just to tell me about a lawsuit. You're really not going to like this one. Out with it. She almost thought she could actually see the computer-generated version of Admiral Oppenheimer's face fall into a hopeless gloom. You know the outpost on Seti Tau 3, Zion's Haven? The fundamentalists? Offshoot of an offshoot of some obscure branch of Mormonism? Or was it Amish? A little of both. Their voyage there last century was the one brush with technology they would allow themselves. Well, it turns out our friends in Zion's Haven had a little brush with what we assume are the Findiri. And they survived? Turns out, no. All million-plus colonists are either dead or unaccounted for, except for one young boy. Little guy named Orson Fry Smith. This happened last week, and we only just found out yesterday when UE sent out a regular diplomatic mission to check up on them. Their only satellite was just orbiting wreckage, and the cities and towns are almost totally destroyed. Weeks? But they're only, what, a few hundred light years out? 300 and some odd from New Dublin, yes. That's the same sector as Nova Nairobi. They're at our doorstep, Christian. An unnerving, cold feeling was developing in the pit of her stomach. What's this got to do with Tim? The boy has proven to be somewhat of an unreliable narrator, given that he's 12, but he was very clear that the aliens that attacked Zion's Haven were looking for something very specific. Please, don't tell me that specific something was a 70-year-old geriatric with memory issues. He sighed. We were worried that maybe the kid just saw or heard about Granger in the headlines and inserted him into the narrative somehow. But they've probably got no video or even audio media set up there, right? Do Mormon Amish fundamentalists watch the news? Exactly. So we think maybe he's overheard one of his parents or a teacher talk about Tim. I mean, even on Zion's Haven, someone's had to have heard about the hero of Earth. But no, their little cult leader, God rest his paranoid little bitch soul, had them pretty tightly clamped down. Very little information in or out. The child therapists we've got working with him all agree he's not making this up. So the aliens, whoever they are hunting for Tim Granger. Oppenheimer nodded. They can get in line. Wait till you hear the second thing. You already told me the second thing, Christian. Tim's lawsuit. Findiri hunting Tim. Shit. I miscounted. There's 3. Tim's not the only one with memory issues, it seems, she thought to herself. Yes? It's the Trits. The new alien race living under the surface of Chantana 3. They revealed themselves just 2 weeks earlier. Her former XO, Jerusha Whitehorse, was currently leading the diplomatic mission aboard the ISS Vols, facilitating both the language translation project and another, more covert mission to understand what physics the aliens were using to hold up an entire planet's crust from the colony hiding underneath it. They call themselves Itherans, by the way, not Trits. Probably not the best diplomatic practice to start calling them nicknames when we don't know the first thing about them.
Fine. Well, they asked us for something too. Classified, top secret, by the way.
You're kidding. Tim?
Bingo. From what we can tell, translation's still iffy at this point, they want an audience with him. So it seems our friend is currently the most wanted man in the galaxy. The problem is we don't have time for all this shit. The secret to defending ourselves from the Findiri is locked up in that gray matter of his. Our sole focus needs to... The holographic blur dropped, and Ensign Sampono appeared in front of her.
Admiral, we're ready.
She nodded and waved her away.
Sorry, Christian, we're T-jumping into Nova Nairobi. We'll have to finish this later.
Fine. Godspeed. The Resolute will be there as soon as we can. Oppenheimer out. She waved off the holoblur screen and stood up. Saving her friend would have to wait. It was time to save Nova Nairobi from whatever fresh hell was going on there. And if it really was the Findiri?
God help us all,
she murmured. 2. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3, ISS Tyler S. Falls, Bridge.
Captain Jerusha Whitehorse. I still can't get over that.
The captain of the ISS Tyler Falls, or the Ballsy, as her crew affectionately called her, kept repeating her new title over and over again in her mind as she made her way to the mess hall. She'd made commander in near record time, but that was in the before times, before the swarm had returned, before Britannia had died, before the massive scramble to restaff the surviving and newly built IDF fleet ships with fresh officers and crew. Every cadet had been automatically promoted and was told on-the-job training would have to cover the rest of their schooling. There wasn't necessarily a draft to boost the enlisted numbers, but the signing bonuses offered to fresh recruits were so absurdly high that your average mechanic, plasma hydraulic technician, or high school graduate would be hard-pressed to say no. And officers like her, who'd fought the Battle of Penumbra, defeating the swarm while falling into a black hole and living to tell the tale, were essentially made the senior officer corps of the new fleet. There you are, said a man behind her just outside the mess hall. Ethan Civic, her commander of the Air and Space Group, and fiancé, and cheeky rapscallion, her mother's latest description of her husband-to-be. His face was red. My birds are all grounded, all of them. And you want to know why? Some idiot new recruit left the plasma conduits open after a repair, and when the bay's airlock opened this morning, bam! Every bird coated in fusion precursor. Gonna take all day to get even half of them cleaned. They walked into the mess hall together and were greeted by a line that stretched nearly to the door. Many dozens of impatient officers and crew were making a valiant effort not to look put out that they had to wait for their breakfasts and coffees. Civic immediately made for the front of the line, but Whitehorse grabbed his shoulder and shook her head. He sheepishly followed her to the back of the line. On her ship, the officers didn't get special treatment in the mess hall, and she was determined to set the example. 62% of the fleet is new blood, Ethan, as of last week. Commander Shin Wentworth has only just finished scheduling out the new shift rotations after the big influx of newbies we got last week. You know what the average length of service was for the new batch? What, 2 months? He joked. Looking pleased with himself, he thought he'd lowballed the number for comedic effect, clearly.
2 weeks.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
She pointed to the poor recruits who'd been assigned mess hall duties, serving up eggs and French toast and fruit and coffee in a whirlwind that, despite their frenzied pace, seemed woefully inefficient and slow.
Your deck crew isn't the only department that's suffering. We can't go on like this, Jerusha. We're just on a diplomatic mission to figure out the Itharan language and establish relations with them. Imagine if we were on a real mission. You know, like one with shooting. Well, we'll have to muddle through since it's our only choice. And maybe instead of belly aching about it, you actually do your job and train the poor things and whip them into IDF shape. Huh?
Yes, ma'am. He saluted in an exaggerated caricature of an overzealous officer. A loud crash at the front of the line interrupted their banter. One of the newbie scullery crew had just dropped an entire stack of plates on the floor. Good thing they were indestructible, but God, the noise. "This line ain't moving, Jojo," he said, standing on his toes to see what the holdup was. "Are you starting your shift now? You just might want to pull rank. The bridge kinda needs a captain." "Finishing my shift, actually. About to head to bed." "Oh?" His ears perked up when she said bed. "Not a chance." She was watching the commotion at the head of the line. "In fact, I didn't need my sleep anyway. Come on." She grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the head of the line. "Finally! You know, it's perfectly okay to play the captain card occasionally. I mean, what's the point of being captain if you can't jump the coffee line every now and then?" he said. "Ethan," she sighed. "We're not skipping. Final answer." "Then what?" "Oh, no." She reached out to the new recruit who was picking up the plates. The entire line had stopped moving because the young man, couldn't be older than 18, had paused his food serving to clean up his mess. When he looked up, the blood drained from his face as he recognized her. "Captain, I'm so sorry. I'll get this cleaned up. You've got quite a line here, recruit." His white face became ashen. Yes, ma'am." He looked over at the woman who'd just come in carrying a giant platter of bacon. "Hey, get the hell over here and help me get this cleaned up." Captain Whitehorse waved her off. "Disregard that order, recruit. You focus on getting these people their breakfast." She touched the kid's shoulder. "You too. I'll pick these up." He looked incredulous. Ma'am? Did I stutter?" "No, ma'am." He practically scurried back to the tables where the people at the head of the line were waiting impatiently for their food. "Come on, Ethan. Give me a hand." "I thought you wanted me to whip the deck crew into shape." "After we whip the galley crew into shape." "By doing their job for them?" "Save it, Commander." That shut him up. Whenever she used his rank, he knew she meant business and didn't want him, well, acting like her fiancé. Between the two of them, they gathered the plates and carried them back to the galley to be washed. When they re-emerged into the mess hall, the line had barely budged. "Recruit," she said, pointing to the fresh-faced kid who'd dropped the plates. "Who's in charge?" Well, technically I am right now." "Oh, yeah. Yes, ma'am. I managed the tacos and more in Sacramento for 2 years before I signed on. The chief steward is off duty, and he made me the steward's assistant just yesterday, after the last one practically burned his fingers off making pizzas." "Okay then, steward's assistant." She peered at his name tag. "Fenton, put me to work. You've got me for 1 hour, then I really do need to sleep." "Ma'am?" said Fenton. "Ma'am?" said Ethan. "Don't you ma'am me, Commander," she said. Then to Fenton, "Put us both to work. Come on, let's get this line moving." Half an hour later, they'd managed to catch up such that the line had shrunk to just a handful, and the kid, serving as the steward's assistant, was slightly less flustered and nervous than before. "Okay, steward's assistant Fenton. Contrary to popular opinion, the captain needs her sleep. You got it from here?" His smile beamed practically from ear to ear. "Yes, ma'am." She put her hand up in a salute, and he did likewise. "Next week, I want a tacos and more burrito. Haven't had one of those in ages. Can you manage that here?" "Yes, ma'am." She finished the salute and made for the mess hall's exit. "What about your breakfast?" said Ethan, falling into step next to her. "Oh, God, Ethan, I can barely keep my eyes open. Breakfast can wait." The walk to her quarters was mercifully short, as the senior staff's quarters were all just one deck above the mess hall and galley. When the door closed behind them, she reached for the light. "Hey, did I say you could come in at... Oh." She felt his hand on her ass. "Still sleepy?" he said, and started kissing her neck. "Stop, Ethan, no." In spite of the protests, she giggled when he tickled her breast from behind. She slapped the hand away, but then grabbed it and moved it lower. "Honestly, Ethan, if the crew knew the CAG was fucking the captain, it'd be..." "Be what?" "A scandal." She reached back and grabbed his thigh, drifting higher. "Scandalous," she said in a breathy, mocking voice. He whispered in her ear, "Scandalous for the CAG to fuck his wife? Was that a proposal?" Whitehorse leaned back and kissed him slowly. Sorry, kid, I already proposed. She kissed him for a few more seconds before grabbing his hair and pulling him gently back. Proposals without setting dates are like... She gazed into his eyes for a few minutes before pulling him back in. Are like what? Couldn't think of a metaphor. Simile. What? Kissing him was the best way she knew to lose track of time. And to pass the time. Waiting for a maintenance and diagnostic report? Kissing. Waiting for Fleet Command to send new orders? Kissing. Waiting for him to actually sit down and set a wedding date with her? More kissing. Good Lord, she felt like a hormone-charged teenage girl. She hadn't felt this way in ages. She shouldn't be indulging in this. Not IDF's newest and possibly youngest captain on record. Similes are like something else. Metaphors are that thing. Seriously, did you even graduate high school? He moved on to kissing her neck. She let him. Thanks, Mom. No hickeys. I'll lose the respect of the crew. Are you kidding? You'll be getting high fives all the way down to engineering. Oh, God. You boys and your... whatever it is you have. Hey, he said, his voice lowering, indicating he was changing the subject. Back there, in the mess hall, I admit, I thought you were being silly at first, not acting like a captain should, but then I got it. I watched those kids actually do their job, and I overheard some of the officers in the line, the things they were saying about you. Like what? You know, good things. Like what an amazing captain they think you are. Lieutenant Peters from engineering? You know, Mr. Dour-faced, never laughs about a thing, Lieutenant Peters? He said to his buddy, and I shit you not, glad to finally have a leader for a captain. Peters? Well, consider me not shitted. The door chimed, and they pulled away from each other like lightning. Whitehorse reached for her hair and smoothed it out. Civic wiped his lips and dashed for the chair across from the desk before waving her on. Come in, she said, perhaps a little too loudly, damn it. The door slid open, and her XO, Commander Shin Wentworth, walked in. He nodded curtly, giving no indication he had any idea about the heat he'd just interrupted. Ma'am, the request was denied. We are to continue translation efforts with the regular xenolinguistics team without the assistance of a Valerisi-enhanced officer. God damn it. Do they think we'll just magically start understanding the Ithran's infinitely conjugated hodgepodge of a language all by ourselves? It'll take years, and that's just one of their dialects. We've identified at least 11, and that's just in the Ithran culture we've had contact with inside Chantana 3. We haven't even talked to the ones at the other colonies they claim they have. Can't we call Oppenheimer? Go over the bureaucracy's head? Ma'am, Admiral Oppenheimer denied the request himself, said Shin Wentworth. Well, he is an absolute asshole. She glanced at Commander Zivik. Metaphor? I think we're in fact territory there, he replied. Shin Wentworth shifted uncomfortably. He was a straight shooter, a scientist through and through who only came to the job because of the combination of a severe need for anyone with a drop of leadership experience and his experience with higher dimensional quantum field physics. He had little patience with sarcasm, joking, or anything other than strict professionalism when it came from the crew. With her, he tolerated it, but only because she outranked him. She waved him through the door that led from the anteroom of her quarters to her office and followed him there, Civic in tow grumbling under his breath. Even with Mr. Morphology himself, Lieutenant Commander QWERTY, we're still, what, months away from even 50% comprehension? Ma'am, the translation team is, in fact, making excellent progress. The translation software update that IDF IT sent us a few days ago is highly sophisticated. We're already talking to them with about a 50% comprehension rate. Lieutenant Commander QWERTY anticipates we'll be near 90 within a week. Oh, a welcome surprise. Still, a week, Commander. Time is critical. In a week, the Findiri may already be upon us and our translation team will be conscripted into the gunnery crew. We don't have the luxury of time. A week could break us. That's why I wanted a Valerisi companion to help us. Understanding language is... She tried to shift into language that would resonate with him. One of its core competencies. I understand that, Captain, but I'm sure Admiral Oppenheimer has his reasons. If you ask me, it's dangerous to rely on the Valerisi for everything. Ever since Penumbra, it's like everyone has got this savior complex where they think the Valerisi walk on water and will save us from everything. They are. Water, big shot, said Civic.
Ethan.
Whitehorse shot him a scowl. He knew Shin Wentworth hated being called that, or called anything besides Commander, or his last name. They are technically not Water Commander. She could tell his inner scientist was about to break free. Water is just their medium for physical movement. They are actually a collection of complex proteins, and yeah, big shot, I know what they are. I had one inside me. So did you. So did the captain. We don't need a lecture. She waved him down.
Thank you, Commander Civic. Please make sure the training program stays on track even during fighter upgrades this week. Dismissed.
He held a hand to his chest, as if in a mock display of deep hurt, but she shot him a look that she hoped he heard loud and clear as not now. After a shrug, he left.
Commander Shin Wentworth, you could have messaged me from the bridge. Is there something else?
Yes, ma'am. There is. He turned and paced a few steps to his side before taking a breath and turning back to her, as if deciding to go through with something. I see part of my job as not only managing the crew, maintaining discipline and such, and making the ship run smoothly, but also to keep a pulse on morale and what the crew is thinking.
Oh, God.
The recent lack of command experience in IDF meant not only that the cadets were being graduated in record time, but that critical positions like XO of a starship were being staffed by people that would have had no business in command positions during the regular times. Shin Wentworth was something of a backbencher.
And?
I get the sense that there are a few officers that are uncomfortable with how your personal relationship with the commander of the Air and Space Group affects them professionally. A few officers. That was rich. She knew that by a few officers he meant Commander Shin Wentworth. She'd heard nary a word, not even an annoyed glance from anyone else.
Oh no, they aren't. I know exactly what they don't like, Commander. It's Civic himself. He's an arrogant asshole and struts around like he owns the place. Don't look so shocked. Yes, I'm well aware of the man's faults.
Shin Wentworth shrugged. Well, yes, he does do that.
You do know what ship we're on, Commander?
He hesitated, as if sensing some kind of test. The ISS Tyler S. Vols?
The ISS Ballsy. That's what half the crew calls it. That's what half the fleet calls it. Hell, it's what Admiral Proctor herself calls it.
Admiral Oppenheimer calls it the Vols, said Shin Wentworth.
Admiral Oppenheimer hated Captain Vols's guts. But everyone else, literally everyone else, loved the man. He was ballsy. Even to his galley crew gang, he was ballsy. To the maintenance workers, ballsy. The janitors, ballsy. There was no protocol, no rank with him, to the chagrin of the top brass. Even the little red-faced, weak-old baby ensigns called him ballsy. And you know why?
Because he was ballsy? She chuckled.
That he was. He helped win the Second Swarm War, and he saved us all 2 months ago. He threw his life away to save us. They measured his ship as traveling over 100 kilometers per second when it collided with that swarm ship. He turned his body into a gaseous collection of atoms so that we'd have a fighting chance at the Battle of Penumbra. Yeah, I'd say he was ballsy, but that's not why they all called him ballsy.
Shin Wentworth was silent for a few moments before answering. Yes, I understand the crew loved him. I understand he was a hero. He had swagger. He had so-called personality. He held up 4 fingers for air quotes around those words.
He didn't have personality, Shin Wentworth.
She mimicked his air quotes.
He had a fucking big, actual, honest-to-God personality. He had heart. And yes, he did have swagger. He earned it.
She pointed at the door.
And Commander Civic, his son, what do you expect? He's the same. And you know what? He's earned it too, tenfold. We would have not only lost the Battle of Penumbra without him, but the Battle of New Dublin too, and who knows how many others. So don't give me bullshit about some crew members getting their panties in a bunch because the captain is boinking the CAG. That's not what they have a problem with, and we both know it.
She left unsaid what everyone in that room knew.
That if someone with different genitalia were getting handsy with a fighter pilot, there'd be high fives and thumbs up instead of disapproving whispers. Or at least, Shin Wentworth's claims of disapproving whispers. For all she knew, it was all in the XO's head. The guy was a puritanical asshole, pure and simple. Except it wasn't that simple. She knew his parents and siblings, and nieces and nephews all died, all but one, a single brother serving in IDF. All on Britannia. All of them crushed and ground up and vaporized in an instant. His wife and kids on Paradiso were safe, but family is family. She knew the pain he must be keeping well hidden. Didn't make him any less of an asshole, but at least she could see he wasn't only an asshole. Shin Wentworth was nodding. I understand, Captain, I really do. But don't you think you could ask him to tone it down? That swagger, that attitude might be fine as a typical fighter jock, but he's the CAG. And he's not just that, he's your fiancé. And he's, well, famous. It shouldn't surprise you, Captain, that famous people are under the microscope, and while we love them, we also hate them, and magnify every single failing and make them personal slights against us. God knows, when I was associate director of the Pendleton Accelerator in Centralia, Washington, tiny town like that, I couldn't sneeze at the coffee shop at 8:30 without half the town thinking I had pentavirus by lunch. She stopped, catching herself. He was absolutely right, of course. Ethan needed to tone it down. Thank you, Commander. I'll take it under advisement. Is there something else? Yes, ma'am. The Itherans are almost here. They sent a shuttle about 20 minutes ago, unannounced, and they'll be docking shortly. The Trits are here? She sighed. The Itherans were an especially spontaneous bunch. Flighty, almost whimsical. Twits? No, but they had 3 fingers per hand, so Trits came close enough. We don't know what their reaction would be to their popular nickname, Captain, so perhaps we shouldn't be encouraging its use. She sighed. Why did she pick this guy as her XO? Oh, that's right, she didn't. Oppenheimer did. Did they say why they're coming? Hard to tell, given the communication issues, but from what we can tell, to see you. Me? They've talked to me before. We understood maybe 10% of what they were saying at the time, so why do they want to see me again? In person? Yes, you. They didn't say, just that they were coming to see you. I don't know. Could be a courtesy call for all we know. Whitehorse stood up and straightened her uniform. Shuttle Bay 2? 1 is still down for maintenance, right? Correct, ma'am. He followed her out the door of her office and toward the lift that would take them up to the shuttle bay on the top of the ship. Fresh cadets from the academy stopped in their tracks to salute as she passed, and she nodded back. She knew there was more than respect for her rank in those salutes, and she could see it in their eyes as she passed by. Many of them were positively gawking at her. At her. Little old Jerusha Whitehorse, she thought. Who the hell am I that they should stare? Can we get them to stop that? She muttered through her teeth to Shin Wentworth next to her. What do you expect, ma'am? You're one of the heroes of Penumbra. You fought alongside Vols, Proctor, and Granger himself. You're part of the legend now. The legend? Good grief. You better get used to it, ma'am. Fat chance. They parted at an intersection outside the shuttle bay. I'll be in the physics lab going over the latest scans of the Itherans' habitat underneath the crust. Last night we theorized that there might be some temporal gravitational effects going on at the quantum level. Today's scans will shed light on that. She nodded. Temporal, huh? Well, if you can temporally, gravitationally, quantumly summon me some extra nap time, do let me know. He mirrored her nod, surprisingly good-naturedly. I'll see what I can do, ma'am. Maybe he'd do okay after all. 3. Savannah Sector, Nova Nairobi, High Orbit, ISS Independence, Bridge. On screen, Lieutenant. Aye, Admiral. Peaceful white clouds, hanging over an idyllic green and blue world, were replaced by something far less peaceful, and definitely not ideal. No, not now.
Not yet, not while United Earth was still rebuilding, still reeling from the loss of Britannia and half the fleet. Please. A giant ship approached, almost unbelievably large had the Admiral not already seen ships as large as moons destroy her beloved Britannia. It was like an absurdly gargantuan rotating drum, and flanked by dozens upon dozens of cruisers, many the size of the Independence easily. And they were bearing down on Nova Nairobi at breakneck speed. She held a hand to her mouth. My God, I thought we'd have more time. We're not ready. No one answered her. Silence momentarily hung over the bridge, like a calm before a raging cataclysmic storm, or rather like a wake, a vigil. Admiral, what do we do? Admiral Shelby Proctor stood up from the command chair in the center of the bridge. Lieutenant Sampono, status of our task force, how many are here? The young woman, too young, Proctor thought, glanced down at her terminal and scanned for the right commands to enter, brief confusion passing over her face before she remembered the right sequence. Just under half, ma'am. 19 cruisers, 11 destroyers. Admiral Okoye, has his task force arrived? Yes, ma'am. And Oppenheimer, the Resolute? No, ma'am. Very well. Ensign, open a channel to the fleet. Aye, aye, Admiral. She waited a moment, then spoke a little louder, in her thousands of nervous officers are listening to me voice. All hands, all ships, this is Admiral Shelby Proctor. It's true. I thought we'd have more time, but time is a luxury that seems to forever elude us. It appears the long elusive Findiri are here, and in force. There's only one thing left to do. Fight like hell. If we do not stop them here, our entire civilization lies defenseless behind us. We're the wall. We're the shield. Nothing gets through us. She took a deep breath. They were not ready for this. Admiral Okoye, take your task force and execute Battle Plan Proctor Alpha. Admiral Lagari, Battle Plan Proctor Sigma with half our task force. I'll take my half right down the middle of that drum. Perhaps they'll avoid firing and risk hitting themselves. Godspeed. Proctor out. She motioned to the helmsman. Ensign D'Eustachio, take us in. Right towards that monstrosity. All hands, ready for battle. The ISS Independence leapt forward, flanked by 3 other heavy cruisers and a destroyer, straight toward the giant, gargantuan vessel bearing down on the beautiful world of Nova Nairobi, one of United Earth's newest colonies. The very existence of the colony was an act of hope. At a time of devastation for humanity, when entire worlds had been ravaged by war with the swarm 30 years ago, and again just 2 months back, humans continued exploring, expanding, putting down new roots, as they always do. Now, all they had was hope. Commander Urda, status of that ship? Any weapons systems activated, fighters? The young man shook his head. No weapons systems yet that I can see. Fighters? Yes, ma'am. A few thousand have just deployed. And those escort ships flanking it? Escort ships, she laughed to herself. Many were as large as the Independence, and likely as powerful. Those are deploying fighters too, ma'am, and they're starting to break formation. Looks like they're reforming themselves to counter the movements of the other 2 task forces. Damn. So they're not dumb. She glanced back at the CAGS station. Commander Yin, our fighters are deployed? Last one just got out, ma'am, and joined up with the other fighters from the rest of the task force. 312 total. 312 against a few thousand. Well, at least those are better odds than with the swarm. That was 300 against millions. We've got this in the bag, Commander Yin deadpanned. Ma'am, looks like that main ship is activating its weapon systems. Several hundred turrets of some sort have just unfolded out and are targeting us. Any indication as to what type? Antimatter, railgun, laser? Not reading any antimatter signatures, ma'am. A small grace. One of the turrets on the giant rotating drum surrounding the central stationary hull lit up in a blazing shaft of light that leapt out and slammed into the ISS Okinawa next to them. Overwhelming brightness momentarily saturated the screen, and when the cameras adjusted, a disheartening scene revealed itself. God
Damn, breathed Proctor. Casualty report? I'm hearing at least 50 missing, ma'am, that were in that section of Okinawa, said Sempono. The Okinawa had a hole in it, perhaps a few dozen meters deep and dozens across, and it appeared to have lost main power since its momentum was still carrying it along its previous vector and had started to spin. It's spinning. That blast must have had some serious momentum. Ion beam? She called out to Urda. Aye, ma'am. And it fried part of their electrical system. They're rerouting power, but not sure if they'll get back up to full. All railguns, all lasers, target their ion beam turrets. Take them out, now! The railgun turrets dotting the Independence's hull swiveled and came to life, erupting with 100-kilo slugs that shot out at over 20 kilometers per second. Too fast to see, but Proctor could see the effect. Good. Good, she said and smiled. They might have a chance. A few dozen ion beam turrets had exploded, their debris flying into space as the giant rotating drum flung them like water flying off a spinning frisbee. Fighters have engaged, said Commander Yen. A moment later, he was shaking his head. Damn, these buggers are fast. Reflexes like nothing I've seen. Better than the Domasi. Better than the swarm. It's like they can anticipate our every move. Proctor watched in dismay as, even while ion turret after ion turret exploded in the background, the foreground was quickly becoming a graveyard of IDF fighters. Get the Independence in there. Maybe with our PDC cannons in the mix, it'll throw them off. We're opening ourselves up big time that way, Admiral, said Commander Yen. I'm aware, Commander, but we've no choice. We wait much longer and we won't have any fighters left. The Independence surged forward, and before long plowed its way into the thick of the fighter battle near the edge of the rotating drum which dwarfed it. The ship looked to be hundreds of kilometers long, larger than a Sciora generation ship, larger than any ship she'd ever seen, with one exception. The world-devastating swarm ships that they'd just defeated 2 months earlier. Those nightmares had been almost as large as moons themselves. Admiral, the ISS Resolute has arrived, said Sempono. Good. Get me Oppenheimer. Channel open. Christian, looks dicey. Are they coming? They didn't talk about reinforcements over the metaspace conversations, given OPSEC concerns. But now that they were in the thick of battle, OPSEC was out the window. A pause, then... Negative, Shelby. The Domasi are sitting this one out. Sciora, too. Domasi wouldn't say why, and the Sciora gave me their typical cryptic nonsense. So we're alone? I'd say so, yes. What about the Valorisi? The ships we're building for them are still in the beginning stages, and most of them are swimming in a puddle at IDF's research center on Kyoto 3. She shook her head in frustration. They'd had many arguments about this, and she didn't want to continue them now. No, you know what I mean. You followed my advice, didn't you? Shelby, now listen. She almost allowed her voice to rise to a yell. You didn't? God damn it, Shelby. We can't keep them on our ships. I've told you that time and time again. They're a security risk. A huge security... Well, I kept one here, Christian. You, yes, against your orders. Court-martial me later. We've got to try, Christian. I'll let you know if it works. Before he could protest, she drew a thumb across her neck to indicate to Ensign Sempono to cut the channel. Channel closed, ma'am. Get Ensign Decker to the bridge, now. She'd ordered him to wait in the ready room adjacent to the bridge for just this moment. Of course, he was under heavy guard, and the ready room had been EM hardened and metaspace shielded as best as could be done on short notice. 10 seconds later, he was there, flanked by 2 Marines. Ma'am, he said. Are you in contact with your Valorisi companion? Yes, ma'am. Good. A violent shaking interrupted her, and the distant sound of an explosion made one of the new recruits on the bridge let out a brief yelp. Decker, we're losing this battle. See what your companion can do. Reach out to them. See if they have a weakness. Try to find what they're after. See if it can sense what will make them leave or stand down, anything. Ensign Decker looked down, as if lost in concentration. 2 months earlier, the entire fleet, every member of it, had been given liquid Valorisi companion at the Battle of the Penumbra Black Hole, infected with it, almost like a beneficial virus. And as a result, the swarm had been banished, finally, from their universe. From inside each of them, the Valorisi had built a great metaspace network to replace the old ligature that had been destroyed.
and with that nascent connection, they'd managed to coordinate the final victory over the swarm. But petty politics and operational security had intervened in the meantime. Nearly everyone in the fleet had been stripped of their companion, except for a very, very few. And at least one without the knowledge or permission of IDF's Commander-in-Chief. Decker's eyes had closed. Yes, Admiral. They are indeed looking for something. Desperately. They want it very, very badly. What is it? Not a what, who? Ensign Decker opened his eyes. They want someone. Granger. Someone. Like a specific someone or someone in general? Yes. No. Both? That's not quite it. I'm having trouble figuring out what my companion is trying to say. Proctor impatiently waved a hand to urge Decker on, her eyes glancing up to the view screen where she watched the continuing destruction of their fighter squadrons, and the occasional ion beam blast from the giant drum that was devastating their capital ships. Then what the hell is it, Ensign? They want someone, yes, but... I'm sorry, Admiral. I'm trying to interpret the feelings and thoughts of an entire alien people through another very alien intermediary. This is not easy, nor precise, but it's like they don't know who he or she is. They don't know if it's a specific person or people or what, but they definitely think of them as their savior, I suppose the word is. They desperately want someone to prepare them, defend them from a devastating force. A force? Like a natural phenomenon? No, from a great evil, a great scourge. From a fleet. A vast, incomparably powerful fleet. Well, they thought it was our fleet, but they're starting to have second thoughts about that. Turns out we're weaker than they thought we'd be. Proctor's blood ran cold. They're running from a vast, powerful fleet? No, it can't be. They're gone. The swarm is gone. From who, Ensign? What fleet are they running from? Not sure, but it feels like one almost as powerful as the swarm. Wait, from a fleet like the swarm, not the swarm itself? Yes, Admiral, these beings are running scared. They're not out to conquer. He closed his eyes again and fell silent for several seconds. Admiral, if I'm not mistaken, these aliens are not the Findiri at all. They're another race that was nearly destroyed by the swarm, and they've come out of hiding now that the swarm is gone, only to be running again from something just as bad. From the Findiri. Decker opened his eyes again. Yes, I suppose that's probably the case. My companion wants me to send a message to the alien fleet. With permission? Proctor nodded. At this point, anything couldn't hurt. Decker practically ran to the comms station where Sampono gave up her seat. He sat down and began typing out a message. What language are you using, Ensign? Said Proctor. No language, but I think my companion is using some kind of mathematical logic-based series of symbols to communicate our peaceful intentions. Oh, Admiral, it also recommends we stand down, stop firing, and withdraw all fighters. She took a deep breath. Oppenheimer is not going to like this. Better to ask forgiveness than permission with this one, I think. Open a channel to the fleet. She waited a moment, then began. All fighters stand down. All ships stand down immediately. We've established peaceful communication with the aliens, and there is a chance for victory if we immediately stand down. And, anticipating what was coming, waved over to comms again. Get me Oppenheimer. Hurry. Ensign Sampono nodded. You're on, Admiral. Christian, listen, let the order stand. I'm begging you. We have a real opening here. His voice was thunder. An opening? What in God's name do you think you're doing, Shelby? This is not the Findiri, Christian. Of course it's the Findiri. Have you looked out the window? For Christ's sake, Shelby, Christian, it's not them. Listen, yes, I went behind your back and kept a crew member with a Valerisi companion on the Independence in isolation. The companion reached out to them and confirmed this is not the Findiri. We must stand down. She could hear him grumbling under his breath, and after a long pause, Then who the hell are they? Proctor looked over at Decker, who smiled and nodded. They call themselves Eru,
Or the Eru, I'm not sure. Kind of playing an extreme game of telephone here. But my companion says that they intend to stand down as well if we do. It seems they only attacked because they thought we were imminently going to attack them. Sure enough, on the view screen, the ion turrets had fallen quiet and retracted back into their housings. The alien fighters withdrew to a distance of a few kilometers. "Well, I'll be damned," said Oppenheimer. Proctor came up behind Decker. "Ensign, are you in dialogue with them? Have they responded to you?" "Not yet, Admiral. It's just my companion reaching out through the proto-ligature to basically read their minds." "Wait." Proctor paused. "Are you saying these beings are connected to the Valerisi's proto-ligature? Their minds are connected to metaspace? If so, that would imply that these beings were at one point under control of the swarm, like the Dulmasi, the Skiora, the Valerisi. Hell, especially the Valerisi." "No, I'm not getting that sense, Admiral. My companion isn't so much in contact with them as it is sensing them, feeling their brain patterns and interpreting from them." Decker stopped, as if listening to someone speak, then nodded. It says that it's reaching out through their own metaspace transmitters aboard their ships and directly detecting the EM patterns of their brain waves using their own ship's internal sensors. Huh, pretty slick. I'll say. It was impressive, yes. It also gave credence to Oppenheimer's extreme caution when it came to the Valerisi. If they could accomplish technical feats like this, extending their influence through a combination of metaspace, EM, electrical, and biological signals, then damn. They were far more formidable than any of them had imagined. I'm just glad they're on our side. Admiral, incoming transmission from the main alien ship. It's visual. On screen. Proctor pivoted to face the front of the bridge and had to stifle a gasp when the feed began. An alien. A being, not like the Dulmasi, not like the Skiora, and most definitely not human, stood in the center of a semicircle of 7 other nearly identical beings. The one in the middle had outstretched its hands, and she counted. 1, 2, 3. Wow, 8 digits. What looked like 5 fingers and 3 thumbs extended from each hand. Below each arm was a second, much smaller, thinner arm. She couldn't be sure, since they were lowered to the side, but each of those had perhaps 3 fingers and a single thumb each. Remarkable, she said under her breath. Mimicking the alien's pose, she raised her arms and extended her fingers up and off to the sides. I sincerely hope this is their version of I come in peace. The alien slightly bowed its angular head and blinked its red-tinted eyes. Then it lowered its hands to chest level and closed its fists. It shook them a few times as if for emphasis. Then it raised one finger. Proctor mimicked, raising one finger. 1, she said. The alien raised another finger. Proctor shadowed it. 2, and on, and on. 3, 4, 5. Finally, they reached 10, as the alien had raised all 8 fingers of one hand and 2 of another. Proctor, however, had run out of fingers. At that, the alien gestured animatedly toward Proctor with its 10 fingers and, after a pause, pointed the fingers back toward himself and rapidly extended the other 6. 16, she said. I wonder... The alien wasn't finished. It then lowered all the fingers and, with the 2 main arms outstretched, raised just one of its smaller underarms, and from it extended a single delicate finger. It then, in sequence, raised each of its 16 main fingers in sequence until it lowered them all again and raised a second delicate finger on its underarm. It's counting, said Proctor. It's counting in hexadecimal. 16, said Admiral Oppenheimer through another channel. Apparently he'd been watching too. They have a base 16 number system. That's the first thing they communicate to us? How they effing count? Proctor nodded. It's the only thing they can communicate to us, at least at first. Math is the universal language, Christian. And it's only natural that a species uses a numeric base equal to its number of digits on its hands or pincers or grabbers or whatever they use to interact with the world. But more importantly, Christian, Yeah? It means they're most likely peaceful. Why attempt communication if their intention is to fight us? Distract us while they get the upper hand? Offered Oppenheimer. You don't really think that. A pause and a sigh. No, I don't. This is an opportunity, Christian. Just think. They're clearly formidable force-wise. We seem to be about equally matched militarily. If we could form an alliance with them against the Findiri, who, according to Ensign Decker's companion, they are running from, well then, our odds go up. They go up from vanishingly small to depressingly small, yes. But Christian, you add the Eru, that's what Decker's companion calls them. You add the Eru to us, the Domasi, the Skjora, the Valerisi, and pretty soon you're looking at, well, a formidable alliance to be reckoned with. Movement on the screen caught her eye. Hold on, Christian, something's happening. The aliens were moving, all of them. The one in the center lowered all its fingers except for one, and pointed it directly at Proctor. The aliens behind it, all 7 of them, had rearranged themselves from a semicircle to a straight line behind the central alien, and each of them held up a different number of fingers. Some of them held up 1 arm, one of them 2 arms, and some 3 arms. That's a sequence of numbers. She held up a finger of her own and performatively counted them all. The first holds up 7 fingers on one hand. The second holds up a single finger on one of its underarms and 2 fingers on one of its main arms. The third has a single finger on a main arm. She muttered under her breath for a few moments, then nodded. Okay, that's 8, 18, 1, 14, 8, 5, 18. Now, what do you suppose that means, Christian? Ma'am, said Ensign Sempono, the communications officer. Yes, Ensign. That spells out a word in English. The entire bridge crew turned their heads to look at her. Explain, please, Ensign Sempono. The nervous young officer stood up. I mean, it's a pretty basic cryptography trick, matching numbers to letters. But why would we assume they are English letters, Ensign? That seems very naive. It's because of what those letters are spelling, Admiral. It can't be a coincidence. If it spelled nonsense, sure, okay. If it spelled some random 7-letter word, okay, maybe that could be a coincidence. But this... Proctor spun back to the screen and tried to do the math, losing count a few times. Ensign, are they spelling what I think they're spelling? They're spelling Granger, ma'am. The letters. They spell Granger. 4. Sol Sector, Earth. Omaha, Nebraska, Jack's Cafe. No, I want the salad, the steak, and the fries, said Tim Granger, former IDF captain of the Constitution, the Warrior, and the Victory, and holder of the title of the longest living human, clocking in at 13 billion years and change now. Medium rare. The center should be redder than your face. Hold the pimples, please. The impeccably dressed young waiter looked genuinely confused and embarrassed. His upraised eyebrows squished his forehead up until it broke the pristine shell of perfectly arranged hair. Upscale restaurants on Earth, especially the city hosting IDF's HQ, tended to attract the best service talent in the Sol Sector, but it was clear this young man had forgotten his order. Sir, a few minutes ago you said you wanted the salmon. Salad, yes, but the fries were to be sweet potato fries. Have you changed your mind? No, for God's sake, I haven't changed my mind. I always get steak, salad, and fries, medium rare. Of course, sir. I'll go change your order right away. But the waiter was already gone, halfway back to the kitchen. And before he pushed the swinging door open, he glanced back with a half glare, half look of pity. Goddamn kids. Except what he couldn't admit to himself was that the kid was probably right. His memory was shot. Long-term memory, short-term memory, medium, smell memory, taste, sight, sound, words, touch, the overpowering sensation of a kiss, the exhilarating feeling of winning, whether it be soccer, love, or a war, the unshakable memories of childhood,
of the first time your father yelled at you, the first time a bully at school stole your toy, the first time you had awkward sex as a 17-year-old. All these and more. Not gone, just in a state of confusing flux. Moving, disappearing, reappearing, sometimes changed from what he thought he knew. He remembered old friends' experiences as his own, and inserted stories he'd seen on the news into his own narrative, unsure of what was his own, what was real. All since he'd become mortal again, using Skura technology that he gave them long ago, according to his long, millions of years long plan. The plan he couldn't remember anymore, now that his memory banks were fragile folds of gray and white organic matter instead of the steady, reliable matrix of silicon, oxygen, germanium, arsenic, and modern technology. Or was it ancient technology? Focusing was difficult since the video monitor up on the wall of the restaurant was blaring something about something or other. Talking heads, arguing about politics or the various minor conflicts that had erupted in the vacuum of power and influence that had sprung up after Britannia's demise. Noise, all noise. Focus, Tim. He waved through his datapad, on loan from IDF Central Command Omaha. He was technically relieved of duty, command, and rank during this indeterminate period of time after his reincarnation, but it didn't mean he couldn't call in favors from old friends. At least he still remembered them. Some of them, at least. Their reports? Nothing. No sensor pings, no long-distance detection of any metaspace transmissions or disturbances. All the outlying colonies said everything was normal. No change. No one had seen or heard anything about the Findiri until Nova Nairobi. And since he lacked security clearance, he'd heard nothing about the fleet sent to investigate. He shoved the datapad away, half wondering if he'd already checked that same data a few times already in the past hour, and half wondering if his memory of creating the Findiri in the first place was real, or another of his new organic mind's fabrications. A soft beep from the datapad made him almost pick it up. Almost. It was the tone of a message reminder. He'd received one the day before, but hadn't read it. Funny how he could remember that so clearly. It was from his lawyer. But he just wasn't in a good place to think about that problem yet. Excuse me, sir. I saw you from across the street. May I have a moment? He didn't even look up. No autographs. The young man who'd approached his table stammered. Sorry, sir, no, I don't want that. I just saw you and, well, had to come and hear you myself. You see, Granger focused on his datapad, making his best attempt to appear 150% indifferent and annoyed, something which came all too easily to him. Granger, right? Well, kinda, sir. Then fuck off. Sir? He finally looked up. The kid was gangly and thin, barely 20 by the looks of it, or maybe 30, given he was now terrible at guessing age. Scarring on part of his neck, burns most likely. The kid might have been on the receiving end of some of the recent swarm destruction. Rumpled, mended clothes, but a steady, eager face. Which part did you not understand, son? The fuck or the off? Should I have said fuck right off? Go fuck yourself? Get the everlasting fuck out of my face? The kid said nothing, apparently stunned into silence, but too stunned to actually walk away. A shame, really, the datapad was getting interesting. He looked back down and tried reading again through the last dense paragraph of strategic analysis drawn up by IDF Central Command, detailing potential strategies for long-term defense against the Findiri, an enemy that they hadn't even met yet. How could they even think about strategy at this point? He saw nervous shifting out of the corner of his eye. God damn it, he was still there. Son, are you going to just stand there, or will you finally get those legs to move your ass out of here? He glanced back up, but the kid's eyes were riveted not on him, but on the news video screen on the wall. Wow. The kid finally looked at him. What does it mean, sir? Granger focused on the video monitor. On half the screen was the image of a vast metal cylinder in space, orbiting an idyllic green and blue world, which the Chiron explained was Nova Nairobi.
Only it wasn't just a cylinder. As his eyes pored over the thing, he saw it was not just a spaceship, but definitely some kind of craft. Gargantuan. As large, if not larger than, the Skura generation ships, and it was rotating. Its form of artificial gravity, most likely. Huh, was all he could manage. They're saying it's another new alien race that just reached out to us. They say they've been in hiding for thousands of years after the swarm destroyed their world, and now they think it's safe to come out. I don't get it. That's two now. How do we just miss aliens right under our nose? Space is a big place, kid. You'd be surprised. Granger saw where the kid was reading all that, in the chyron at the bottom of the screen. He pointed toward the monitor, then tapped upward in the air to increase the volume. The arguing talking heads on the other half of the screen suddenly became intelligible. Like so many times before, but I think this time it's different. We have two races, one after the other, declare themselves peaceably to us within a matter of days, and not like with the Dulmasi decades ago, where we only first met them on the battlefield. They were controlled by the swarm, and Tim Granger blew their first ships out of the sky. It's arguable that they started off as our enemy, and events of the last war didn't help. So it was inevitable that xenophobia and racism would run high, but these beings are manifesting themselves to us peacefully, after a brief mishap, extending the hand of friendship right up front. It's ludicrous if we don't take their offer of talks to the other interrupted. Mishap. We lost thousands of lives at Nova Nairobi. No, it's all the same. An alien is an alien is an alien to some of these folks. Jesus himself could show up at the head of an alien marching band, and these uneducated racist xenophobes would try to string him up at the end of a rope. And the president is a little boxed in here because half of his base are these people. He can't just accept them as our old buddies like the opposition wants, much less form an alliance with them, or they'd kick him to the electoral curb. I think you're underestimating his base's ability to be pragmatic and see that the enemy of our enemy is our friend. In fact, senior party leaders told me, off the record, that the government is going to invite all three new races, along with the Dulmasi, Skura, and Valerisi, to a conference to lay the groundwork for something. A what? Like an alliance? A cooperative defense agreement? Unclear, but I know that things are in the works behind the scenes. Well, if that happens, I think you're going to see, when their cards are laid out, that their voters are going to abandon them in droves. I think we're witnessing the next great political realignment. The talk of politics made his head hurt. But the mention of the potential summit or conference caught his interest. Why hadn't Oppenheimer told him anything? Or Shelby, for that matter? Maybe they were already on the outs with President Sepulveda? For a new, unelected president, he sure was spending his political capital with gusto these days, which made it all the more surprising that the idiot had called for an early election. Guess he wanted legitimacy or something. He glanced up to tell the kid to beat it, but was surprised to see he'd already retreated, and in his place was the snooty waiter. Sir, you're lobster, but I'm afraid the chef said that we're out of butternut squash soup. Will the tomato bisque be acceptable? The waiter set the plate down in front of him, the lobster tail still steaming, basmati rice glistening with squeezed lemon, and an aromatic butter and plum-based sauce drizzled over the whole thing. But, yes, sir. What happened to the steak? The waiter closed his eyes for nearly 2 seconds, and when he opened them again, it was with a thin, tight, patronizing smile. Sir, if you'll recall, you changed your order again the last time I came by your table with the Guinness. You said you hadn't had lobster in, and I quote, at least a few billion years, and you were dying to taste it again. I'm afraid I can't change your order for the 4th time. He waved him off. Fine. This is just fine. You're right. I haven't had lobster in at least that long. Maybe longer. Thank you, son. The waiter gratefully retreated. He was 2 bites into the lobster when he noticed an alarm that had been going off on his datapad. A wave of his hand revealed a message marked urgent. He noticed the sender's name, Lieutenant Commander Tim Rice. Odd, the name didn't ring a bell. He was sure he'd never met the man. But he waved the message on anyway, and soon a fresh-faced young IDF officer popped up out of the datapad, the holographic projection getting bigger until it was a ghostly representation the size of a normal human torso,
sticking up out of his dinner table. "Captain Granger, I have something very, very interesting you should look at. If this is true, it might be a huge breakthrough in our problem. Can you come to my lab right away? If not, send a message. If so, just come whenever you can. I'll be here another few hours. Bryce out." Huh. Another Tim. And apparently they knew each other. This shared name thing was going to get confusing if it turned out he had to talk to this kid more than once. He waved the message off and brought up his most recent messages. He did a double take. His 8 most recent messages were from Lieutenant Commander Tim Rice, and it looked like he'd replied to several of them. Damn it. The waiter had been passing by his table and stopped when he heard the murmured expletive. "Sir, is it not to your liking?" "It's fine. I'll have the steak to go, please. I've got to get somewhere urgent, but..." He glanced around the table, knowing he was missing something. "But I can't remember exactly where that was." 5. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3, ISS Tyler S. Vols, Shuttle Bay. Captain Whitehorse waved a hand forward toward the door to Shuttle Bay 2, indicating her XO go through first. When she caught up to him, she saw the Itharan shuttle had just landed. "You told the translation team to be here too, right?" "Yes, ma'am," said Shin Wentworth. The translation team, composed of a xenolinguistics professor, a translation software tech, and 1 diplomat from UE's Foreign Service, arrived a few seconds later, and Whitehorse waved them in. "Thank you for coming on such short notice," she said. "Professor, are we ready? How much can I expect to understand?" He shrugged. "I be 2/3. Depends on what they talk about. Pleasantries and technical topics are the easiest. Anything regarding emotions, intentions, opinion, most things subjective, we're very slowly making steady progress. But it's been slow." For a linguistics professor, his vocabulary seemed unusually pedestrian. "Okay, just keep me from insulting them." She saw the security chief and the Marine escort arrive, and she waved them over. "Chief," she acknowledged him with a nod. He nodded back and rested a hand on a holstered sidearm, taking up a position several yards back, giving himself a clear view of the shuttle. With a piercing, cranking noise, the side hatch on the shuttle began to open, and then got stuck. To Whitehorse's eyes, it looked rusted and patched, as if it had broken and been repaired numerous times. The cranking sound started and stopped several times more, to no avail. She waved down a shuttle bay tech. "Yeoman, anything you can do to help?" The young man's eyes were wide, as if starstruck that Captain Whitehorse, the Captain Whitehorse, was actually talking to him, but he recovered quickly. "Yes, ma'am." He reached down to his tool belt and got to work on the door from the outside, and on the inside, Whitehorse could see one of the Itharan aliens attempting to get it unstuck. She took the brief moment to study him, or her. She still wasn't quite clear on Itharan gender characteristics. The 3 digits on the being's hands were remarkably dexterous for being so large, each almost double the size of a human thumb, and the arms had 2 joints instead of a single elbow, making them look almost like crab legs. Their ears, if you could call them ears and not extra-wide antennae, protruded from the sides of the head, slightly higher than where a human ear would be, except they were longer, almost tubular, and extended upward. This one's hair was beet red, though she'd also seen various shades of yellow and orange. No black or brown hair yet that she'd seen, and most of them let it grow long and bound at multiple points by some kind of fabric into ponytails that swept side to side across their backs. The hatch began to open again, this time with far less noise, and to her shock, as soon as the hatch's bottom half touched the shuttle bay floor, several small beings dashed out and started running toward a stack of supply crates nearby. "Stop!" yelled someone behind her, and Whitehorse turned to see her chief of security aim his firearm at the things galloping around the crates. "Stop!" he repeated, and pointed the gun back and forth between the 2 tiny aliens before he swung it back toward the shuttle at 2 more small aliens that had also jumped out of the shuttle. "Captain, behind me, please!" He motioned to one of the nearby Marines. "Get her out of here, Johnson, and call for backup." "Mr. Oldham, what the hell do you think you're doing?" demanded Whitehorse. And before the younger Marine could take another step, she shook her head and stared him down. "It's not safe, ma'am. 4 Trits just jumped out unannounced and are making hostile movements. Best that you owe them. They're kids. Itharan children. Stand down. Put that thing away. Now." Lieutenant Oldham glanced sidelong at her, then back to the tiny running aliens, then back at her, then swore and holstered his weapon. "Well, they shouldn't be running around like that. Not when we can't understand them and have no idea what their intentions are." "They're kids, Mr. Oldham. Did you prefer that they lodge a formal request for permission to romp around the shuttle bay?" "But their parents are right there," she said, pointing to the larger Itharans now descending the ramp. They were tall, yet seemed to waddle back and forth as they walked, their ponytails swinging behind them. She knew the Itharans valued their children, as most beings do, and that they were present in most of the translation sessions with the diplomatic envoy that had been sent. It seemed they took their children absolutely everywhere, but this was the first time she'd seen them. The lead Itharan extended a hand toward her. It had apparently already learned a few human customs. She accepted it, shook it firmly, and then attempted a rudimentary Itharan greeting. They seemed to have at least 5 different greetings, and she still had no idea which to use when, so she performed the easiest, an elaborate series of sidesteps and hops. She counted them off precisely in her head. 1 and 2 and 3 and hop and shimmy and 1 and 2. And couldn't help but wonder if this was a race of dancers. The Itharan bellowed out with what may very well have been a laugh, and spoke several words of the Itharan language. The computer tech nearby tapped a few commands on his datapad, which translated, "You greet well, Leader Mayor of all colors." She glanced at Shin Wentworth and mouthed, "Mayor of all colors?" The professor grimaced. "Sorry, ma'am. The program still has some bugs, and he's also trying to use Itharan words and sentences that more closely align with ours, and that leads to some interesting word choices. What he actually said was, you send greetings above and beyond, female horse of the combination of all colors together in one." "Oh, they don't have a word for white? It's combination of all colors together in one?" "Yes, ma'am. They have a remarkably inefficient language," said one of the professors. "Almost absurdly inefficient, though I find it strikingly beautiful. It seems they lack many words we find common and instead use other words to describe those words, such as combination of all colors for white. Black is absorber of all colors. Weapon is shortener of life, and the style of weapon is merely added on as additional descriptors. A gun, for example, is extremely efficient shortener of life from a distance. And food, thank you, Professor. I'll sit for a syntax lesson later." Whitehorse turned back to the Itharan. "I welcome you to our ship," she began, trying to use as basic of words and phrases as possible, and pausing to give the translation program time to do its work. "Do you need food or water?" The Itharan held up both hands, all 6 fingers, and closed them suddenly. A clear no?
"You are generous, Leader Mayor. We accept your offer. Perhaps I shall Dingja Grik Klolog eat more than you."
He began expelling air quickly, and Whitehorse could swear he was laughing, or the Itharan version of it. She glanced back at the xenolinguistics professor. "The taking of food is almost a sport to them, Captain. I was about to tell you. I don't know the cultural or anthropological origin of that behavior and attitude toward food, but it's clearly an important part of their social customs." "Any idea what Gingja Griklolog means?" she muttered. "No idea, ma'am. I assume it relates to the sport of eating, but I can only guess at this point." She turned back to the Itharan. "It is decided, then. Let us move to a place we can sit and eat and talk about what you came to discuss. May I have your name?"
"I designate myself long-torsoed eater of magnificent things who often thinks too much for his own good and enjoys warm, rare salt baths in the dark for uncommonly long periods of time of the clan Klologish, first in importance."
Whitehorse tried to find something to say before realizing her mouth was still hanging open.
"That is a great name. Can I call you something shorter.
Shorter? Why? Does my name bring you distress?
The alien replied.
No. If using a shorter name offends you, I apologize, she said quickly. The translation computer had no sooner finished its work when the alien exhaled breaths in rapid succession.
It pleases me to cause you great discomfort in an awkward situation, Leader Mare. You show discomfort in a great way, a powerful way. It pleases me. I know we shall be Junshatlosh great friends. Gingza Grik Talagsta for this year and many more to come.
More rapid breathing. She sure hoped that was laughter.
Well, then, how about calling you Klologish?
Yes, that is mostly and temporarily agreeable to me. Flijigosh. And I shall call you Leader Mare until you get so offended by it that you express your violent frustration by beating an underling Da Shoglin.
Oh my God, these trits. I don't know how to respond to that,
she said honestly.
More discomfort! That is delightful to me. Friend Mare, let us go consume vast quantities of food together, Flijishkash, and talk of our mutual friend.
Their what?
Excuse me, our mutual friend. Who might that be?
He indicated the professor with all three fingers of one hand.
Your brain friends that seek to understand our language, Plolosh Shlogan, told me that you fought the Galactic Scourge together with an old friend to my people. Let us sit together and discuss him.
Galactic Scourge? Is that the Swarm? The race of beings that nearly destroyed my people?
Yes, the same.
And my friend, to which you refer?
Though even as she said it, Whitehorse knew somehow exactly who he was talking about.
Your great friend, the greatest friend Dramashagosh. He helped my great ancestors make Ithar, the world you call Chantana 3. He helped us to hide from the Gilimsha-Goshaga Galactic Scourge when they destroyed our planet. Threes of exponentiations of solar cycles ago. And he told my great ancestors Roleshlik Groshantik Dash to look for him among his own people when the Galactic Scourge falls. And they have fallen, and now we seek him as he asked.
She mouthed, threes of exponentiations, and glanced at the linguistics professor.
Tens of thousands of years ago, basically,
he offered.
I see,
she said slowly, and turned back to Klologish.
And this friend's name?
To us, his name was Cantankerous Old Man of Few Words who enjoys silence and ethanol and long periods of brooding, whereupon he bursts into frenzies of work and sport and has great insight and wisdom in spite of all protests to the contrary. In your language, I apologize. He never told us.
Whitehorse reached toward one of the technicians and motioned for him to hand over his datapad. She flipped through a few menus and tapped on a file. She held it up to Klologish to see.
Is this the man?
The alien took the datapad in his 6 fingers and studied the picture of Captain Tim Granger, his official IDF service photo.
He looks very young, Tlothla Shogosh. But yes, my belief is that this is Cantankerous Old Man of Few Words who she interrupted him.
Tim Granger. You're saying Tim Granger helped your people escape the Swarm, what, thousands of years ago? And helped you carve out your new home under the surface of this planet?
Yes, friend Mare.
And that he told you to seek him out when the Swarm was destroyed?
Yes.
Did he say why?
Yes.
She waited. When no reply came, she blurted out.
Why?
To warn him. He told us to warn him, Goshagatloth. He said he'd be very forgetful, and that we must warn him.
Warn him of what?
Whitehorse felt a deep pit opening up in her stomach.
We can tell only Cantankerous Old Man, etc. the full message. In certain truth, I and my partners have disagreed about the certitude of being able to tell even you, his companion in heroism, even the first lines of message. It was passed down to me from ages back, threes of exponentiations of solar cycles.
My ancestor received it directly from cantankerous old man, etc. himself. It was taught to me as a youth. I was made to remember and repeat on command. They advised that I conceal from you Tlothla Goshag Shashaltha, but I prevailed over my partners, being the genetic and hereditary caretaker of the message. So I give you the prologue.
The alien cleared his throat, as if preparing to give a long speech. He puckered his lips out and squeezed them back in and made some noises that reminded her of a singer warming up his lips and voice for a performance. And when he spoke, it was English. Terrible, broken English, and it wasn't spoken so much as sung, but she understood all the same.
In the beginning I came to help you survive the swarm, to hide your people inside the ground. I live forever from the beginning of time. When I return it will be as a half-man, mortal and weak. I created weapons to stop the swarm. Some will work, some will not, and some have become perverted and lost. A people, a weapon, a race of deadly force and determination, a foe worthy of the swarm but gone astray. They will try to overthrow and remake all good things to their own ends, to take by force what was withheld from them. Beware, the half-man, mortal and weak is he.
Whitehorse held a hand to her mouth. This was it. A first concrete clue about the nature of the Findiri. All they had up until now were rumors and memories from an old man that were woefully lacking in detail. The alien paused, its mouth still open, as if deciding whether to continue.
I stop now, but will give the rest of the message to cantankerous old man, etc. himself, Dloshlag Goshlag Shasha. When can we see him?
Whitehorse shook her head.
I'm sorry. I can't promise you can see him soon. He's unavailable at the moment.
Just for a few threes of moments, I could go up to his room, give him the message Ginzaga Goshlag, receive his instructions, then return. It would please me.
He was indicating up toward the ceiling with a hand, and that's when Whitehorse understood that the alien thought Granger was on the ship.
Oh, he's not here. He's not on the ship. He's on Earth, far away.
She counted in her head.
Many threes of threes of threes of 3 light years away.
Earth. Where is Earth? We will go there. Gloshag Plitlith.
Whitehorse could only imagine the uproar that would happen in society if an unknown alien ship suddenly showed up in Earth's orbit. Especially in the aftermath of the destruction of Britannia. There would be civil pandemonium. If anyone knew she'd had anything to do with them showing up, her head would roll. Her mission, the ISS Vols' mission, was foremost to translate the Itharan language and facilitate the establishment of diplomatic relations, and secondarily to understand the physics behind their levitating continental crust, not to escort a new alien race back to Earth so they could cause shock and anxiety among the population just to deliver a message, even if it was for Granger. But one thing was clear. Someone needed to get that preliminary message to Granger. And if the rest of the message held critical details about the Findiri, and the Trits were only going to tell Granger the rest in person, well then, by God, they needed him here. And soon.
We can discuss the location of Earth later, but first I will ensure that your prologue is delivered to Granger. And in the meantime, we will make preparations for you to deliver the rest in person. My partner, Commander Ethan Civic, will deliver the preamble himself and arrange for you to meet him.
A voice from behind nearly made her jump. I'm going where now? 6. Soul Sector, Earth, Omaha, Nebraska. Sally Danforth Veterans Medical Center.
Mr. Rice, it's a pleasure to meet you. Again, apparently,
said Granger with a smile and an extended hand. The lab looked sterile and uncluttered, but full of state-of-the-art laboratory equipment hooked up to centuries-old computer monitors. Old-fashioned whiteboards lined the wall. The room as a whole suggested that Lieutenant Commander Tim Rice had a sharp-focused mind, paid great attention to detail, possibly had a slight case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and appreciated old things that still had use. Which meant they would get along very, very well. Captain Granger, I think I may have found something in the medical archives that might help with the short-term memory. Long-term is another story, but short-term, well, come have a look. He'd grown used to this, and he supposed it was a good thing that he remembered enough to be able to grow used to it. People talking to him as if they'd known him their entire lives. It was something he experienced a lot. Nearly everyone acted like they knew him. Dozens of people came up to him every single day to shake his hand. On the street, an elevator, a restaurant, even at the medical clinic where he went for his ongoing care and monitoring since his miraculous return. He remembered that, too. How could he forget waking up after what seemed like 1 billion years, naked, in a Skiora reproduction machine?
I hope it's just a pill, because, son, I do not want another scope stuck up my ass. Why can't I forget that instead of whether or not I got laid last week?
He stopped following Rice for a moment.
Wait, did I get laid last week?
You were with me almost every waking moment last week, Captain. Granger looked him up and down.
And we didn't?
No, sir. Rice had sat down at a computer and was scrolling through some data.
Well, that's the same as I remember, at least.
Granger sat next to him and stared at the monitor.
What are we looking at, son?
He pointed to a few spots on the screen with long words like somatostatin receptors and bombasin-like peptides, but it was just gibberish to him. Give him some Q-jump vectors and Starship Ops maintenance records, and he was all over that, still, after all these years. But medical jargon? It may as well have been one of the more obscure Dulmasi dialects.
This is not enlightening, son.
It looks like there were a few people in the last 100 years or so that have had a similar type of memory displacement like yours. One of them, a Mr. Surithayan, was in a shuttle accident and nearly died. He did die, in fact, but they tried a full-body transplant, back before that was banned. The donor had been in a ground car accident himself and was brain dead, so they took Mr. Surithayan's brain, snipped a few nerves and such, and moved him over to the donor's body. For years, he had what they called displaced memory syndrome, which looks very similar to what you're going through.
Years?
Unfortunately, yes. But after 5 years, they found something that helped him. A regular procedure done monthly, followed by a daily pill that regulates brain neurotransmitter levels, as well as... Oh, dear, you're not going to like this part.
Oh, tell me.
Group therapy.
Shit.
I'm sorry, sir. Granger sighed and tried to read through some of the data on the screen.
Well, 2 out of 3 should help.
If you're willing, sir, I've already taken the liberty of calling your doctor and asking how quickly something like this could be set up for someone in your position. He said he could do it today. Today? Granger gave up trying to interpret any of the incomprehensible data on the screen and regarded the officer.
What's your role here, anyway? And let me guess, I probably ask this every time we're together.
Sometimes twice, sir. Of the procedure today? Yes, that sounded quite nice, in fact.
You didn't answer me, Lieutenant.
Rice began in a tone that suggested it was a line he'd rehearsed very well over the past few weeks. I've been assigned by IDF High Command to be your assistant during your recovery and as a dedicated medical researcher to help study, diagnose, and treat your condition.
So you're a doctor, then?
Rice shook his head. Technically, no. I dropped out of medical school in my final year because of the troubles on San Martin with the GPC. My brother got caught up in it, and my mother begged me to set school aside and join up too and try to get him out of the mess he was in. Apparently, when you join the Galactic People's Congress, at least their militant wing, they don't let you go easily.
Your GPC?
I was, for about a year. But as a result, my medical career was on life support, bills were piling high, my mother died, and with nowhere to go and no money, I decided to enter the IDF Academy on San Martin, specializing in medicine with a secondary in science. Did command school, too. Granger nodded.
Okay. You should just record that for when I ask in the future.
I did, sir.
Okay.
The thought kept nagging at him all through the conversation. Today. You could get rid of this goddamn memory bullshit today, Tim. What's holding you back?
What does the procedure entail?
For the first time, Lieutenant Commander Rice hesitated and looked slightly uncomfortable, as if he'd been caught in a compromising position or like he'd messed his pants and just now realized it, only from the smell. Well, there's a non-invasive instrument that, when combined with an injection, will help repair broken axon connections and stimulate the neurotransmitter glands, but I think that I'll just cut to the chase here and get to the part you're not going to like.
Try me.
How could it be worse than living with this hellish memory? Rice took a deep breath. Okay, there is an experimental drug that, in this case, would be for an off-label use. Years ago, after you fell into the black hole, medical researchers were experimenting with modified strains of the vaccine virus that Admiral Proctor developed toward the end of Swarm War II. They were seeing remarkable...
Full stop, Commander Rice. That vaccine virus she developed was based on swarm matter. It basically is swarm matter, modified somewhat to produce antibodies that kill the virus that regular swarm matter produces to assert control over a human mind. But when you get down to it, it's swarm matter. You want to inject me with swarm matter?
It's not swarm matter, sir. All swarm biosignatures are basically gone, leaving only the original Valerisi patterns, and even those aren't viable.
Basically gone. The swarm biosignature is basically gone?
It's all gone. All the psychotropically active protein-producing sites are gone. The only thing left are the molecular sites that produce regenerative stem cell switch signal proteins. Basically, they make proteins that, when they attach to certain receptors in certain cells in your brain, those cells will revert to a stem cell-like state and produce substances that will repair brain tissue damage and enhance brain plasticity, which should, in theory, allow the regular neural pathways to reorder themselves and arrange themselves into a state where they can process all the vast quantities of raw information haphazardly crammed up there in your gray matter. Sir. Well, the kid had done his research at least.
And the risks? Besides, turning me into a new swarm agent that will rebuild their race?
Well, further memory loss, cognitive decline...
Impotence? Wait, what?
Just kidding, sir. Seeing if you were paying attention. Little Timmy'll be fine. And the kid had a sense of humor, too. Any junior officer that had the balls to make a dick joke to an IDF captain who'd saved Earth 3 times and counting probably had the confidence to know what he was talking about. At least that was the excuse Granger used to wave his doubts away because, damn, he wanted his blasted memory back, impotence or not.
And this will only help short-term memory? No long-term?
Not certain at this point, sir. We'll know more after a few sessions. Long-term memory. That was his main concern. The one thing that he did remember very clearly was that he'd warned Oppenheimer and Shelby, quite forcefully, that the Findiri were coming, that he had created them billions of years ago, and that they were beatable, but that he couldn't remember how. That was his mission, to figure out how to stop them, to remember.
Okay, let's do it. When do we start?
Lieutenant Commander Rice stood up from the computer. Right now, Dr. Townsend is waiting for you.
You told him we were coming? Without knowing what my answer would be?
Rice looked even more uncomfortable. Well, let's just say that I already knew what your answer would be.
Oh, God, don't tell me.
Rice nodded very uncomfortably.
We've had this conversation before?
More nodding. This morning, sir.
Okay, let's get this shit done.
7. Savannah Sector, Nova Nairobi, High Orbit. ISS Independence, Conference Room. Tell them we can't do it yet, but not in a way that turns them off. We just don't have multiplexed metaspace phase discriminators in stock. My God, it's not like we're a surplus supply store on Paradiso. Admiral Proctor rubbed her eyes. They'd been at it for a while.
Tell them we can get one the next time we stop off at Earth, but don't imply that we're actually going to Earth anytime soon. We don't want to refuse to let them meet Granger again, at least not until we've had the chance to prepare him for it.
Ensign Decker eyed the waiting Eru sitting across the table from them, and then eyed the insistent Admiral Proctor seated next to him.
Ma'am, I don't know if my companion can communicate that level of nuance.
Well, did you ask it?
She asked, rather impatiently. It was not a pleasant feeling to be on the receiving end of an impatient Admiral Proctor's questions.
Not yet, ma'am. Tell her we can't.
You were right. Too much nuance. For now. The voice of the Valerisi companion in his head was not audible, nor did it communicate in actual English words to him. He just knew what it meant. And it was soothing.
Well, then ask it,
said Proctor.
It confirms that, ma'am. Too much nuance.
For a moment, it looked like she might throttle him and toss him out of the conference room. For the former Fleet Admiral of IDF to not get her way when she'd been called out of retirement, he was lucky she didn't just roast him alive over the Q drive in engineering.
Very well, Ensign, just see what you can do.
Her voice had softened, but that was the result of years of practice and excellent acting on her part because he noticed that her knuckles were white from clenching her armrest too hard. The past day had been rough. IDF was still assembling a translation team like they'd done for the diplomatic mission to the Itharans, and so as the only officer on board with a Valerisi companion, Admiral Proctor had laid the burden on him to do all the initial translating. He'd been awake for 26 hours and counting. The Eru didn't seem to need sleep. Neither, for that matter, did Admiral Proctor. Okay, so... He turned back to the Eru and raised his hands next to his torso. So far, he'd never seen the Eru talk without raising their hands to about chest level, so he figured it would help to mimic. And he let the Valerisi companion within him take over his speech. He didn't know how he did that. He just relaxed, thought about it, and then it happened.
Evasu, Toveyan sa da sa eandek sa.
And on it went. After he stopped, the closest Eru raised up all four of its hands to near chest level and spoke. Ensign Decker wasn't sure what it meant when the Eru raised the underarms as well. When it finished, he focused inward to hear his companion.
It says they can wait for the phase discriminator, he said, but that the damage we inflicted on them in the battle will make one necessary in the near future.
A battle that they started,
replied Proctor, too softly to be picked up by the video recorder nearby. Admiral Oppenheimer had insisted on a live feed of the initial sessions with the Eru, for OPSEC purposes, he'd said. But Proctor hadn't told Decker any more than that. He wasn't even sure who exactly was watching the feed.
I don't think they see it that way, Admiral, based on what my companion is telling me. They think of us as the aggressors and that they were defending themselves.
Well, whoever was to blame, we've got 1,000 dead throughout our task force and a week of repairs just for the Independence herself. Don't even get me started on...
Admiral Proctor continued talking, but his focus had shifted inward to his companion, who was now talking excitedly. Not talking, as it were, but thinking at him in as energetic a way as he'd felt yet.
It's happened. We did it. We did it. We relearned what had been forgotten, what had been erased. We did it. Finally, we did it. I can't believe it. Can you? It's done. We did it. We did it. We did it.
He interrupted the fire hose of emotions and thoughts.
Wait. Stop.
What did you do?
The proto-ligature. It was just a shadow of the original that the swarm usurped. It allowed us to directly tap into another mind, just through touch alone. When the old ligature was destroyed, that ability was lost as well, but my people in our vat on Kyoto 3 have been studying this problem for many weeks, and we've made a breakthrough.
Oh, that was huge. Proctor was still speaking.
Before we can even perform a T-jump again, and artificial gravity hasn't been the same since the battle, so there's another week of recalibrations, and
he interrupted, and feared her wrath for doing so.
Admiral... My companion just told me that they have figured out how to do the touch communication ability that they once had, during the swarm years.
Proctor's mouth hung partway open.
Beg your pardon? They used to be able to transfer part of themselves to a new host by touch alone. They still can't do that, but what they can do now is directly communicate with another mind through touch. Something about the brain waves and metaspace waves being more properly in sync during physical contact. Brilliant. What are you waiting for, Ensign?
She nodded over to the Eru, who were waiting serenely across the table from them. At least the buggers were patient. He leaned across the table and extended a hand, face up. The Eru did nothing but watched his hand with what he assumed was interest. With his other hand, he beckoned to one of them. As clearly as he could, he was signaling them to reach out and touch it. The closer one reached forward. One of its main arms extended across the table and rested an 8-fingered hand on his own. And a world of thought and feeling and images burst upon his mind. Flashes of what might have been memory. Images of hopes and desires and intentions, colors and shapes that formed themselves into not words, but the feeling of words, and he understood them, parts of them at least. Even alien thought was, well, alien.
Wow,
was all he could say.
What do they want, Ensign?
Said Admiral Proctor.
I still don't know, but I'm certainly getting a glimpse of their minds. Sorry, Admiral, it'll still take months, years to really understand them and their motives and culture, but this is remarkable. The gist of it, at least, Ensign, throw me a bone here.
He focused in on the shapes and the colors that most closely corresponded to feelings of immediacy and intentions and short-term desires.
Granger, for one. They desperately want to talk to him. We knew that. Right, trying. Just a lot to work through.
He focused and pushed his companion to help him.
Okay, they're a peaceful people, except when threatened. Then they have no qualms using overwhelming force to secure their interests. Clearly,
said Proctor with a touch of a frown.
And their interests? It's odd, Admiral. It's like reading the diary of an encyclopedia author. There's this overwhelming urge to catalog and categorize everything, to know everything, to experience everything. I think that's their primary motivation as a species. Just like humans feel the urge to explore and secure resources to survive, these beings want to know, to experience, to catalog and categorize and make the transient more permanent through record. In fact, I think their big rotating drum of a generation ship out there is also the mainframe for a big electronic history of everything they've experienced as a species. Room after room of electronic logs and backups of backups of backups. They want to be one and connected with the universe, and the way they accomplish that is to understand, catalog, record, categorize, and... He was lost in the mishmash of images and feelings and colors he was experiencing, so distracted that he didn't even notice the doors to the conference room open, and didn't notice the security officers until they'd wrenched his hand off the table and behind his back. Before he knew it, he was handcuffed. What the hell is the meaning of this?
Yelled Proctor.
Get your hands off him! Have you gone insane?
Sorry, Admiral. We're under orders to take Ensign Decker into custody immediately, said one of the security officers. With the skin-to-skin contact, he could feel the man's thoughts. He was scared. Scared of him, of Decker, and of the quandary the officer was in. Obey the commanding officer right in front of him, or obey Oppenheimer.
It's Oppenheimer, isn't it?
Said Proctor. Yes, ma'am. He ordered us to monitor the proceedings here and to intervene if Ensign Decker were to ever initiate physical contact with the aliens. He's to come with us now. Decker glanced down at the man's insignia. It was IDF security, all right, but the division was unknown to him.
You're on my ship, and you follow my rules and my orders. I'll sort it out with Oppenheimer later.
Sorry, ma'am. Admiral Oppenheimer ordered us to ignore your orders, whatever they were, and take Decker with us immediately to sickbay.
Sickbay?
The next few minutes were a blur to Decker. When he tried to remember them later, he could only see a mishmash of images and a swirl of emotions. From him, from the companion, from the security officers making skin contact with him.
and he would never sort it out for the rest of his life. But one thing he remembered clearly. They strapped him down to a chair in a room, sickbay, he recognized it barely. A man stood over him and plunged a needle into his arm. And then what could only be described as a ripping sensation. And a loss. He felt less, smaller, emptier. And that's when he knew what was happening. They were stripping him of his Valerisi companion. It was like a fading voice, like he'd yelled something in a canyon back on Earth, and he was hearing the last echoes, replaced by an overwhelming silence. The needle pulled out of his arm. His companion was gone. And soon, his consciousness was gone too. 8. Soul Sector, Earth, Omaha, Nebraska. Sally Danforth Veterans Medical Center. He'd just finished the first round of therapy and was laying on the hospital bed recovering before he resumed his work when the call came in. His datapad beeped, the particular sound that indicated someone important was calling with something urgent. He groaned and reached down into his pocket, pulled it out, laid it on his chest, and waved it on. "Tim, you there? I can't see you, just the ceiling. Are you in a hospital?" It was Admiral Oppenheimer's voice. He tilted the handset downward toward his face, still resting it on his chest. "What is it, Christian? Are you in any condition to go out on a little recon mission? Does said recon mission require remembering what I had for breakfast? That bad, huh?" Granger's eyes were closed, but he could imagine the grimace on Oppenheimer's face. He opened his eyes and lifted the handset upright. The other man had at one time been his tactical officer aboard the Constitution for a year or so, and then the Warrior for a few months until the end of the war. And for once he remembered something quite clearly. It was odd what things he remembered clear as glass. He remembered the look of consternation on Lieutenant Oppenheimer's face the day the Dolmasi appeared for the first time over New Dublin, apparently to help the swarm. It was a look of sheer hopelessness. He'd hoped he'd never have to see it again, but the look on Oppenheimer's face now looked similar to how it did that moment 30 years ago. "It's been a rough few weeks, but I think I'm starting to feel a difference already with this new therapy." Granger rotated a shoulder into view of the camera. "See, they did an infusion and everything. I can take the bandage off when I stop bleeding." "You're bleeding?" "I can't remember," he replied. When he saw Oppenheimer's look of consternation, he added, "Joke, Christian." "Ah, well, okay then." The man had never really been known for his sense of humor aboard the Constitution, so that was about as good as he was going to get. "What's up, Christian? You remember the research studies on the swarm before the war? The Second Swarm War? The ones where our exoarchaeologists discovered the concentric circles of destruction around the penumbra system for hundreds of light years around? They found evidence of at least 10 different civilizations that had been snuffed out. Most were pre-spaceflight, but a few weren't. Our science teams have been combing over them again just out of an overabundance of caution, so we can make sure the swarm are really and truly gone." A pause, so Granger prompted, "And they found something?" "Maybe. At a few of the sites they found patterns of destruction that don't quite match anything that we ever saw from the swarm in any of our 3 wars with them." "Interesting. What kinds of patterns?" "Well, at one site they found evidence of almost complete destruction, followed by a period where a much smaller civilization lived, but with different customs and activities, followed by more destruction, this time complete, totally wiped out. That doesn't match the swarm's pattern at all." Granger closed his eyes again. The drugs had given him a slight headache, and even the dim light felt piercing. "Aren't you forgetting Swarm War 1? They attacked us, and then they left. We had no idea why. We found out later it was because the cycle of the penumbra black hole was coming to a close, and they had to wrap things up and wait for another 150 years to try again. The black hole could only serve as a modified Einstein-Rosen-Rao metaspace bridge for a few years at a time, before the orbital dynamics of that star system closed it off. But turns out they only had to wait 75 years thanks to our good friends in the Russian Confederation and their actions in the Korsky sector. But that's neither here nor there. No, Tim, this is different. Look, the Swarm only ever did two things. They either completely enslaved a race like they did with the Valerisi, Dalmasi, and Sciora, and were attempting to do with us, or they completely wiped it out if they determined the civilization would be of no use to them. These civilizations that were almost wiped out were the non-spacefaring ones. Low-tech, just a few minutes of orbital bombardment, and even one of our ships could end them. No reason for the Swarm to keep them around, right? But they did, for hundreds of years, and then they wiped them out. He had a point. Very strange. Okay, what do you think it means? Oppenheimer snorted. That's why I'm sending you out there. Given your long history, I thought maybe you'd see some patterns there that our scientists didn't. Figure out what happened to them. Make sure we've properly assessed the threat. And there is also the chance that this applies to our current problem. The Findiri. The Findiri. It's possible they attacked the colony on Zion's Haven. Other than that, still no sign of them beyond the deep space signals our long-range metaspace detectors picked up weeks ago. But you told us before that the Findiri were very active before the Swarm showed up. I want to know if they were active near Penumbra. Granger sighed. Looks like he'd have to cut his convalescent vacation short. Okay, I'll need a ship. There's one already waiting for you. He opened his eyes again and squinted against the low light. What is it? Oppenheimer grinned. Sorry, Tim, but all I can afford to give you is a hand-me-down. I hope you understand. Every other ship we've got is either on patrol or helping with disaster relief efforts at Britannia or New Dublin or Mao Prime or any other number of worlds the Swarm hit before we took them out. What is it? He repeated. I'm not going on a garbage scow. At least it's Shelby's hand-me-down. Shelby Proctor's hand-me-down. Are you saying you're giving me the Independence? A bit overkill, don't you think? No, not the Independence. Way too big for what you need. You need something small, fast, undetectable, but can still pack a punch should the situation call for it. I'm giving you the Defiance, Tim. You, Commander Rice, and a small select crew of less than 10 will be enough to staff it. Oh. Granger was surprised. You wouldn't have called the Defiance a hand-me-down. It was IDF's state-of-the-art stealth ship. T-jump drive, railguns, PDCs, the works. No infinitely cored computer like the Independence had, which saved them at the final climactic battle against the Swarm, but it definitely wasn't a hand-me-down. Well, thank you, Christian. I've got your crew on it already. I'm sorry, when I say select crew, I mean that they're all fresh-faced recruits. It's all we can manage at the moment, given the circumstances. Bastard. I understand, and I've won wars before with fresh-faced recruits. As long as they know how to run the galley's coffee maker, we'll be good. Oppenheimer gave one of his grim nods. Thank you, Tim. If you could get underway by tomorrow, that'd be great. You'll find all the relevant mission details on the Defiance when you get there. Oppenheimer out. The Fleet Admiral's face disappeared, replaced by the logo of IDF on his handset. He let it fall back on his abdomen. He didn't know what possessed him to do it, but he picked the datapad back up and flipped to his messages. There it was, the one from his lawyer. This time he actually read the subject line. Offer for settlement. Settlement? I thought she refused to settle, he said to himself. He opened the message and skimmed the first paragraph. Right, just as he thought, she'd refused all monetary offers of settlement. He read further to see what she wanted. God damn it, he murmured. A moment later, as if he'd been listening in, Rice poked his head through the door. Doing all right, sir? Need anything? No, thank you, Tim. He waved the datapad off and let it drop to his chest. A look of shock spread over the young man's face. You remembered my name. How could I forget it, son? It's a good one. You never remember my name. He entered the room fully. Maybe that therapy is working already. Tell me, sir, do you remember my rank, my specialty, anything else about me? Granger closed his eyes again.
The headache was dissipating, but the lights still hurt.
You're an admiral. You specialize in ass-hattery, and you're very good at getting me coffee. How'd I do?
Irish or just black? He squinted his eyes open again.
I'm a 13-billion-year-old man with a splitting headache and a boss who wants me to do a book report on the swarm. What the hell do you think?
Irish coffee coming right up, sir. Extra Irish, just like you like. Granger smiled and closed his eyes again. He liked this kid. He hoped his fresh-out-of-diapers crew was just as easy to work with. 9. Sol Sector, Earth, New York City. United Earth Executive Offices Tower. President John Carlos Sepulveda ripped the top piece of paper from the pad on his desk, crumpled it, and threw it in the trash. He'd just sat down. He'd been on his goddamn feet for over 18 hours, trying to save humanity and go down in history as the greatest president in United Earth history. He'd had meeting after mind-bendingly boring staff, National Security Council, and cabinet meetings. 2 executive order signing ceremonies, 1 public, 1 top secret, that would hopefully take his shackles off and let him fight, goddammit. 5 private meetings with senators, lunch with the Veep, dinner with CIDR's President Wen, tea with the Pope, brainstorming strategy with the top IDF commanders, and a 3-hour marathon session with his press shop and speechwriters. He was a tad tired and irritable. And all that was on top of the sudden month-old presidential campaign. He was starting to regret daring Congress to call a new election. And now this? He stood up, fished the crumpled paper out of the trash, read it again, recrumpled it, and threw it again toward the bin. This time he missed, and it bounced off, landing near the chair sitting across from the Resolute desk. And now you can't even shoot. Wonderful. Greatest president indeed. A voice from the doorway startled him. That's what Mrs. Dolworth's 3rd-grade classroom says anyway. First Lady Sepulveda stepped into the UE presidential office and gestured up to the crayon-drawn pictures, all fixed to a poster hanging temporarily nearby on the wall. Each week it was replaced with another poster from another classroom in another school. But this week, Mrs. Dolworth's class from Sunrise Elementary was showering him with over-the-top hyperbolic praises. Best president ever. Our hero. President Butt Kicker. Don't mess with the big S. She walked right up to the poster and pointed. That one's my favorite. They don't stand a chance against our President Sepulveda. The president let out a puff of air in exasperation. They. Those kids don't even know who they are. And what's worse, neither the hell do we. Darling, and you want to know my favorite? He stood up and joined his wife in front of the giant poster. This one. He tapped on an especially pink drawing down near the bottom, half covered by another, no doubt put there by the teacher in that fashion to distract from it. She bent down to read, President S. He's pretty good, even though he's only there 'cause his boss died. She held a hand to her mouth to stifle the snicker. When she noticed his face, she rested a hand on his shoulder. Oh, honey, she's just a kid. But you know what, Claire? It's true. Everyone knows it. No one says it to my face, at least no one here. He swept an arm around the office as if to indicate his entire administration. But it's understood by everyone. I'm only here because the old bastard Quimby died, and I'll never escape that. We spent years, Claire, years laying the groundwork for our run, setting the stage to win the presidency in a landslide, making the right friends and crossing the right people and kissing just the right asses. We were going to have such a legacy, Claire. And instead, this. 3rd grader Susie Tompkins saying, President S, he's pretty good. Darling, I get Arjun in here. We've got a problem. She paused, seemingly forgetting what she was trying to say. What is it? You'll see. He motioned with his head toward the door. Get him in here. The First Lady left through the door leading to the hallway that housed various staff member offices, including his Chief of Staff, Arjun Sukarno, and moments later returned with a diminutive, weaselly-looking middle-aged man with a mustache, comb-over, and gold-rimmed glasses. His chief of staff looked like a middle manager at an Indonesian ground car insurance company, but that was part of his superpower. Everyone looked past him, or dismissed him, or underestimated him, never realizing they were ignoring the guy that was pulling half the strings in New York and Britannia. God rest the planet's soul. Mr. President? Sit down, Jun. Before the man could even take a step toward the chair at the desk, Sepulveda asked, "How many people have access to this office?" Sukarno considered a moment before answering, "Maybe 30 or so, counting Secret Service and cleaning staff, maybe another 20, give or take." "Why?" "Effective immediately, no one in or out unless it's you, her," indicating his wife, "Sue, Maxwell, and Chakrabarti. That's it. We'll expand the list later as we run through some additional background checks and ask some pointed questions, but for now we've got to tighten security." "Okay," said Sukarno. "Easy enough, Secret Service. If you can't trust them, who else can you trust?" Sepulveda considered for a moment. "Just Danforth," he said. He was pretty confident he could trust the SAIC, the lead Secret Service officer in charge of the presidential offices. "If other officers are here, he needs to be here too. Otherwise, they can all guard me just as well by standing outside." "Okay," repeated Sukarno. "And now the obvious question. Why, yeah, we'll get to that. But first, a question for you, Arjun." He finally sat down, motioning to his wife to grab a chair from near the wall and join them at the desk. "How many people survived Britannia?" Sukarno's eyebrows raised up a hair. "Survived Britannia? Sir, scientists say the surface temperature reached over 50,000 degrees as it broke apart. So, 0, then." "0, sir." "Ships in orbit?" "Sir?" "How many ships in orbit survived?" "Civilian? Just a handful. The ones that had Q-jump coordinates already entered in or were far enough away to get them calculated. And we know exactly which ships, do we not? We know every person, dog, rat, and flea that made it off that planet, sir." Sepulveda stroked his chin, lost in thought. It was a mystery, to be sure. In fact, could they be sure? A planet with billions of people, with perhaps thousands of ships in orbit? His administration and the military knew exactly which ones made it off in time, during all that chaos? "I suppose you're worried someone made it off alive, holds you personally responsible for what happened, and is now out to get you?" Sepulveda could hear in the man's tone that he was joking. But Sepulveda was not joking. "Arjun, tell me about the last days of the final Avery administration. It was chaos, wasn't it?" Sukarno looked genuinely surprised by the change of subject, but went along with it. "I was just a junior-level staffer at State, so I don't know all the nitty-gritty, but yeah, she just up and resigned with a month on the clock and basically disappeared for a year. Every department was in the dark about it, only finding out from the news. Shit show for a few weeks. Then she put out that press release saying not to worry, everything was fine, she just finally needed a good long vacation. Showed a video of her drinking a margarita on a beach on Britannia. And then a few weeks later, the new administration was in, and that was that." Sepulveda shook his head. No. See, there's a huge problem there. The woman was legendary for her micromanagement of the entire executive branch. She had secret program after secret program, code words upon ciphers upon quantum crypto programs. She had cloak and dagger, always dueling with Malakov, the Russian Confederation president. I mean, the woman lived and breathed the imperial presidency. It was her life. She was a legend. And then she just gives it up to lay on a goddamned beach? It was rather unexpected, yes, sir. Although, to your point, she did maintain a lot of her influence and pulled an ungodly number of strings into late life, even as recently as the week before the Britannia disaster, if my sources are right. Sepulveda tapped his fingers on the desk in nervous expectation, as if expecting someone to burst through the door at any moment and start shooting. She survived not one, not two, but 3 separate assassination attempts. Sir, is that what this is about? I assure you no, Arjun. That is in fact not what this is about. If they kill me, they kill me. What this is about... He stood up and walked to the poster and pointed at the word they. Is that everyone
is scared to death that they are coming. The Findiri, some mysterious and all-powerful enemy, are practically at our doorstep. An enemy we've neither seen directly nor communicated with, nor had even the slightest contact with, save for just a few dozen minutes at the first Battle of Penumbra when they briefly joined and fought the swarm back into that black hole and then left just as suddenly. Or maybe they were destroyed by the swarm, no one knows. And as far as we could tell, it was just 2 ships. Hell, we're not even sure they were Findiri. They didn't exactly announce themselves. The military is 100% convinced they're on their way. Yeah, I know what Oppenheimer says, what Granger says. I've seen the reports. I know about that kid they found in the wreckage of Zion's Haven, and it's got the entire planet in an uproar. And that's all on top of the Britannia disaster. Billions of people dead, tens of millions left without a home, and countless people grieving lost loved ones. So on the heels of one disaster, another one is maybe coming that everyone is losing their shit over, understandably, interjected Sicardo. The swarm nearly destroyed us. 3 times now in the last 100 years. It's understandable that people are a little on edge. Add to that 2 new alien races, 2, that decide now is the best time to show up. We've got the Dalmasi, just practically had a war with them, and our diplomats say they're not quite convinced we're at peace yet. We've got the Sciora, who claim to have found their homeworld and are barricading themselves in the system, telling everyone to fuck off under pain of death. We've got the all-powerful Valerisi, newly liquefied after Oppenheimer evicted them from the bodies of IDF personnel, all swishing around in some giant pool at a top-secret IDF research lab. And to top it off, we've got a dead starship captain that half of humanity practically worships returning from the grave with portents of doom. Except he's senile and can't remember the details of said portents, never mind what he had for lunch today. Sicardo nodded, slowly. All of which are known problems with straightforward, if not difficult, solutions, sir. First Lady Sepulveda leaned in. Darling, where are you going with this? I'm just saying. I'm dealing with more shit than any United Earth president has ever had to deal with, and I'm doing it all while half of the nation thinks I'm illegitimate. He glowered at them. He took a deep breath, his temper partially sated. But even that's not the point. The point is this. That's a lot of shit to be dealing with, yes? And now, we add this. He looked down at the floor. They both looked at him expectantly. What? He motioned to the floor, toward the crumpled-up piece of paper near Sicardo's chair. The Chief of Staff pushed his glasses further up his nose, leaned over, picked it up, uncrumpled it, and silently read. Read it out loud, said Sepulveda. I found it on my desk when I walked in 5 minutes ago. Sicardo's eyebrows practically popped off the man's forehead as he read aloud, President Avery is alive. He looked up at the president, continuing. And she wants what's hers. 10. Sol Sector, ISS Defiance, Bridge. Granger's new crew was not easy to work with. Oppenheimer wasn't kidding when he said they were all fresh recruits. At least they'd all been to a few years at the various IDF academies around United Earth. But since the sudden disastrous war 2 months ago, every cadet above 2nd year was automatically graduated, granted the rank of ensign, and sent off to their posts. The attrition rate in the short war had been so high that it was the only thing they could do to keep the fleet staffed.
Ensign Nagan, for the 5th time today, I'm asking you to not do that. If I have to ask again, you're on floor scrubbing duty down in the galley, said Granger, eyeing the young man at navigation with distaste. Sir, am I doing something wrong? He said, or squeaked. His voice was higher than many women he'd dated decades ago. You're bouncing your boot heels on the deck. It's distracting. You know what happens when any of your bridge crewmates gets distracted during a battle? They get replaced, sir? They get dead, Ensign, along with the rest of us. No distractions. He nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I'll try harder. And how many T-jumps into the Kiev sector? The kid glanced all over his console, left, right, up,
down, searching, eyes darting, trying to find the right number. Good Lord, it was a wonder they hadn't all jumped into the middle of a star by now. Lieutenant Commander Rice saved him. He walked by the nav station, heading toward tactical, and paused to point to the correct indicator on Negan's console.
6 more, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Negan. And Mr. Rice.
On his way to tactical, Rice paused by Granger's chair and bent low. Sir, request permission to run some training drills when you're off duty tonight. I think these kids could use it, like to actually learn how to use their consoles. Might come in handy in a war or something.
Granted. Don't they teach this crap at the academy anymore? Is it all on-the-job training?
Well, generally they break out into specializations in their 3rd year and learn specific technologies on a starship's bridge. But these kids never had the chance. The Admiral wasn't kidding when he said they're all fresh-faced recruits. Kids. The kid was calling the other bridge crew members kids.
How old are you, Commander?
31, sir. A kid. Well, technically, compared to him, a 90-year-old was still a sperm caught in the act of burrowing into an egg.
Oh,
he said politely.
Carry on.
He pointed his chin back at the tactical station, and Rice retreated, checking in with the ensign on duty there, cleaning up whatever havoc she was causing with the ship's stealth computer and weapons systems. At least she was a 4th-year cadet and had some experience around a bridge. Trusting Rice to maintain some modicum of professionalism among his bridge crew, he leaned back, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. The reason Oppenheimer had chosen him to go out, really, wasn't because he wanted a detailed scientific analysis of the downfall of an alien civilization. It was because he thought maybe Granger would remember something. He'd never been to any of these sectors around the Penumbra system before, at least not in his regular human lifetime before the war. But maybe he'd been here in his other life, his 13-billion-year-long life that only ended a few months ago. Had he been there before? Did he witness these events? Did he influence them? Did he cause them? The flashing image of an exploding ISS Chesapeake made him shudder. It had been so long since he'd been human that he hadn't even realized what he was doing. He was heading toward Earth in his bodiless state, controlling the ship that used to be the ISS Victory from deep within its memory bank, struggling to remember what it was like to be human when he encountered the Chesapeake. And he destroyed it. It was opposing his triumphal return to save Earth, so he destroyed it. He was just neutralizing a threat, an obstacle to overcome in his salvation of humanity. What were a few broken eggs? Eggs again. For some reason, the image conjured vague, misty memories. Eggs. Why eggs? Chicken eggs? But it was uncanny. He felt something familiar about this region of space. Something happened here long ago, and it involved eggs. Good Lord, this memory thing's a bitch. He opened his eyes.
Ensign, what's our exact position in space?
Negan glanced down at his console, searching again. This time, thankfully, it didn't take long.
With Earth as the origin, we're 782.6 light-years away at an angle with respect to the galactic center of...
No, not like that.
He thumped his armrest.
Sir, I thought I did that right. Finally.
No, Ensign, you did fine. What I meant was, I need to know where we are, but in a way that I'll recognize from before. Hold on, let me think.
He closed his eyes again, trying, struggling to remember how it was that he even came here in the first place. It was a long time ago, he felt that in his bones, but he came from very far away. Millions of light years away, from several galaxies over. Andromeda? Large Magellanic Cloud? No, farther. Wherever he'd been, he came here from far outside the galaxy. He remembered entering it, passing the wispy clouds of stars at the outer fringes of the galactic halo and traveling inward toward the Perseus arm from galactic north. Yes, he remembered looking down on the plane of the Milky Way. His human eyes would have seen only a nondescript fuzzy cloud in the utter blackness of intergalactic space, but his modified, non-human eyes saw a brilliant rainbow of colors. Bold hydrogen alpha reds and oxygen 3 greens and helium 1 oranges and lustrous blue Rayleigh scattering from the seas of interstellar dust. It would have been beautiful if he could only remember.
Repeat the coordinates, but this time reference them from a frame where the origin is a point directly north of the galactic center, about 100,000 light years. Put Earth at 0 degrees angle from the center.
Ensign Nagin looked highly confused. He had difficulty masking his facial expressions, it seemed. One eye opened wide, the other squinted. His eyebrows mirrored the effect.
Yes, sir. I'll see what I can do.
He jabbed at a few buttons on the console, and nearly a minute later did a small fist bump of victory in the air in front of him, where he probably thought Granger wouldn't see.
Done, sir.
Show me, on screen.
Nagin motioned the image on his console up to the view screen and transferred control over to Granger.
Still not quite the same, but it'll do.
Captain Granger motioned with both hands, rotating the galaxy, shifting it closer, zooming them in on the Perseus arm. Closer and closer to the region of space they were in. Earth and the rest of UE space fell out of the frame on the left, and soon all they could see on the screen was a smattering of stars in no recognizable pattern. Nothing stood out to him. It was a cloud of stars like any other.
Sir?
Ensign, show me all blue hypergiant stars. Highlight them in blue.
Aye, sir.
A few taps on the console, and a dozen or so stars shifted from white to blue.
Still not quite.
He closed his eyes, struggling to remember. Desperate. It was like a phrase was on the tip of his tongue, or like he'd seen a vaguely familiar face in a large crowd and was on the verge of remembering a name he'd learned decades ago.
Okay, highlight all natural metaspace sources.
More taps on the console. Soon 3 stars shifted from white to bright pink. One of them, the Penumbra black hole, was the largest. The other 2...
What are those, Ensign?
Nagin ran through a few menus and read them off.
The one on the left is a 3 solar mass black hole, a trinary system in the Poincare sector. Its companions are 2 white dwarfs. The one down below is a 55 solar mass black hole in the Blanchard Sigma Delta system, a binary with a white dwarf.
Suddenly, the image set off a flurry of memories. He'd seen this before. Nearly this exact same representation of the star field. On his own ship, the remains of the ISS Victory, fused with various heavy metal asteroids, and upgraded with technology he'd developed over millions of years with help from the Valerisi.
Okay, set T-jump coordinates to the 3 solar mass black hole, the trinary system.
Aye, sir.
Nagin entered the coordinates, and a few minutes later, they were there.
On screen.
An image of the white star popped up. It was an egg. Or rather, its shape was distorted along one axis, producing an uncanny egg-like shape.
It's locked in a close orbit with the black hole, sir. Must be what's producing that shape. And this pair is in an orbit with the 3rd companion about 5 billion kilometers away.
His eyes strained to see any indication of the black hole, but at this distance, a 3 solar mass black hole would only produce a light shadow far too small to see.
Planets? Anything habitable?
Yes, sir. 2nd planet, M-class. Oceans, oxygen, nitrogen, atmosphere, and significant biomass, sir.
Now they were getting somewhere.
Take us there, Ensign. Q-jump to high orbit.
Another minute, and they were orbiting slowly, high over the green, blue, and brown planet below. Ice tinged the poles, white clouds swirled over the tropics. It looked strikingly Earth-like. And that continent... My God.
Zoom in on that southern continent, Ensign.
The image shifted to reveal a large island about the size of Borneo on Earth. But it was an almost perfectly formed X.
Wow, ain't that damn peculiar,
said Granger.
X marks the spot?
Lieutenant Commander Rice had approached him from behind.
You think it's unnatural, sir? I don't know what can shape continents other than tectonic plate movement, but damn if that doesn't look a tad unnatural, son.
He stepped closer to the screen.
Ensign, zoom in. Do a topographical analysis of the coastline. Tell me just how straight and precise that thing is.
Nagin looked like a deer in the headlights.
My apologies, Mr. Nagin. That would be a task better suited to the science officer.
He turned to the ensign near the rear wall at the science station.
Ensign, Platt?
Yes, sir,
she replied a little too enthusiastically.
What I told him, do that.
Aye, sir.
Still too enthusiastic. You'd have to have a word with Rice about it. That would get annoying fast. A minute later, she made a report.
Topographic analysis reveals that the elevation within 5 kilometers of the coast around the entire continent only varies by a meter or less at a maximum height of 52 meters. The variation in the linearity of the coast only varies by half a kilometer or so, and those variations line up with what look like the main continental shelf plates below.
Continental plates? Are you saying the core is active? Volcanism?
Yes, sir.
And yet with active continental plates, we still have this island. An island that, even if it were formed into the shape of an X eons ago, would surely have contorted and drifted into some other shape by now.
Unless it was some random shape to begin with millions of years ago, and the plate tectonics pushed it into this configuration, Commander Rice offered. On its own, and we're just lucky enough to see it like this? Granger eyed him skeptically.
So, what I'm hearing is that continent is not natural. Do you concur, Ensign Platt?
He said.
Yes, sir. I concur, sir.
Oh, my God. He'd have to have that chat with Rice sooner rather than later.
And, sir?
Said Ensign Nagin.
I'm seeing some ruins right in the center of that continent. They look to be quite old. Lots of it is buried.
That planet, those stars, this continent, so familiar. And the ruins. He was beginning to feel he'd spent a fair amount of time here. Hundreds, no, thousands of years. Studying, calculating, planning, shaping.
Okay. And to tell you all the truth, I think I knew that already. I think... Well, how to put this?
He stroked his chin stubble.
Ah, hell. I think I helped make this damn thing.
11. Savannah Sector, Nova Nairobi, High Orbit. ISS Independence, Bridge. Proctor didn't even wait for him to speak when his face appeared in front of her.
Christian Xavier fucking Oppenheimer, you have some explaining to do. When I was head of IDF, I promoted you. I trusted you. I looked past your failings and gave you second and third chances, and now this? Going behind my back and sending your goons to extract Decker's Valerisi companion out of him? Let me tell you, Christian, I may never have had children or grandchildren or great-grandchildren for that matter, but if my nephew or his kids had ever treated me with such disrespect, let's just say you're not too old to spank, Admiral.
Oppenheimer's CGI face performed something between a frown and a smirk, and it was so uncanny and off-putting she waved the projection off, preferring only to hear his contemptible voice.
Oh, that's rich, Shelby. Look past my failings? Going behind your back? Who the hell do you think you are? I'm your commanding officer, and I go around whatever back I please. Especially the back of some washed-up former IDF brass who thinks she still runs things.
She wanted to wave the CGI image back on and punch her fist through its holographic face. Instead, she steeled her jaw and stared straight ahead, knowing full well he could still see her CGI image. She'd give him no raw emotion to twist to his advantage.
I'll remind you that you came to me, practically begging me to come back.
I don't need to be here, Christian. I was very happily retired. My old classroom is currently a floating molten cloud, but I'm sure I could get into any university on Earth I wanted to. If you want me here, you treat me with the respect I deserve. I will not ask you again.
To tell the truth, Shelby, I don't want you here. I tried to let you go, but the chiefs of staff overrode me. Can't afford to lose any experienced commanders, they said. I tried to appeal, went straight to Sepulveda. He overrode me too, but for entirely different reasons. Seems he wants to be seen on the side of the companions of the hero of Earth. Doesn't want to piss off the Grangerites and lose the election, so apparently I'm stuck with you. But don't forget, Shelby, I'm in charge, and I call the shots. Period. If you have a problem with that, then I have no problem assigning an entire detail of IDF security to the Independents to watch your every move and require signatures by me in triplicate if you so much as want to chew gum. Contempt was dripping from his voice, especially when he referred to her nickname. She breathed deep, forcing calm over herself.
Christian, listen to me. We have the same goals, the same ideals. We're on the same side, goddammit. Just keep me in the loop.
Fair. And I'll say the same. Keep me in the loop. He paused, and she wondered if he was being sincere or not. For God's sake, Shelby, keeping a Valerisi on board? She let a few moments of silence fall before she spoke.
Decker is in a coma.
He didn't miss a beat. Sorry to hear it, but maybe next time don't go behind my back.
Fine.
Apparently he wasn't too concerned about Ensign Decker. Par for the course for Oppenheimer. One thing he was good at was compartmentalizing his human feelings of compassion and concern for individual people, separating them from his duties as an IDF officer and whatever he considered the mission. She knew he wasn't a cold-hearted bastard, not deep down, but he could sure come off that way. She needed to change the subject. Neither of them were going to make much headway talking about who was more stubborn.
Christian, I need Tim. The Eru won't stop asking for him.
Well, that's their problem, isn't it? He apparently wasn't going to take the belligerents down a notch.
We may need them in the days ahead. They're formidable, Christian. At least as formidable as the Dolmasi. If we can get them on our side, that's one more tool in our arsenal to defend against the Findiri. Zion's Haven, Christian. Don't forget about Zion's Haven. The Findiri are here. It's only a matter of time before they home in on the right system. Maybe they don't know where Earth is yet, but our time is short. We need allies.
Aliens. As allies? Seriously, Shelby? Trusting aliens to help us against aliens? Don't you see how ludicrous that is?
It didn't seem so ludicrous at Penumbra,
she replied coolly.
Human, Dolmasi, Sciora, and Valerisi all united, that's what it took to destroy the Swarm.
We wouldn't have had the Swarm to deal with if it hadn't been for the Valerisi, he replied, just as coolly.
That's not true, and you know.
No. Let me tell you, Shelby, if by some wild twist of fate it had turned out that the Swarm was just humans in disguise, and the Findiri were breathing down our necks, I'd side with the Swarm in a heartbeat to take those blasted aliens out. We may bicker among ourselves, Shelby, but ultimately all humans are family. Aliens? We can't just blindly put our faith in them and expect them to have our interests at heart. The Eru? What motivates them? What's their mission? What are their fears? What are their weaknesses? Do they even value the things we value? Peace, prosperity, kin? Clearly the Dolmasi don't, which is why we keep them at arm's length. She knew, since her days as captain, that he felt this way about aliens, but it was still striking to hear him say it out loud. And unfortunately, he was not alone. Billions felt the same as him. Billions were motivated by fear rather than hope and trust and peace.
Fine, Christian, I'm not going to argue xenosociology with you, but I need Tim. If talking to the Eru will jog his memory and let him remember something more about how to stop the Findiri, then we need him here.
Well, that's going to be difficult, Shelby.
Why?
A sigh. Because the whereabouts of Captain Granger are currently unclear.
What?
I sent him out on that mission to investigate the alien ruins in the Kiev sector, but he didn't go there. He went somewhere else, and he's been radio silent since. She held her head in her hands.
Shelby?
Christian? You know how I could have found him? It would have been easy. Decker could have located him had you not barbarically...
And you see that as a good thing? He interrupted. These amazing abilities the Valerisi have, sure, they're great, they're useful, they're very helpful to us. But what happens when the day comes that those abilities are used against us? You know why I pulled the trigger and had the Valerisi stripped from Decker? Because of that tactile ability he said they've restored. I'd hoped that keeping them all contained in that vat on Kyoto 3 would perhaps stifle or slow their ability to progress and relearn all they once knew, but apparently not. What happens when they relearn how to spread from person to person through touch alone, Shelby? Like a virus? They could spread throughout IDF and United Earth in a matter of weeks, and bam! Just like that, we're no better off than if the Swarm had won. She was done. He wouldn't see reason. And what irked her the most was that, yes, from his point of view, he was right. But she felt them. When she had it with her, she knew her companion intimately. Nothing was hidden, nothing held back. It was a being of light, with no guile, no hidden ulterior motives. Oppenheimer never experienced that, so it made sense he was so suspect. Nothing was hidden, except for the fact that her companion had simply disappeared before Oppenheimer's goons could suck it out of her. That was worrying.
Very well, Christian. We'll resume our translation and diplomacy mission with the Eru. Please step on the gas a little with assembling that translation team. There's only so much we can do on our own. Proctor out.
She waved the transmission off before he could respond. They needed to understand the Eru. Fast. Time was running out. There was only one Hail Mary that had any chance of working. She waved the privacy screen off that was shimmering around her, and the bridge snapped back into place from the fuzzy shadows it had been.
Ensign Simpono, send a message to Captain Whitehorse on the Vols. I need Commander QWERTY here immediately. I understand she can't just hop on over here, so...
She glanced at her tactical readout for IDF as a whole, zooming in on the Savannah sector, the adjacent Britannia sector, the nearby Veracruz sector, where the Vols was working with the Atharans. Ah, that would do nicely.
Tell her the ISS Dirac will stop by shortly to pick him up and deliver him to us. Also, tell her the Crimson Phoenix will also be arriving shortly to pick up her fiancé. I think my nephew and Ms. Liu should be able to track down our missing captain, and I want Civic and his squad with them when they do, in case there's trouble.
She drummed her fingers a bit.
And then get me on metaspace with the Dirac. I'll need to ask Reyna face-to-face if she can interrupt her mission for a few hours and be my taxi driver. One thing I've learned, you don't get in between that lady and her pet science project.
12. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. ISS Tyler S. Vols, Backwash Pub. You just want to get rid of me so Shin Wentworth will stop breathing down your neck, said Civic. You going to tell me why I'm leaving yet? He finished off his beer and slid the mug over to the fighter pilot who was putting in a shift as the bartender.
I'm going to have to cut you off, Commander,
said the pilot. Wad, I'm not a commander here. My rank insignia is over there in the peanut bowl, remember? He pointed at the corner of the counter where both his and Captain Whitehorse's rank insignias lay in a pile with several others, mixed with some salted peanuts. Drinking was officially against regulations on IDF starships, but it was unwritten tradition that the fighter pilots always maintained an underground pub, and that every officer literally checks their rank at the door.
I prefer the full call sign. Jerk Wad, thank you very much.
The pilot mocked a miffed-looking, pained expression.
It loses the crass when it's just Wad. Gotta have the crass, man. Spit Wad would be more appropriate,
suggested Whitehorse. They both looked at her askance. Ma'am, with all due respect, began Wad, appropriateness is the last thing on my mind when I'm doing the dance.
The dance?
She sipped her Manhattan.
Do tell.
The dance. The energy, the firepower, the intensity, the life and death, birds flying around each other, giving and taking until one makes a single misstep. And the partners switch up, one for another bird and the other for death herself. The dance gives me life out there, and I'm not fucking it up by having my comps call me. He pronounced the name with a look of disgust. Spitwad.
Wow. Is he always like this?
She asked Civic, thumbing at the pilot. Wad likes drama, what can I say? Civic reached out and tapped the mug. Fill it. Look, bad shit. I take the dance seriously, and I take my hospitality services seriously. You've had two. You're done. He attempted to stare Civic down, and Ethan wondered if the man was going to start squirming. Instead, he added, Sir. Fine. He turned back to Whitehorse.
You didn't answer me.
She finished off her Manhattan.
You didn't give me the chance. Shin Wentworth is harmless. Mousy and obsessed with rules and regulations and his own brain, but his heart's in the right place. And bonus, with you gone, he'll be able to focus more on his science mission of understanding the Chentana 3 crust physics. But the more important question is...
She glanced up at Wad, who was still hovering. A quick jut of her chin told him to scram. When he left to attend another officer at the bar, she lowered her voice.
That Itharan message. Huge, Ethan. Think about it. Granger apparently helped these aliens escape from the swarm who knows how many thousands of years ago, and somehow they keep alive a message from him in their oral traditions, passed down through the ages, and managed to get it to just the right people to ensure it gets back to Granger? That's wild. And the message itself, it's only the prologue, as Klologish calls it. And just the prologue is dripping with information that could prove vital.
Such as?
Well, first off, the fact that Granger was here, helping them. Who knows what technology he gave them as he helped them carve out their living space underneath that planet's crust? That crust is the reason we were stuck with Shin Wentworth in the first place. The fact that it's tech that Granger gave them? Remember the Granger moons? Remember Titan? If this tech is related to that tech, well, then the security implications are enormous.
I'll say.
Second, the part of the message where he says that some of the weapons he created to stop the swarm got perverted or corrupted? Not just weapons, but races. People.
Civic shrugged. We knew that part. I mean, the Fendiri themselves are just that, right? Didn't he supposedly create them to stop the swarm? And now they're breathing down our necks.
Yes, but his message suggests a motivation. It's the first concrete thing we know about them now. How did he put it? Remake all good things to its own ends and take back what was withheld from them? What does that mean?
No idea, Jerusha.
And the fact that he knew he was going to be losing a huge part of himself in the future. Why? What stakes, what benefit would have caused him to go through with that? I assume it's the process of reassuming a mortal body, but why? He could have come back to us as cosmic, technologically advanced Jesus Granger, but instead, he chose to come back to us all broken and old and belonging in a nursing home. Why? The message seems to suggest it was all part of a plan.
Civic stroked the stubble on his chin. Fighter patrol duty for the Ballsy had been quite lax for the duration of their current mission, as the Itharans appeared to be nothing but eminently peaceful, even bordering on hedonistic. Training his pilots had been his main activity, and given that half of them were brand spanking new, he was swamped with work. Time for non-essential activities like a daily shave was a thing of the past. He yearned for the days when his lapses in hygiene were from saving civilization and not babysitting recruits. Again, no idea. But yeah, it sounds fishy. Worth taking to higher-ups for sure. But why not Fleet Command? Why not Oppenheimer?
Don't tell me you trust Oppenheimer.
Well, he is the Fleet Admiral of IDF. He's not my best buddy, but he is in charge. Whitehorse shook her head.
No, not with this, not yet. There's something about him that just, I don't know, gives me pause. I know he and Proctor have since made up and buried the hatchet, but remember how he tried to hunt her down? Rumor has it that he may even have been part of that assassination plot on board the Defiance. If it weren't for Fiona Liu, she might be dead right now.
He motioned to Wad and pointed at Whitehorse, indicating he'd bring another Manhattan. Okay, then let's tell Proctor. She nodded.
Already did. Well, I told her about the Itharans having a message for Granger and that I wanted to get it delivered to him personally. She agreed. Didn't want whatever it is going out on the airwaves for unwelcome ears to hear. Plus, I had to ask her where he is.
Where is he?
Oppenheimer sent him out on a, quote, getting your sea legs back mission. Just something basic to get him thinking again, get him in the command chair, on a mission of, shall we say, less than critical importance. Sent him out to investigate old extinct alien civilizations muffed out by the swarm, hoping it'll jog his memory.
And? Which system? Civic intercepted the Manhattan that Wad delivered and took a sip before Whitehorse snatched it away, spilling half of what was left.
Thanks, asshole.
She downed the remaining quarter.
That's the thing. He's gone off course. Hasn't checked in yet. Proctor doesn't know exactly where he is. Neither does Oppenheimer, for that matter.
Wait, you're saying Granger has disappeared? The 13-billion-year-old man who brought back 12 planet-destroying Granger moons with him and helped permanently defeat the swarm and is the key to defeating the Findiri and Quiasi has disappeared.
I wouldn't use the word disappeared yet. He's only been gone a few hours. But the upshot is that Proctor and the top brass like to know his whereabouts at all times, and she currently doesn't know exactly where he is. And she's pissed, as you can imagine. Him running off like that in his condition, in the state we're all in? That's the second of 3 birds my stone of a fiancé is going to be hitting. Hide and seek with the geriatric.
Civic snorted. And how exactly am I going to be finding Granger?
Well, you weren't exactly going to be Q-jumping out there in your fighters.
Fighters, plural?
You're taking your squadron. Proctor wants more firepower following the old man around, and we can't spare the ballsy for a measly fighter transfer. So she called an old friend who should be able to help you track him down pretty quick-like. In fact,
she pulled out her comm device.
Bridge, has the Crimson Phoenix arrived yet? Just a few minutes ago, Captain. Shall I send Mr. Proctor and Ms. Liu down there when they board?
Said the comm officer.
Negative. We'll meet them in the shuttle bay. Whitehorse out.
She stood up and motioned to the door, plucking her rank insignia out of the peanut bowl on her way out. He followed close behind, fiddling with his own rank insignia and wings, standard for every fighter pilot, except his were gold as the CAG. Second of 3 birds? She nodded, and then stopped and pulled him in close after a glance down the hallway.
Yes, dear. Bird 3, you're disintegrating before my eyes. Have you seen yourself recently? You were made for adrenaline and high-stakes action, not training a bunch of kids to fly. Yeah, I gotta get you out of here before my young, virile fiancé becomes a pencil-pushing schoolmarm.
By having me hitch a ride with Danny Proctor and Fiona Liu to chase a stray old man?
They've both kept their Valerisi companions, to the chagrin of Oppenheimer. But they're not IDF, so not much he can do about it. And Danny has found an investor willing to finance his shipping operation, so he's got a fancy new gunship moonlighting as a cargo carrier. They should be able to track him down through the proto-ligature without much trouble.
Shipping? Didn't he used to haul ice asteroids around? What's his new cargo?
You'll have to ask him,
said Whitehorse.
Oh, and speaking of outrageously overpriced taxi services, I need to talk to QWERTY. Reyna's picking him up in the Dirac and taking him over to Proctor so he can help figure out the Eru.
Whoa. She's interrupting Reyna's science mission to play delivery girl?
Auntie Reyna is not going to be happy.
Whitehorse nodded and added,
And neither will Ace. She's going to be pissed the Admiral is stealing her fiancé.
13. Britannia Sector. Orbit of Britannia Debris Cloud. ISS Dirac. Bridge. Captain Reyna Scott wrapped a hydro wrench on the engine core. Not too hard, but just hard enough to make her point.
You hear that, dearie? The engineer doesn't think I know you better than I know my own fuzzy navel. You and I know better.
Ma'am? The Dirac's chief engineer held his hands behind his back in what looked to Captain Scott to be an awkward pose. Why didn't people just get it. Her mechanical friends always get it. They understood her. And she them. People? Good fucking grief. She addressed the engine core.
Dearie, please tell the engineer man that coolant regeneration cycles can be run in series across different lines, and that you can stay active the whole time on partial coolant pressure. You know it. I know it. I mean, I wrote the goddamn book on it.
Book?
Shh.
She turned momentarily to the engineer, but with her eyes still locked on the engine core.
Figurative book, dearie. The IDF safety regulators didn't agree with yours truly, but yours truly knows your butt better than those wanks. Tell the engineer.
She reached down to pat the engine core on the head.
Yes, I'm sorry you have to deal with him. I know he's thick, dense. Couldn't tell a polaron field from a Higgs field if it bit him in his quantum dick. Ma'am, I must strenuously object. It's simultaneously hard and soft until you measure it, which he probably does often, hoping against hope to see something different than last time. But then the wave function collapses to something a little flaccid. Anyway, as you were. Literally. I want you as you were. Operational, like you were this morning. We've got a mission from Shelby, and I don't want to be late.
And with that, she gave a final rap on the core and spun around to hightail it out of there. Being in engineering was bittersweet. It was her home, where she felt most comfortable. But now her place was the bridge. The cold, empty, drab, boring bridge. But Shelby had begged her, and she could never turn down Shelby. Good old Shelby. Admiral these days, she supposed, but always Shelby.
Bridge to Captain Scott. What do you want now?
She replied impatiently to the air as she entered the elevator pod.
We've arrived at Nova Nairobi. The Independence is in orbit and the alien ships.
Wow, it's big, just like Admiral Proctor said.
Shelby says a lot of things, and they turn out to be 100% true 98% of the time.
She silently bristled as she said the last part, remembering how Shelby had promised her she could keep her Valerisi companion. But that dratted Oppenheimer had stripped her of it anyway. Sucked the Valerisi juice right out of her and dumped it into that goddamn vat.
Did you hail them yet?
Lieutenant Cordy is doing that now, ma'am.
Well, tell Mr. Lieutenant QWERTY to just head on over so we can get back to our survey.
The debris cloud of Titan wasn't going to study itself, for heaven's sake.
Aye, ma'am. Just one eye.
A pause on the other end of the comm. Ma'am?
Just one eye. You used two. Just one is enough. It's a waste of syllables. Hell, just say yes or okay and be done with it. K will do in a pinch. Conservation of syllables. It's Newton's fourth law. Look it up.
Oh. Okay.
Rain it out.
She punched the comm button close on the elevator wall, and not a second later the lift stopped and the doors opened to reveal the bridge and Commander Simmons in the command chair, who glanced over at her with a start. Captain, that was quick.
I'm full of surprises, dearie.
Captain Scott took the man's place in her command chair, and he retreated to the XO station.
Lieutenant QWERTY, you ready?
Just about, ma'am. Running through some final numbers from your last scans of Titan's debris cloud.
You're my taxi passenger. Why are you taking the science department's job?
QWERTY glanced up as if surprised. My specialty is finding and recognizing patterns, ma'am. He tipped the brim of an imaginary hat. The twang in his words sounded Texan, or something. Captain Scott had never lived on either Earth nor Nuevo Laredo.
Well, recognize the patterns over on the Independence. Shelby wants you over there to help them with something. Linguistic, new alien language, hexadecimal something. Right up your alley.
QWERTY flicked off his screen on the comms console and started to stand up. Yes, ma'am. On my way.
Wait. What did you find in the debris cloud? Something the science teams missed on the first scans.
QWERTY shrugged. Well, hard to be sure. I was studying the spectroscopic signatures of certain portions of the cloud that were, well, anomalous. Your science teams chalked it up to interaction with expelled debris from Britannia's ocean, but the thing is, well, the oxygen isotopics are slightly off.
Off? What the hell does that mean?
Captain Scott had been studying her command console while talking, as she usually did, but at that she finally looked up at him. Well, just that the ratios of oxygen 16, 17, and 18, the three stable ones, don't quite match the ratios that were present in Britannia's ocean before it vaporized.
Yes. I thought we knew that already. Didn't the science team reason that it was from mixing with the isotopic ratios of oxygen from Titan itself?
Well, maybe, but maybe not. You see, it's a simple linear equation problem with 3 variables from 3 sources. Titan, Britannia, and the wreckage of the swarm ship that blew up. Except when I make that assumption and try to model the isotopic distribution we're actually measuring, it's underdetermined. And it's like we need a 4th source of oxygen to supply the ratios we're seeing. Reyna glanced back down at her console and fiddled with a few screens.
Huh. Interesting. Well, Lieutenant, thank you for your insight. I'll take it from there. Off to the Independence with you.
Yes, ma'am, he replied, with the ma'am drawn out into 3 syllables. The bridge doors closed behind him.
Helmsman, as soon as our shuttle gets back from Independence, get us the hell back to Britannia. Aye, ma'am.
The XO caught the helmsman's eye just as he finished with the second eye and subtly shook his head, eyes slightly widened.
I mean... Okay.
Reyna smiled broadly, still looking at her console.
Thank you, helmsman.
The XO had approached her chair. Ma'am, what do you think it means? Seems pretty left field. A major capital M distraction, if you ask me. We're supposed to be surveying the debris clouds to model the danger to the nearby planets in the Britannian solar system, but oxygen isotopes? Is there a there?
I don't know, Commander. But Qwerty was right, that's fishy. And as Shelby always told me on the Warrior, trust your data, and it will trust you. The data's the data, and we have to follow it wherever it leads.
14. Veracruz Sector, Centana 3, Crimson Phoenix. Danny Proctor, captain of the magnificent Crimson Phoenix, leaned back and kicked his boots up onto the main flight dashboard. The ship, his second starship after the inglorious destruction of his first, the beloved Magdalena Issachar, over the colony world of Sangre de Cristo, was state-of-the-art, courtesy of his shiny new contract with Shovik Orion. So the controls he accidentally nudged with his boots didn't even register them as commands, since the fancy new control panels only registered human skin contact. That particular tech wasn't even new, it was hundreds of years old, but the fact that he could now afford a starship with even basic user interface design was a huge step for him. The old Magdalena was basically a glorified garbage scow. The Crimson Phoenix? She wasn't really a true cargo carrier either, rather an armed-to-the-teeth miniature missile frigate with a couple of extra-large cargo bays. After his almost permanently fatal experience with the Magdalena Issachar, he wanted his next ship to be able to hold her own in a fight. And then some.
Are they paying us?
Asked Fiona, her voice blaring through his mind through the Valerisi ligature. She was still in bed, since they tended to take piloting duties in shifts, due to their unfortunate lack of crew. Hang us. Fiona, dear, it's Captain Whitehorse. And Batshit.
So?
And Jerusha said Aunt Shelby wouldn't trust anyone else with the mission.
Dear, you're not IDF. This is not an IDF ship. You don't take missions, we take jobs. Remember? Bills to pay?
He sighed. What bills? The ship's paid off.
The ship will be paid off next year.
She corrected him. Technically, yes, but the contract with Shovik Orion is so plumb that we're paying this off and then buying an island. United Earth is throwing rebuilding cash around like candy.
Okay, so by taking a quote-unquote mission from your aunt, we're delaying my island ownership by a week.
Oh, please, we're going that direction anyway to drop off all these Britannian refugees on Bolivar. What's a quick pit stop on
where?
She asked.
Where exactly are we taking Batshit and his merry band of dipshits?
On... Jerusha wasn't exactly clear. Said we'd know more once we meet in person. That's why I'm waking you up. We're nearly there. Let's head down to the shuttle bay.
Roger that. Blue out.
10-4, good buddy. He chuckled. It was their running joke, using ancient radiocom protocol and jargon when they talked to each other's minds through the ligature. He lifted his boots down off the dashboard and opened the hatch door of the cockpit. She added,
Call me Good Buddy again, and I'll fuck you up.
He climbed down the access ladder from the cockpit to the empty operations center of the ship and started down the hall toward the shuttle bay. Is that a promise?
Honest to God.
Don't threaten me with a good time, dear. They bantered back and forth all the way there, and when he turned the last corner, she was already outside the shuttle, prepping it for takeoff. All aboard, he yelled as he opened the shuttle's hatch. Last stop before the ballsy.
How do you say that with a straight face?
She asked, following him in. Ballsy?
No, all aboard. You sound like a 5-year-old playing with his train set.
He glanced up at her face, still slightly scarred from her experiences aboard the Defiance a few months ago, in spite of the healing effect of the Valerisi flowing through her veins. For a moment he marveled anew at the biological regenerative power of the Valerisi matter, at how amazing it was that it had almost completely healed her face. Then he remembered that he'd been, in fact, dead, and it had brought him back. In fairness, he was only kinda dead, but dead was dead. Her expression of annoyance didn't change. Usually she'd crack a faint smile during the banter, but this time a faint scowl joined the annoyance. Fiona was never one to wear her emotions openly on her sleeve, so a faint anything visible on her face was practically an angsty teenage meltdown. What's up?
Nothing.
Bull.
Really?
She insisted, faking a smile. That's a bullshit smile. What's wrong?
I said nothing, Danny.
She forcefully jabbed a finger on the engine initiator button and without warning yanked at the flight controls, sending him tumbling back into his seat. Right, he murmured, mentally setting a clock for about a day. That was Fiona's timetable. Bottle something up until her nerves started fraying a bit, and then letting out the explosion a day later.
Really? It's all good. See?
She eased up on the controls, and the shuttle's acceleration approached something normal. They sailed out of the Crimson Phoenix's shuttle bay and shot into orbit around Chantana 3, where the ISS Vols was waiting. 15. Poincaré Sector, World IXF 459, Surface. The shuttle ride to the surface was uneventful, even if Lieutenant Sanchez, the only pilot among his tiny crew, was a bit wet behind the ears. She almost forgot to engage the reverse thrusters before they entered the upper atmosphere, resulting in quite a jolt as the shuttle collided with it. Only quick thinking by Commander Rice in the co-pilot's chair prevented disaster.
Sorry, sir,
said Lieutenant Sanchez sheepishly. She was tall, gangly, and looked utterly uncomfortable crammed into the regular-sized pilot's seat.
It's okay. Almost dying comes with the territory.
Granger managed a tight smile. Rice glanced back at him.
Sir, I'm still not convinced this risk is necessary. You know the regulations regarding flag officers in a potentially dangerous away mission? I've noted your protests in the log, Commander, but let's get real here. This is not a normal mission, I am not a normal captain, and this is not a normal planet.
He pointed out the viewport to the surface below. It actually looked quite peaceful and beautiful. No intelligent life signs that any of them could see.
Which makes my point even more salient, sir. You're special, the mission is special, and the planet is not normal. All the more reason for you to stay on board and let your grunts do the grunty work.
Last time I checked, your uniforms weren't red, Commander, he said, referencing a common joke among IDF officers.
He didn't even know the origin of the joke. He supposed it had something to do with British redcoats during the American Revolution. But everyone understood it to mean you're comically expendable.
Look, I know in my gut that I need to be down here. There's something here that will give me some sign as to what I did, or what I was trying to do, or something. All I know is this is where I need to be, so you can go log your protests where the sun don't shine.
Rice seemed to be a stickler for rules, but at least he had a backbone. That was good. Very good. Backbones came in handy during love, career progression, and especially war. No wonder he'd made lieutenant commander at age 31.
We're almost there, sir. I'll land us about a half a kilometer from the outer perimeter of the ruins,
said Sanchez.
Thank you, Lieutenant. First name?
Excuse me, sir?
What's your first name, Lieutenant Sanchez?
She almost squirmed, which, with her tall, thin frame crammed into the tiny seat, looked almost painful.
Lisa, sir.
You're doing good, Lisa. Keep it up, and I'll tell Oppenheimer you should be a flight instructor at the academy.
The praise was hyperbolic and over the top, but she cracked a tiny smile nonetheless.
Thank you, sir.
She pulled up on the controls and dialed in the landing procedure. Soon the rear hatch was opening, and Granger walked down the ramp, followed by Rice, a Marine, and a wide-eyed ensign from engineering who hadn't spoken the entire trip. Ensign Shin? As soon as his feet touched the ground, a tall, beautiful flower nearby emitted a small cloud of what looked like pollen, but also had a bluish tinge to it like smoke.
Thank you, Commander, for insisting on the EnviroSuit.
He tapped his helmet with the dedicated air supply. Rice tapped his in response. He had no idea if that pollen or the accompanying gas was poisonous or not, but it was probably wise not to tempt fate. Sometimes rule sticklers had their benefits. They trekked across the field, every so often passing another tall red flower which would release its cloud of bluish pollen and smoke. They finally approached what would have been a stone building, had most of the stone not been lying in piles around the foundation, moss and lichen nearly making them indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain.
Primitive, said Rice. Stone buildings, the blocks look like they were hewn using rough hand tools.
He held up a stone, moss still clinging to one side, and pointed at a few rough edges.
Okay,
replied Granger, walking over the piles and stepping over what remained of one of the walls and into the small building itself.
Except why is the foundation made out of reinforced duracrete?
Rice caught up with him and bent low to wipe the dirt and moss away from a section of foundation. Sure enough, the duracrete looked almost pristine, as if it had been laid not 10 years ago. That was, of course, one of its benefits. It lasted nearly forever, with zero degradation from the elements. Metal rebar stuck up out of the surface at certain points where walls had once been located.
So, we've got a building that looks like it was made with rough pre-industrial age tools built upon a foundation that was, most likely, laid by a post-spacefaring civilization. At least the technology level required for duracrete would tend to allow you to get yourself out of a gravity well. Looks like we've got ourselves a mystery here.
Rice stood back up.
Remember anything, sir?
He shook his head.
Just flashes, images, feelings, nothing more.
Flashes of what? He paced the interior perimeter of the building, looking for traces of what he knew would have to be there if his memories were true.
War.
You think that whoever built these buildings was wiped out in a war?
2 wars, actually. I remember a great battle happened here. And then later another conflict, but this one was more like a massacre, entirely one-sided. Look,
he added, pointing down at a section of duracrete under a pile of stones. He lifted a few out of the way. Underneath was the unmistakable sign of a blast pattern from a directed energy weapon of some sort. A deep gouge had been cut into the duracrete, leaving behind tiny beaded areas where the temperature had risen high enough to melt duracrete composite. No small accomplishment.
From the angle, that looks like it came from the air, said Rice. It did. During the massacre, the attack came from the air. The images are coming clearer now.
You were here? During the battle? Granger turned to look at him.
No, at least, I don't know. That's the funny thing about some of these memories. Lots of them, I'm not even sure they're mine. When the Skiora's ligature was in place, that vast metaspace network that connected all the species of the swarm's concordat of 7 into one mental link, I had the capability of seeing what any individual in that network was doing, more or less.
He glanced down at the ancient blast mark.
Though at the time it was the concordat of 6, humans were still coming out of Africa when these marks were made. It's a wonder this whole area hasn't been buried under dirt and vegetation yet. Not natural. Agreed.
Rice looked around the building, at the horizon, at the rest of the ruins nearby. Maybe whatever force caused the unnatural shape of the island is responsible for keeping this place almost pristine. He turned to the ensign, who had been fiddling with his sensor package the whole time. Ensign Shin, reading anything interesting around us?
Interesting. Plenty interesting, sir. The trick is to distinguish what's unusual and relevant from the interesting.
He said it so carelessly, so monotonously, that Granger wondered if they'd brought a robot along on the away mission. Enlighten us, Shin. Anything unusual? Said Rice, obviously annoyed, but giving the junior officer some latitude. Which could only mean one thing, Granger thought. The ensign must be some kind of tech kid prodigy, or he'd have been sent to a deep space way station years ago with that attitude.
Nothing terribly unusual. I mean, if you consider a 2.62 cubic meter void in the ground beneath our feet unusual, I'll give you that. Beyond that, just a continent seemingly held together for eons against the forces of nature by some unseen power. Otherwise, nothing unusual. Nothing at all.
Funny, Ensign. Rice ignored the dry sarcasm of the rest of the comment. Where? Here? He pointed straight down. How far down? Are there any others?
Here, 2 meters below, and yes, there appear to be dozens of others. Regularly spaced out below us, all 2 meters under the surface. Well, 1.85 meters on average with a variance of graves, said Granger.
Rice looked up at him.
Pardon, sir?
6 feet under. Regularly spaced apart, dozens of them. What's the shape of the voids, Ensign?
Shin consulted his sensor package.
Cuboid.
Granger shot him a cold look that meant cut the shit, and the ensign seemed to understand as he added quickly,
Rectangular, sir.
Yes, looks like a coffin shape. Coffinoid. Rice grunted. Well, we stumbled onto a graveyard then. Odd that these aliens would have a burial custom so similar to ours. Yes, odd, murmured Granger, crouching down to feel the dirt below his feet.
Ensign, nothing else noteworthy about them?
Well, not all of them, sir.
Granger squeezed a handful of dust in his fist and replied in as level of a voice he could muster.
Ensign Shin, if you speak to me in a riddle again, I'll load you into a torpedo tube and launch you into the fiery maelstrom of lava, ionized plasma, and dead bodies that is the floating graveyard of Britannia.
Yes. Yes, sir. The one you're standing directly over. There's a weak metaspace signal coming from it.
He snapped his head toward the ensign.
What? Metaspace, are you sure?
Sure, sir. Very weak, right at my detection limit. And no information that I can tell encoded into the signal, just a steady sinusoidal wave.
Granger motioned to Rice, who understood right away. Lieutenant Sanchez, this is Rice. Dig out the sonic excavator from the shuttle's emergency storage. Have it ready for me when I arrive in a few minutes. Rice out. He pointed at the Marine, PFC Alba, Granger noticed on his name tag, and then quickly held up 2 fingers to his eyes and pointed them at Shin and Granger. Alba nodded, hefting his assault rifle reassuringly, and Rice excused himself in a hurry. 16. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. ISS Tyler S. Vols, Shuttle Bay. Danny flipped open his datapad and checked on the status of the Crimson Phoenix's engines and orbital station. Yet another tiny detail he loved about his new ship, remote control. Engine output, normal. Phase variance within norms, coolant flow optimal, orbital station steady. He noticed a slight eccentricity of the orbit that would make it drift from the Vols a few hundred meters over the course of the orbit, so he tapped the autocorrect thruster controls, then flipped the pad shut and pocketed it. So why can't you just find him with the help of your own Valerisi companion? Why Fiona and me? He looked back up at Jerusha Whitehorse. She'd been running through the last known location of Granger with him, offering several theories and suggestions of where to start looking. The question seemed to momentarily silence her. Danny reached out to her through the ligature and felt nothing. Oh, you don't have a companion? Ethan Civic shook his head. Nope, Fleet Command thought it was too much of a security risk to have all of us running around with potential alien spies in our brains. Danny was taken aback. Idiots.
Do they know what kind of advantage they've given up? Instant communication across light years? Heightened coordination and control of big operations? Like, big space battles with mortal enemies? And they're brilliant. I can ask mine a question, and even if he doesn't know the answer, he huddles with his millions of buddies through the ligature, and within a few minutes he's got a guess that's better than any answer I could ever dream of coming up with. Is Fleet Command insane? Seems that way most of the time, said Civic. The rest of the time they're just grossly incompetent. Best of both worlds, really. Fiona snorted. She'd been the victim of IDF insanity. A former admiral had tried to have her killed just a few months ago.
It was their incompetence that saved my life, so I'll take it.
Her tone turned more serious.
So, Captain, does it hurt? Hurt when they take the companion out and sever the link to the ligature?
Whitehorse seemed at a loss for words again. Strange. Ethan glanced at her, then offered, "Not for me, but I only had it for a few days. Not sure if it was the same for Jerusha, but when they took mine out, it was just like getting an IV in my arm, only in reverse. Like donating plasma. They stick a needle in your arm, pull the blood out, filter out the Valerisi matter, and send your blood back in."
That sounds closer to dialysis to me,
said Lou. "Thank you, Dr. Lou," said Danny with a smirk. He glanced back up at Whitehorse. "So, do you miss it? I'd imagine it felt like having a limb removed. I've come to depend so much on mine that..." He noted Whitehorse's expression, like she was uncomfortable with the line of questions, like she desperately didn't want to answer, and it hit him. "You never had a companion, did you?" Whitehorse's eyes went wide briefly.
I did not.
Ethan looked shocked. "Wait, what?" She took a deep breath.
At Penumbra, when they were going around injecting everyone with the Valerisi matter, I was pretty busy prepping for the battle. I kept putting it off, and then the battle started and time ran out.
She shrugged. "Huh," said Ethan, still eyeing her. "Well, I guess you missed out then. I wish I still had mine. There are rumors that some officers kept theirs against orders." The captain shook her head.
They'll be spending some vacation time in the brig, and rightly so. I don't agree with Oppenheimer on a lot of things, but on this, he's a dumb fuck sometimes, but on this he's right. It's a huge security risk. We don't know the Valerisi, at least not as well as we should, not well enough to entrust them with our deepest thoughts, our national security secrets, knowledge of our fleet movements, weapons systems, the list goes on.
Lou shrugged.
That's what someone would say who'd never had one. Never been linked into the ligature. Once you feel it, feel them, you see it's not like that at all. There is no guile there, no hidden agendas, and believe me, I used to be an IDF intel officer. I know guile. I know hidden agendas. It was my job. But the Valerisi? No, it's not like that at all. They're beings of pure innocence, light. They're as good as the swarm was bad. They're polar opposite. Oppenheimer is dead wrong.
Whitehorse shrugged.
Well, regardless, what's done is done. And you haven't answered my question yet. Can you do it?
Danny closed his eyes and reached out through the ligature, feeling for the familiar sensation, the person of Timothy Granger. He felt a sea of humanity, an ocean of Stiora, hordes of Dolmasi and rivers of Valerisi that connected all of them. Even the ones who'd had their companions removed left a shadow. But identifying an individual? He asked his companion, "Is it possible?"
Yes.
"Oh? Where is he?" To him, the masses of individuals were like clouds of being, oceans of intelligence that floated in the distance all around him. But it became clear that he simply lacked the experience and the focus to zero in on individuals. His companion reached out and sifted through them like he was rummaging through a box of Tinker Toy blocks, searching for just the right piece. Within 10 seconds, he pulled that piece out.
There he is.
Danny opened his eyes. "Found him."
"Where?"
said Whitehorse. "Within a few hundred light years or so from his last known position.
Quencare sector. He flipped open his datapad and motioned through menus until he found the star charts and searched for the right star configurations that he could see in his mind's eye as the location of the vague, formless pattern that was Tim Granger. It was more like the hole that was Tim Granger, the after-image of an intelligence that had at one point been connected to metaspace. Yeah, it's relatively close to our course towards Bolivar. We can take you there. Just you and 4 fighters? Yeah, said Ethan. We can pay you, of course. Danny waved a dismissing hand. Wouldn't dream of it. Lou shot him a piercing glare. Danny shrugged. Well, I mean, if you're offering. 17. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. ISS Tyler S. Vols, Shuttle Bay. The shuttle carrying Danny Proctor and Fiona Liu had no sooner left the bay when Shin Wentworth strode in, head buried in a datapad as he walked, his executive assistant shadowing close behind him. Damn it, Civic breathed in Whitehorse's ear. He'd just leaned in behind her to whisper something. She brushed him back. Not now, she whispered and waved Shin Wentworth over. Commander. Ah, Captain. He finally looked up as if he'd been too busy to even acknowledge the captain when he walked in, even though everyone in the room knew the only reason he was in there was that he was looking for her. I have a few things for you to sign, crew rotations, requisitions, leave approvals, and when you're done, you need it on the bridge. She took the offered datapad and started waving through the various forms, tapping her approval on each one. This couldn't wait until I was on the bridge, Commander? She glanced up and side-eyed her XO before returning her gaze down to finish the approvals. Of course, Captain. I suppose it could have waited. It's just that you're so busy these days. He paused to glance disapprovingly at Civic. I wanted to make sure it got done before the next barrage of paperwork. You know how it goes. Stars may die, but the bureaucracy never ends. He ventured a small laugh. God damn it, this guy. Civic debated whether to put the man in a half-choke and escort him gently but firmly out of the bay, or if he should just wait him out. But he had to get over to the Crimson Phoenix before it left, which was soon. And he was not leaving without getting some business done first. He cleared his throat, loudly and obviously. Commander, sir, might I have a moment with my partner? I'm heading out, and given the war and all, it might be the last time. You know the drill. Commander Shin Wentworth didn't even look at him, and his tone was dismissive. Lost my family at Britannia, but sure, I know the drill. Captain, I thought I'd also see if you had the time to go over the next crew rotation with me. We are due at New Dublin later this week for shore leaves and reassignments, and we need to have it firmed up by then. Civic was about to lose it. His mouth was half open, about to say something he knew he'd regret, when Whitehorse flipped the datapad closed. Suddenly, and forcefully. She looked up with a larger-than-usual smile, which Civic knew was her, I'm not taking any more of your bullshit, but I'm going to pretend to at least be nice about it smile. Commander, thank you for your time. I'll be along in a moment. Dismissed. Shin Wentworth's eyebrows shot up and his lips thinned. His taken aback but too polite to say anything about it look, and nodded a single curt nod. Captain. He turned and left. When the door had closed and they were alone, she turned to face him. Okay, Ethan, what is it? He held a hand up to his chest in mock hurt. I can't wish my dear future wife farewell before a dangerous mission? My heart. You're escorting a freighter, trying to track down a temporarily misplaced half-senile old man. You'll be fine. Right, well, here goes. He took a deep breath. Here goes what? He dropped down on one knee and grabbed her hand. Ethan, stop. Good Lord, you did this a month ago. Not like this. He pulled the ring out of his pocket and slipped it on her finger. Jerusha Whitehorse, will you marry me? My God, did you take off my ring in my sleep? You knew I was looking for it this morning. What the hell, me in a week? She fell silent. Or whenever I get back, whichever happens sooner. My God, Ethan. Was that a yes? She paused for a moment. What the hell do you mean, whichever comes sooner? If you're not back in a week, you want a virtual wedding? Golly, romantic. So, was that a yes? She chuckled and yanked him to his feet.
Of course it's a yes. Yes, a million, my amazing man. My amazing, goofy, strange, insufferable man.
Hey, strange? Don't forget hot and sexy. She pulled him in for a kiss, and after a minute added,
Who's also the kindest, most wonderful human I've ever met. Of course, yes, my love. I'd do it today if we had the time.
Civic glanced down at his watch. Well, technically I don't need to be on the Crimson Phoenix for another half an hour. She pushed him away.
Go. Get your crew and fighters and get the hell out. And when you get back, we're doing this thing.
He smiled a huge, lopsided grin. Okay, so no time for a wedding, but... He made a show of looking around the empty bay, swinging his head this way and that. Hey, look at that. No one's here.
And?
You wanna? You know?
Wanna what?
My God, Jeru, sex. It's code for sex.
Ethan, go.
Fine. I'll be back before you know it. He backed away, paced a few steps, and kicked his feet together in the air.
Okay, now that was the goofiest thing I've seen all year, and we both know one Commander Reyna Scott.
Guilty as charged, he said sheepishly. What can I say? I'm the happiest asshole in the galaxy right now. It's just that last time we were engaged,
before you called it off,
she added. Before I called it off, yes. Hey, it was a rough time. Rough was a euphemism for hellish. He'd just accidentally killed his mother and stepfather. It technically wasn't his fault, but he blamed himself for the shuttle accident that killed them during a risky, show-offy maneuver he should not have been doing. The maneuver would have been fine under normal circumstances, but no one could have predicted the failure of the starboard stabilizer when it did. No one could have predicted, but he stopped himself from rehashing the nightmare that had haunted him for years.
I know, dear, I don't blame you.
He nodded. It's just that last time we were engaged, I was the happiest asshole in the galaxy, or so I thought. And for years now, I felt like... It's like I felt that I didn't deserve to be that happy again. And here we are, and I'm even happier. I can't explain it. He smiled, large and goofy, before he had the chance to tear up. He was not a crier and wasn't going to start today. Anyway, I'm gone. See you in a week, Captain. He strode through the door before she could say more, and hightailed it down to his quarters to pack. Now all I've got to do is stay alive for a week. Easy peasy. 18. Poincaré Sector. World IXF 459. Surface. Granger almost wished he'd gone with Lieutenant Commander Rice rather than be stuck with the increasingly nervous Ensign Shin. It seemed the tongue-lashing he delivered to the young man had done its job, and then some, as the kid didn't seem to know what to do with himself.
Ensign, what are you doing?
Shin stopped and looked up from his sensor package. Just scanning the rest of the graves, sir. All bands, etc.
Etc.? My God, this kid must be a tech god for him to have made it this far. You're walking in circles. Unless my memory has failed me, which thankfully seems to be happening less and less today, you've circled this area 20 times now. Stop it.
Aye, sir, aye. Yes, I'll settle down. Shin resumed walking the perimeter of the small area of the ruins they were in, but at a far slower pace. The kid seemed to think circling Granger at a trudging pace was better than a regular walking pace. Good God.
Steady, Tim. Set the kid at ease. Remember your leadership training. Your leadership training that is now 13 billion years out of date. Where are you from, Ensign?
Iowa, sir. Ames.
Ames? My ex was from Ames. Good town. Lots of happy memories there.
Oh, you were married, sir?
No, not married, just an old flame. Dated while I was at the academy in Omaha. Way back in the day. What with my 30-year stint in that black hole, on top of me being 68, that was 75 years ago.
Wow, sir. And are the rumors true? Are you, like, really, really old?
Granger raised an eyebrow at him.
They say you never ask a lady her age. Imagine how much more that applies to your captain, son.
The kid blushed, and he returned to studying his sensor package and continuing his slow, circular trudge.
Yes, I went somewhere. Out of time, out of space-time. I was there a very, very, very long time. Eons. I can hardly remember a lick of it. That's why we're here, son. To maybe get some answers.
Shin nodded.
Glad I'm here to help, sir. And sorry if I'm seeming a little out of it. My family. They were on Britannia, you see.
Granger felt a tightness squeeze his chest. He'd been trying to shove the memory aside. He wasn't yet reincarnated aboard the Skura ship when Britannia died from the shattered remnants of Saturn's moon Titan raining down on it. But he saw the aftermath. Billions. Gone. Partly because of him.
I'm sorry, son. Parents? Siblings?
Shin nodded.
Wife. 3 kids, too. All I've got left is a brother I haven't seen in a year.
Granger closed his eyes.
Steady, Tim. Steady.
I'm sorry, Ensign. A voice in his head whispered dark thoughts.
You killed them. Titan destroyed Britannia, and it was because of you.
He tried to shake the voice, willing it quiet.
What were their names?
Shin took a deep, steadying breath.
Jason was 10. Helen 8. And my little boy William was 3. We were going to take a family vacation to Earth last month. If we had have gone just 5 weeks earlier.
He trailed off and kept pacing, studying the sensor readout. Not so young after all, if he had a 10-year-old. Granger reached out to grab the kid's arm as he passed one more time and looked him in the eye.
You're doing fine. Keep it up. We'll all get through this, and we'll build our world again. You'll see.
Ensign Shin met his eyes, just for a few seconds, and nodded quickly before returning to his sensor package. He fiddled with a few indicators.
Sir, I've been reading something else in the background. At first I thought it was ambient EM noise from the planet's Van Allen belts, but the more I look at it, the more I'm seeing some patterns.
Oh? What kind of patterns?
Like short bandwidth pings every now and then, mixed in with the background noise of the belts. Never seen anything like it. Very low amplitude. I almost missed it. I had to move around to get a better read on it, since even these fallen walls and debris seem to be interfering with the signal just enough to wash it out.
Ah. Hence your pacing.
Yes, sir. Sorry for not explaining earlier.
That's okay. Can you interrogate the signal?
I've been relying on passive sensors for now, sir, but I can switch to active.
He touched a few spots on the sensor package's readout screen.
Oh boy.
What?
Granger paced over to the ensign.
I seem to have woken something up. Big spike of EM signal. And it's spatially localized.
He looked up at Granger with a look of fear in his eyes.
And it looks like it's heading this way.
19. Britannia Sector. Orbit of Britannia Debris Cloud. ISS Dirac. Bridge. Captain Raina Scott. It just didn't have the right ring to it. No, it didn't. Why the hell had she said yes to Shelby, leading a ship full of bags of flesh and water and stupid thoughts when she could have kept her freedom in engineering? There, she was the queen. On the bridge, she was a pencil pusher. And to silently protest, she insisted on using an actual pencil. Vintage 23rd century Britannian, to be precise, which she was. Always. Precision was next to godliness. And one last signature here, ma'am, just to sign off on shutting down the artificial grav system tonight for its regular testing. The XO handed her a data pad underneath the stack of paper he carried, each bearing her scrawled signature in pencil.
What the hell is this? She snapped.
It's the request from the systems manager to perform the monthly test of the...
I heard you. But what the hell is this?
She held up the datapad.
Where is my paper?
The XO grimaced. Sorry, ma'am, that one came in last minute, and I didn't have time to print it off. Just... He looked back and forth across the bridge, as if to make sure no one was listening. He leaned in closer. Just let me off the hook this once. Honestly, Captain, this whole thing insisting on paper, it's really thrown a wrench into my day.
Well, I'm sorry, dearie. Has your captain thrown a wrench into your day?
She kept her voice low, out of what she implied to be respect, but given the furtive glance from her helmsman, not quite enough to keep him from hearing. Sorry, ma'am. I don't mean to be rude.
Fine. Give it to me.
He blinked a few times. You already have it in your hands, ma'am. She looked down at the datapad. Commander Pencil Pusher was right.
Precision was next to godliness, Reyna. How the hell did you miss that?
Was she getting old?
I know it is, Commander. I meant, give it to me.
She stared at him, then motioned to the stack of paper.
Come on, all of it. I'll take it all back, and you can get my signature on all of it electronically through the datapad, just like you'd prefer. Happy?
Did he suspect her misdirection? Given the ever-present blank look in his eye, most likely not.
Damn it, Shelby. What have you done to me?
Thank you, ma'am. This will help speed things up immensely. As soon as she signed the pad, he accepted it back and scurried off, leaving her to return to the latest data just now coming in. She scrolled through the numbers. The spectroscopic data came first, displaying all the possible atoms, molecules, compounds, quantum states, hyperfine splittings, isotopic variances, everything that could possibly be in that swirling death cloud that was the former Britannia. It was coming through in bulk, so she scrolled through to the summary.
Ha!
She let the laugh slip out. She was right.
See that, bitches? I was right. It's not just the oxygen, it's the hydrogen, the nitrogen, the carbon, and interestingly enough, the tungsten and half a dozen of the other refractory metals. Rhenium, osmium, yada yada.
Her bridge crew looked up at her with blank faces, at least with faces she couldn't seem to decipher. She could read the chaotic data from a malfunctioning fusion engine with the ease of a mother interpreting the hungry cries of her child. But the faces of irrational, emotional human beings? God help her.
It's not just the oxygen, people. It's the compound you might expect from, say, a giant asteroid or a ship.
The science officer... What the hell was his name again? Price? Prince. Pratt? Prick? No, definitely not Prick. Began to speak.
Well, that makes sense, ma'am. The swarm ship collided with Titan before Titan collided with Britannia.
Obviously, she said. He smiled, clearly pleased with himself.
Obviously, that would be very convenient if that explained all of the data we're seeing.
She pulled up another data set and waved it forward onto the view screen at the front of the bridge for the whole bridge crew to see.
But we have that data. Every sensor on Britannia was aimed at that thing for over an hour. We know its composition down to the last atom. But guess what? These numbers don't quite add up. The swarm ship accounts for about 89% of the isotopic discrepancy, but not 100%. Where, dearies, is that last 11% coming from?
Measurement error, said the science officer.
We're at 7 sigmas. If it's a measurement error, I'll eat my unwashed underpants.
He saw one of the comms people cringe and stifle a gag before straightening his back and nervously clearing his throat.
Then maybe there was a shielded section of the swarm ship? Somehow the Britannian sensors couldn't penetrate it, throwing our readings off?
She shook her head.
Nope. Our dataset includes gravimetric data, and that includes the gravity waves generated in the collision of both the ship with Titan and Titan with Britannia. We know the precise mass of that ship, and given that its contents were smeared all across half the face of Titan, we know its contents too. Then...
The science officer shrugged.
Sorry, ma'am, no idea yet. Well, thankfully I've got ideas, she replied. And I'm 89% sure I know where that 11% comes from.
They all just stared at her.
The swarm ship came from their universe. Their universe must have a slightly different fine structure constant. It's only off ours by 1 part in 10 to the 15th, but it's enough to make every single atom of theirs be off in mass by just the right amount to account for this isotopic discrepancy. But only if you increase the total mass.
Some of them nodded, some not, but all their faces were blank, it seemed. She'd have to hold their hands through it.
Which means,
she said, sighing like a mother trying to potty train her child,
that something else from their universe is appearing in the data. Look!
She waved through several more columns of data and threw it up on the screen.
Look at the metaspace scans, too. Usually it wouldn't be all that notable that they're off by this amount. The metaspace signatures of that cloud out there mostly matches the aggregated metaspace signature of Britannia itself when it was alive, factoring in the recent arrival of Titan, which had just Q-jumped in, throwing off the metaspace waves everywhere in the vicinity, but not by quite this much. No. Something happened here, right before the collision of Titan with Britannia.
More blank stares.
My God, Shelby, what have you done to me? Somehow, the total mass of material here that originated from the swarm universe increased by 11%, at almost the precise moment that Titan collided with Britannia.
You're sure about that, ma'am? Said the XO.
Sure, no. Confident, yes. And it's our job to figure out what it was.
20. Poincaré Sector. World IXF 459. Surface.
Rice, this is Granger. Get your ass here now. We've got potential incoming.
Nearly there, sir. Just a moment.
Granger turned back to Winston Shin.
How fast? How far away?
Shin shook his head.
Hard to tell exactly, but fast. Several hundred meters per second. And several dozen kilometers away, I think.
So we've got a few minutes.
Maybe.
Shin shrugged.
Hard to get a firm distance without triangulating.
A sharp noise behind them nearly made Granger jump, and PFC Alba swung his assault rifle toward the ruined wall where the sound had come from. But all that came from behind it was Rice, his breath huffing, holding what looked like a very heavy piece of equipment, the sonic excavator.
Get busy, boys,
said Granger. Ensign Shin pointed toward the spot on the ground, and Rice set the excavator there with a thud and flipped the power on. He tapped a few commands onto the indicator screen, and it whirred to life.
Stand clear. I set the depth at 6 feet, radius of about 3 feet, so that thing is going to be spewing dirt everywhere.
They all retreated safely behind one of the ruined walls and listened as the machine ramped up. Even with the safety noise dampeners, the thing screeched like the devil in heat. Granger had to plug his ears. Finally, the noise subsided. Granger cautiously unplugged his ears.
Well, if there's something here that didn't already know we were here, now they do.
Shin nodded.
It's almost upon us, sir.
Granger tapped his comlink.
Lieutenant Sanchez, we're going to need emergency extraction.
The comlink scratched open with the pilot's surprised voice.
Aye, sir. When?
Now!
Oh, coming, sir.
Rice was already standing over the hole, waving the dust away when Granger got there. He peered inside.
A coffin. Damn, these aliens. Almost human, huh?
But a gnawing pit was growing in his stomach. Something was off, wrong. Rice jumped into the hole on one side of the coffin and reached for the latch on the lid. Excess dirt slid off as it opened. Rice gasped.
Looks human to me, sir.
Inside was a man. Desiccated, almost mummified, as if he'd been preserved and then painstakingly dried. And he was unmistakably human. That's what felt off. It was not an alien coffin. A rectangular box lay under the corpse's bone-thin arms, which were crossed on top of it like it was clutching onto a prized possession. Shin waved his sensor package back and forth.
I think the source of the metaspace signal is in that box, sir.
Granger waved at Rice.
Grab it and go.
He tapped his comlink again.
Sanchez, now would be nice.
Coming, sir. But heads up, there's an object heading your way. It'll be there before.
The wall behind them exploded with shrapnel and fire. PFC Alba tackled Granger and wrapped his arms around his torso, laying on top of his head and upper body. When the last few chunks of debris fell, the Marine lifted him up with a single fist, bunching the front of Granger's uniform.
Run, sir!
He pointed to another wall. Granger ran toward it, feeling a sharp pain in his calf, but not even risking a moment to look at it. He dove behind it, just as another wall adjacent to them exploded. This time, out of the corner of his eye, he saw the source of the destruction. It gleamed metallic, floating in the air just a few dozen meters away. And it fired again. A brilliant blue directed energy beam leapt out of a barrel aimed directly at Ensign Shin, who had hunkered down behind the now destroyed wall.
Ensign, get your ass out!
But Granger couldn't even finish the words before another blue beam lanced out and punched a hole right through Shin's head.
Fuck!
Granger flattened out as low as he could when he saw the barrel of the weapon swivel his way. But instead of the piercing whine of the weapon being fired, he heard what sounded like the violent stutter of conventional gunfire. He risked a glance behind the edge of the wall and saw Alba unloading his magazine into the floating menace.
Run, Captain!
Granger picked himself up as fast as he could, noting the blood on his hand after he reached down to feel his calf. No time, he could patch wounds later. Running toward the next wall, he was relieved to see Commander Rice already there, still clutching the box. The piercing whine of the devastating beam lanced out again, and Granger was sure it had taken out their Marine. But a moment later, the sound of bullets rang out again. He'd never felt so happy to hear gunfire.
Go!
Shouted Rice, pointing at the next ruined wall. Just beyond it, Granger saw that Sanchez had parked the shuttle and its hatch was descending. He bolted toward it, not looking back. Gunfire rang out, and another piercing whine. He dove onto the ramp, Rice just behind him.
Buckle in!
Shouted Sanchez.
We're waiting for Alba!
Granger yelled back.
We're doing a hot extraction, sir!
And without waiting for further argument from him, she jolted the shuttle back up into the air. Luckily, he'd just fastened the restraining belt on his seat, and even so, he nearly flew out of it. The entry hatch was still open, and the shuttle circled above the battlefield just a dozen meters in the air. Granger watched the floating death cannon zoom around a half-fallen wall, perhaps expecting to find Alba there. But when it circled the corner, it got pelted with another dozen rounds from another direction.
Damn, he's good.
Alba retreated around the corner of the wall he'd been hiding behind, and still crouching low, ran with unbelievable speed around the other corner and dove through the opening of what may once have been a doorway. He rolled, somehow managing to not get tangled up with his assault rifle, all while the floating cannon was still occupied with flushing him out from his previous location.
Hang on!
Sanchez shouted and gunned the engines. The shuttle soared through a tight curve that nearly made Granger pass out, swung low and slowed with a sudden jerk just a few meters from Alba. He sprung upward, landing on the hatch's extended door at a sprint and smashed down on the mechanism to close it.
Go!
He shouted. And none too soon. Right as Sanchez gunned the engine again, the wall behind where the shuttle had hovered exploded in a cloud of debris and fire.
It's gonna get bumpy here!
Sanchez, bless her heart, was still yelling out warnings as she performed a series of evasive maneuvers to avoid the inevitable fire from the cannon.
Just drive, Lieutenant!
Yelled Granger. Out the tiny circular window next to him, he saw several blue beams lance past the shuttle, one of them just missing by a meter. The acceleration thrust him back into his seat at what he guessed was over 5 Gs. Any more, and he felt he'd pass out. A dozen agonizing seconds crept past. Soon the force pushing him into his seat lessened to what he guessed was more like 2 Gs, and he could breathe again.
Are we clear?
He yelled.
I think so,
said Sanchez. He tapped on his comlink.
Defiance, Granger, be ready to receive us, and then let's Q-jump the hell out of here. Any heading.
Something told him that the single floating cannon was not going to be the only danger they'd face. Another memory? Or just a hunch? That floating cannon, it felt familiar after a fashion. Like he should have felt comfort looking at it, but instead felt the visceral terror as he watched Ensign Shin get his brain blown out.
Already on it, sir,
came Ensign Nagin's voice.
But I advise you to not dawdle. We're detecting a collection of small satellites converging on our location. No idea where they came from. They weren't on our sensors before.
Well, shit,
he murmured.
Step on it, Sanchez.
21. Veracruz Sector, Chantana 3. ISS Tyler S. Balls, XO's quarters.
Dad, have you actually talked to them?
The little boy practically squealed the question, and Shin Wentworth, just for a moment, thought that maybe he could actually see his son, and not the CGI representation of the boy's excited face. Sure.
What are they like?
Well, Edward, they're short. They have 3 fingers on each hand, and they almost sing as they talk. And guess what?
What?
They bring their kids everywhere with them, and I mean everywhere. When they visited earlier today, their kids came out of the shuttle first and started playing hide-and-seek in the shuttle bay.
No fair. I want to come play in the shuttle bay.
Shin Wentworth chuckled and winked at the woman holding the boy. He hoped the CGI representation of him on the other end would pass that facial expression along, and sure enough, a moment later, his wife winked back. Is Molly there? He asked.
She's at a friend's house,
she replied with a shrug.
Apparently, 12-year-olds think they're too cool to talk to Dad.
Give her a break. We just moved to Paradiso a month ago, and for her to have friends already that she feels she can go hang out with, more than we could have hoped for.
I suppose. Still, I think I'd rather actually be there with you. This mama biologist misses her plants, Harry. Tell me about the crust. Have you figured out how it's held up yet?
He shook his head. Nope, the entire crust, just floating there, over about 3 kilometers of air. We think the crust is at just the right thickness, such that given the planet's low gravity, it's just enough to keep the air underneath pressurized sufficiently for the trits to breathe it.
So it's just floating on the air pockets?
She asked. Not sure. Probably not. Surely parts of the crust would collapse, which would release the pressure, leading to the collapse of the rest of the crust. No. We're detecting a massive energy signature, huge numbers of polarized gravitons. Hell, it might even be coupled into the background dark energy field. That's what my chief scientist surmised last night at dinner. Whatever it is, the energy required to hold the whole thing up. Any guesses? His wife closed her eyes, performing some mental mathematics.
Petawatt.
Try an exawatt, 1,000,000 terawatts. I mean, we can't measure that yet, but that's just based on the mass of the crust and the planet's gravity and spin. This thing is amazing, Megan. It'll take years to study. I bet I can get you a spot on the research team eventually, studying Itharan ecology. They're going to need thousands of scientists and engineers to work this thing. She smiled.
That would be wonderful, darling. Just imagine, finally all back together again. The kids can see their dad more than once every few months. I can see my husband more than once every few months. I could have a job in science again.
She almost started tearing up.
Let's just get through the next few months, okay? I've almost got us settled from the move. Kids are adjusting to their new schools.
Of course, honey. One day at a time. Shin Wentworth saw a priority message light up on his screen. Sorry, dear, gotta run. Talk in a few days?
Of course.
He squeezed Edward's shoulders.
Say bye-bye to Daddy, Edward. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
At that, his son wiggled out of his mom's lap and ran out of view of the holocamera.
Goodbye, Harry. Love you.
He noticed the priority message was addressed from something called FMAD. He frowned.
That's odd.
He tried to hide the look of concern from his face. Love you too, sweetie. Talk to you soon. He shut the transmission down before she could ask what was up. FMAD, Fleet Memorial Affairs Division. He opened it. Commander Harry Shin Wentworth, we regret to inform you that Robert Shin has deceased in the line of duty. We are gathering more information surrounding the circumstances of his passing and will reach out to you when we learn more. Please feel free to contact our office. He couldn't read more. Robert, he said, and swallowed hard. His brother had just lost his little family on Britannia 2 months ago, and now Robert was gone too. It was too unreal for tears yet. He reread the message over and over, and still the tears wouldn't come. It was impossible. It wasn't real. It was a mistake, surely. Why would the universe take a man's wife, his children, and then, after 2 months of unimaginable grief, take the man himself? And now he, His brother and only family left alive was probably the sole recipient of this message. He waved his screen over to navigate to the IDF handbook and searched for military funeral planning. He read a few lines and then waved it off. He turned to his other screen, the one open to the data from the latest scans of Chantana 3, and he resumed his work. 22. Poincaré Sector, World IXF 459, ISS Defiance, Shuttle Bay. The shuttle came in so hot that Granger thought he could see sparks fly as it came to a sudden halt on the surface of the flight deck. And no sooner had his feet hit the deck at a run did he hear and feel an explosion several decks away.
Red alert, all hands to battle stations,
came the voice over the loudspeaker, Lieutenant Youngblood from the sound of it.
Captain to the bridge.
Did you think I was going to take a dump first?
He muttered under his breath and quickened his pace toward the bay doors.
Captain, wait, you're injured.
Commander Rice was pointing down at his leg, which, upon closer inspection, was indeed oozing an unseemly amount of blood. He could hardly feel the pain, just a dull ache from his calf.
No time. We'll patch it on the bridge with a med kit. Have the nurse meet me there,
he called behind him as he continued his sprint to the doors. But the sprint had become a shuffle.
Captain, I insist. You'll pass out before you even get there, and then what good will you be in a battle?
Before Granger could even protest, Rice was on the comm.
Bridge, this is the XO. You're going to be on your own for a few minutes. Keep us alive, please. Get us out of here. Rice out.
He motioned to one of the deckhands.
Med kit, now!
Granger was still shuffling toward the door, but each step now was becoming agony and slow, like trudging through a swamp.
No. Time, Commander. No. God damn it.
His vision was going starry, and he grabbed hold of the threshold as he came up to the bay doors. Before he knew what had happened, he was lying on his back, staring up at the ceiling of the shuttle bay. He could tell, vaguely, that Rice and the deckhand were working on his leg.
There you are, Captain. Passed out for a minute or so. We got you all doped up now, so you'll be pretty on point for the next hour. But this leg, fuck the leg, stop the bleeding and get me to the bridge!
He was yelling, but his senses were still a bit blurred, so he couldn't quite tell how loudly. But the look on the deckhand's face told him the answer. Pretty damn loudly. The ship shook again with another explosion, and he could swear he felt an impact. Something big hitting the ship. He swore under his breath, and again, from the deckhand's face, he could tell it wasn't so much under his breath as more yelling. He saw a box lying next to the kneeling Commander Rice.
What the hell is that?
Rice looked at him, and it was his turn to swear.
Damn, your memory meds are wearing off, sir. Most likely interacting with the stimulant I just gave you. We've got to get you to sickbay.
No, I gave you a direct order, Commander. Get me to the bridge now, or I'll send you both to the brig for a fucking week.
He started to stand up, grabbing the arm of the deckhand to help himself up. The room spun and shook, and he couldn't tell if it was from another impact or explosion, or if he was just experiencing extreme vertigo. Probably both. His threat had worked, and Rice and the deckhand were each holding an arm, escorting him down the hallway toward the lift. His balance was reasserting itself, and the fog started lifting from his mind and vision. He heard Rice talking to someone at the periphery of his attention.
His medication, yes, 50 cc's. And the quick flesh patch? Yeah, I know. We'll get him there as soon as he lets us. Rice out.
Commander Rice pulled the comm away from his ear.
Nurse Jackson is on her way.
The door to the lift opened, and they climbed aboard.
Bridge,
he said. Within 20 seconds, they were there. The Marines at the entrance to the bridge down the hall saluted. He shook off the deckhand and saluted back as he passed.
Off to the shuttle bay, yeoman. Thank you for your help.
The door to the bridge slid open, and he stepped into chaos. The tactical station was a hive of activity, with Lieutenant Youngblood directing what appeared to be an orbital battle between the Defiance and a small fleet of tiny satellites. Except, he peered at the view screen in the front of the bridge. The satellites looked strikingly similar to the floating sentry cannon that had killed Ensign Shin. It made him rage that they'd had to leave the man's body on the planet, but he gritted his teeth and controlled himself.
Why aren't we jumped out of here?
He shouted, grabbing his command chair armrest and pulling himself into it as the ship lurched again.
There's some kind of quantum spatial dampening field coming from the surface, sir,
said Negan at navigation.
like a big invisible cone, and we're at the center. I've been trying to initiate the jump, but nothing.
The nearest satellite erupted with a shimmering blue beam, similar to the one fired by the Sentry cannon. The ship shook as it struck.
I assume we're returning fire, Lieutenant?
He yelled to Youngblood at Tactical.
Aye, sir. Except the gigawatt lasers are ineffective against those things. No idea how. And the PDC cannons. These things are so agile and fast they can mostly avoid them. All we've got is the railguns, but those are slow to reload and...
Yeah, I get it. There's dozens of these things and we'll never make it picking them off one at a time.
He swiveled back to face the screen. The fleet of satellites was swarming the ship, even as the helmsman managed to put the Defiance through a series of impressive evasive maneuvers. It was terrifying. And yet, it was like riding a bicycle. After 2 months of second-guessing himself, feeling sorry for himself, feeling like a burden on everyone around him, he was finally in his element. It felt good. Real good. But good wasn't enough. The swarm of satellites was converging on the Defiance, and the ship started to shake with the impact of dozens of beams.
We're not going to last much longer like this, sir,
said Youngblood.
Several decks are vented to space. Power plant coolant leaks reported from engineering.
Commander Rice shook his head in disbelief.
Who the hell are they?
I don't think it's a who,
said Granger.
Rather what? Have we detected any life signs? Com, have you been hailing them?
The entire time, sir,
said Batar at the comm station.
No response whatsoever. No life signs either,
said Youngblood. A particularly strong explosion nearly knocked him out of his seat. He leaned forward and stared wide-eyed at an indicator on his console.
Power plant offline. We're on batteries and caps, sir.
Rice leaned in toward Granger.
Sir, we've got to get you to an escape pod. Maybe we can hole up on the surface until help arrives.
He shook his head at the younger man.
Son, no one alive even knows we're here.
No one alive, he thought. Especially if those things out there are what he thought they were. He remembered them. Almost. They were not alive. But before the memory could take shape and form in his mind, something else happened on the view screen.
Sir, a ship just Q-jumped in,
said Negan. Granger made a mental note to instruct the young green ensign not to narrate what everyone could clearly see on the screen in front of them.
ID?
The ship looked like a small gunship with an impressively large cargo bay. Private, perhaps from a merchant corps or a solo operator. They had no idea how much danger they were in, most likely. But the ship's cargo hold door started to open, and no sooner had it lowered halfway than a smaller ship leapt out. A fighter. An IDF fighter. Followed by 3 more. 23. Poincaré Sector. World IXF 459. High orbit. The tiny satellites darted this way and that, taking aim at his fighter with their blue energy beams, but thankfully they were missing. It's not that they were slow or inaccurate, it's just that he, Commander Ethan Batshit Civic, was the greatest fighter pilot in the known universe, now that his old man Ballsy was gone. Chatter came over the comm from his squad.
You know why this is so easy?
Said Barbie, his Aussie pilot.
Because I'm amazing,
said Moonshine.
Nah, it's because I'm the greatest fighter pilot in the known universe,
replied Barbie, blasting his way through a pair of satellites that had strayed onto his sights.
Hey man, that's my line. Stick with your own catchphrase.
Mr. Put Another Shrimp on the Barbie, said Civic. He powered through a little cluster of satellites and picked off 2 of his own.
That's 3 already for me. How many are you at, Barbie? 13?
Shit. No one likes a show-off, Barb, he retorted, using the name he knew his friend hated.
Watch it, you little motherfucker. You kiss your mother with that mouth? No, but I kiss your mother with that mouth, and she's dead.
Civic snorted. No one else would have gotten away with that except Barbie, and fired off another dozen rounds at his next target, feeling the warm satisfaction of seeing it erupt into an explosion of brief flame and debris.
Guys, hate to interrupt, but...
came Spectrum's voice over the comm.
What is it, buddy? The satellites, they've split up into 2 groups.
Civic glanced at his tactical status board. Sure enough, the little buggers they'd been battling at this altitude were just a small offshoot from the bulk of them, which had now split up into two groups, one zooming straight back toward the Defiance, and the other toward the Crimson Phoenix. Well, shit. A thought struck him. You don't suppose these things are actually smart? Like, didn't they seem too easy to you? Spectrum grunted. Huh. You think this little batch here was playing rope-a-dope for us to lure us in and distract us while their buddies are heading out to attack the main targets? Only one way to find out. Let's see how good they are. We've got to split up. You and Barbie head out to... A voice over the comm cut him off.
Negative, Commander Civic. Protect the cargo ship. We'll be fine on our own now that you've distracted over half of them for us.
Captain Granger? Said Civic. Is that you?
The one and only.
Aye, sir. You sure? He gunned his engine and swung around to head back toward the Crimson Phoenix, which was already performing a series of evasive maneuvers to shake off a half-dozen satellites.
Sure. We'll send over some Q-jump coordinates. Let's rendezvous as soon as we get out of here. No need to stick around for a fight. Granger out.
Civic and his three squad mates converged on the group that itself was converging on the Crimson Phoenix, and sure enough, the group scattered, each wheeling around in a great loop and homing in on his and his mates' fighters. Whoa, they didn't do that before, said Moonshine. Oh shit, they were playing us. These buggers are smart shit. Civic jerked left on his controls, but not before one of the blue beams vaporized his right wing. You okay? Asked Barbie. He'd swooped in behind Civic's tail and blasted the offending satellite to oblivion. Yeah. No atmospheric dogfights for me, though. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Defiance plunging down into the atmosphere itself. Its hull started glowing red.
Bad shit! Granger's going down!
Yelled Moonshine. An array of tiny red dots surrounding the Defiance lit up soon after, with tiny trails of red debris streaming off of them. Granger, you bloody genius, Civic murmured. Negative, Moonshine. He's just smarter than these robots. Everyone head back to the Crimson Phoenix. Let's Q-jump out of here. Proctor, have you received the rendezvous coordinates yet? Yep, just got them. Get back in here. My finger's hovering over the button. Roger that, said Civic. Everyone hot landing. Go. Don't scratch my deck, said Danny. They dodged and weaved their way through dozens of blazing blue beams, Civic losing his left wing to match his blasted right wing. Did he just sigh, "Don't scratch my dick"? Said Barbie, right on his tail. A violent collision threw him forcefully against his seat restraint as he landed on the cargo bay deck. Then he was going to kill him. He was sure he left deep gashes in the landing deck metal. I'm in, said Barbie, echoed moments later by Moonshine and Spectrum. Hold on, said Danny, and the familiar jerk of the Q-jump drive tugged at his stomach. 24. Poincaré Sector, World IXF 459, ISS Defiance, low orbit, bridge.
Sir, over half the Sentry satellites have changed course to deal with the fighters,
said Youngblood.
Good. While they're distracted, full thrust into the atmosphere. Straight into the gravity well, now.
Rice, from behind his chair, shouted,
But sir, we're going over 40 kps. Our hull is gonna fry, even with thermal dampers on full.
Yeah, what do you think it's going to do to the enemy, Commander? Do it, Ensign.
The inertial canceller struggled to keep up with the change of momentum, and he felt the ship plunge down toward the planet. It loomed large on the view screen, and he could start to see the edges of the screen turn red as they hit the atmosphere.
We're losing some of our PDC cannons,
yelled Youngblood.
All our external sensor packages just fried, sir,
called out Platt.
Steady,
he said, his voice finally feeling the old stability, the old confidence. The ship lurched several times as the alien satellites, now with a clear shot, pelted the Defiance with their blue beams. But each of them were now glowing red, too, like a constellation of angry red comets surrounding them.
Ensign, when their Q-dampening field disengages, get us the hell out, he said calmly.
His demeanor seemed to have calmed Negan at the helm, in spite of the chaos surrounding them.
Understood, sir.
Does Mr. Proctor have our rendezvous coordinates?
Aye, sir, said Batar. Ensign Platt's eyes were wide and unblinking as she stared at her console readout.
And the field is destabilizing. Almost.
Granger was following the progress on his command monitor. Now! The helmsman tapped the Q-jump initiator, and in a flash, the view of the dusty brown and green plains below disappeared, replaced by a field of stars. Granger breathed. And breathed some more. He released his death grip on the armrests.
Thank you, Ensign Nagin. Steady under fire. Good. You'll go far.
Ensign Nagin's hands were shaking, but he nodded.
Thank you, sir.
Granger stood up and nearly fell as his injured leg started to give out, but he grabbed the armrests again and steadied himself. He was about to give his next orders when he noticed nearly everyone else on the bridge had stood up as well, staring at him. Lieutenant Youngblood started clapping, joined by everyone else. A few shouts and whoops mixed in with the clapping. Granger waved them down, but it took them several moments to quiet down. "Granger's back!" called out one of the tactical crew, a goofy but proud smile plastering his face.
Settle down, kids. We made a good escape, yes, but a good escape is a terrible substitute for a good victory. We've got a long way to go.
He saw several of their shoulders slump a bit.
Remember, Tim. Remember what it was like. But good job, people. Very, very good job. You did your duty, you did it well, and we're alive because of it.
He let the brief words of praise sink in.
Now get back to work.
Out of nowhere, the nurse was at his side, crouching down to examine his leg. He tried to ignore her as he talked to Rice.
Now, Commander, let's go look at what's in the box.
No can do, Captain. Doc's orders. You're coming with me,
said the nurse from somewhere below his knees. He scowled at her.
Pardon me, nurse?
Nurse Jackson, and in the absence of a CMO on board, I'm it.
He shook his head.
Acting CMOs can't order the captain around, Ensign Jackson. I'll be down to sick bay.
And she interrupted.
Sorry, sir. In your long absence, fleet regs have changed. Look it up. You're coming with me.
He glanced up at Rice. He nodded. Sorry, sir, she's right. The scowl deepened.
Fine. Bring the box to sick bay. We'll open it there.
25. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar, Ciudad Potosí.
She should have paid us more,
Danny heard Fiona say in his mind. Jerusha's hands were tied as to the amount, darling. She gave us what she could.
I'm just saying. Given that we sustained a few direct hits from those orbiting sentry drones, we should have insisted on hazard pay.
Well, Granger was in no condition to haggle a new price with us, now was he? He probably doesn't even realize we already left. They were escorting their cargo, a family of Britannian refugees, off a landing pad at the spaceport in Bolivar's largest city, Ciudad Potosí. Civic had given them the go-ahead to head out from the Defiance, given that Granger was in sickbay, and Danny thought it wise to not keep his client waiting. Word of mouth about shitty taxi service travels fast, even in an economy with a severe shortage of interstellar transports. Mr. Proctor, I can't thank you enough. Voyage was smooth, the stateroom and 5-course meals were phenomenal, and more importantly, we're here in one piece. The man, Mr. Hughes, if he remembered right, was the last of the refugees to get off the Crimson Phoenix. The bustle of the spaceport's main promenade was such a din that Danny could hardly hear the man. His wife was herding the couple's 3 small children nearby. Fiona was leading the way, gesturing them toward customs, a small office with a line snaking out of it at least 100 long. I don't know if you can call the utility closet you slept in a stateroom, and I suppose 5 types of ration packs technically qualifies as a 5-course meal. All the same, thank you. If it weren't for you, we'd be stuck on St. Martin for another 2 months waiting for a regular transport. Every ship bigger than a cargo freighter has been impressed into military service these days, it seems. Danny tipped the brim of an imaginary hat. At your service. Looking forward to doing business again. He shook the man's hand, waved goodbye to the kids, bowed slightly, and held a hand to his chest to say goodbye to the mom, who had her hands full of bags, and followed Fiona, who was already walking away. He fell into step next to her. "You seem in a hurry."
No reason to stick around. We did the job, got paid, tipped even. Why stick around for chit-chat?
Oh, customer service, word of mouth, repeat business, money. Even with what Whitehorse managed to pay us, that was only about equal to 5 refugee runs. We've got a long way to go, baby. She nodded a grim agreement.
I'm hungry. Let's go find one of those famed Bolivaran taco trucks.
They found a lift and descended the 100 or so floors to the bottom of the spaceport tower, and soon found themselves on a busy thoroughfare in the middle of Ciudad Potosí, Bolivar's capital city. Skyscrapers lined the streets, most of them at least 50 stories tall, many of them several times that. A sea of people was bustling along the sidewalk, and they fell into step with the foot traffic. Danny recognized at least 6 different languages. There were an awful lot of people there, he thought to himself. Far more than he'd have expected in the middle of the afternoon during Bolivaran siesta. "There," he said, pointing ahead to an intersection. "Taco truck, 12 o'clock. She squinted.
La Mariquita Achispada? The tipsy ladybug?
"Sounds authentic. Let's go. Just hope they have an actual El Pastor rotisserie thing." Even with the hundreds of people flowing past them, the line at the truck was surprisingly short. Danny was already halfway through his second taco when he finally noticed the crowd gathered at one of the intersections several streets down. "What's going on down there?" Lou fished her datapad out of her pocket and waved it on. She scanned a few local notices.
Cooper is here on a campaign trip.
"Senator Cooper is here? Lucky us." He nodded, slowly, realizing what that meant. Shit.
What?
It means there's going to be an air traffic embargo imposed by the Secret Service until she's left. We're stuck here for a few hours, my dear. Lou shrugged.
Gives us time to find our next job anyway.
She jutted her chin down toward the massive crowd.
Let's head over. I have an idea.
What? He followed her down the sidewalk, his mouth still half full of his third taco.
We're gonna schmooze. A presidential campaign stop? There's a lot of government officials here, most likely, and contractors, ambassadors, congressional staff members, you name it. Chances are we can nab a campaign logistics contract or staff transport contract. Shuttle dignitaries back and forth between campaign stops, you know.
Got it. I'll put on my schmoozing face.
Please don't,
she said, and reached into the bag to grab the last taco. The crowd filling the giant intersection must have numbered in the thousands. Thousands more lined the walkways and mezzanines above all 4 streets leading away. Let's head in there. He pointed to the building on the opposite corner, what looked to be a theater, the Teatro Civil. Senator Cooper's face was displayed on a giant holoscreen projected in front. She was in the middle of a speech.
It's time we tell these career politicians that enough is enough,
she shouted, her fist pumping the air. The crowd roared its approval.
It's time we have some competent leadership to get us through the recovery. You call this a recovery, President Sepulveda? Britannia is still a glowing cloud of magma, and half the refugees still don't even have homes. New Dublin has still yet to receive even a single presidential visit, much less any recovery money.
The crowd roared again. Danny muttered, "Well, that's a bald-faced lie. We were just at New Dublin. Construction everywhere." "Shh," said Lou.
Don't care. We're not here for politics. We're here for money. Let's head inside. See if we can't get backstage and schmooze ourselves up a contract.
And how do you propose we do that? You can't just waltz backstage at a presidential campaign stop.
I can't. But you can, Mr. My Aunt is the most celebrated war hero outside of Captain Granger himself.
Right.
Security, coming through. Move it, people.
Lou started using her scary IDF intel officer voice and started pushing through the crowd, finally pulling Danny into Teatro Civil. The crowd inside was even more raucous than the one outside, the campaign likely ensuring the space was filled with Cooper's most die-hard supporters. "Glad you're on my side," he muttered as she kept pushing forward, through the standing room-only section of the back. Before long, they were at one of the doors to access the backstage area. "Sorry, official access only," said a man at the door. He wasn't Secret Service, possibly a theater employee, but in spite of his casual clothing, he could have been a Secret Service officer undercover.
This is Danny Proctor, Admiral Proctor's nephew. He needs to talk to the Senator's Chief of Staff. It's urgent. Message from Admiral Proctor herself.
From Proctor, the man scoffed. And why would she send her nephew and not use an official military government liaison? He was most definitely an undercover Secret Service officer. No theater employee would have thought about such a nitpicky detail.
She didn't want to go through official channels with this one, continued Lou. It's more of a personal request, not appropriate for government channels.
Then get in touch with her personal secretary. The man seemed implacable.
Danny Proctor, you're in danger.
His companion was almost screaming in his ear, if it were possible. His mind practically exploded with the Valerisi's voice. What do you mean? He noticed Liu had stopped cajoling the officer and had cocked her head toward the crowd, scanning this way and that. She must have heard her companion, too.
Everyone here is in danger. Move now.
The now was so forceful, with the weight of such powerful emotion behind it, that it was all he could do to not throw the officer out of the way and barge through the door. At this point, escaping through a side door backstage would be faster than making their way back through the crowd of people. Liu was a step ahead of him. She pulled out her old badge and unfolded it for the officer to see.
Agent Fiona Liu, IDF Intel. We have information about an imminent terrorist attack. If you don't move your ass right now, I'll move it for you.
The man's eyes went wide, and his hand reached around to his back, searching for something under his belt. A gun, most likely, but his eyes were now on the crowd. Liu didn't even wait for the officer to move. She shoved past him and through the door. "We've got to warn everyone to get out," he said.
No time. Take cover.
26. Poincaré Sector, Deep Space. ISS Defiance, Sickbay.
Sir, please just hold still,
said Nurse Jackson. She was crouched down next to the bed, examining his calf.
The more you dance around and goof off, the longer this'll take.
Goof off? Did she realize who she was talking to? He looked down at her head and really looked at her for the first time. Gray streaked her hair. Deep crow's feet crept out from her eyes. Maybe 50? Lieutenant Commander Rice had just left. They'd tried for over 15 minutes to open that box, to no avail, so he'd gone to engineering to have it examined more thoroughly, leaving him with this woman giving him no end of grief. Nurse, He caught himself. Someone saving his life didn't deserve a tongue lashing.
You shouldn't speak to your elders that way, ma'am, especially when they're literally older than dirt.
I'll speak to you the same as I speak to my grandkids if you don't settle down. Stop. Jiggling your leg.
She grabbed his ankle and forced it to the bed, and he let out a small yelp from the pain. He hadn't even realized he was moving.
My God, you're worse than a 2-year-old.
Okay, now that's enough, he was going to say, call her out for insubordination. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused on his breathing. He had just taken his memory meds and was waiting for them to take effect. Wasn't he supposed to do something along with taking the meds? Oh yeah, recite a list of his most recent short-term memories.
Sick bay, deep calf wound, petulant nurse, orbital battle, clapping, saving the day again, escaping, the ruins, Ensign Shin, the hole in the poor kid's head.
He squeezed his eyes harder, suppressing the tears. God damn it, he hadn't done this in eons, and he wasn't about to start now. Be the unwavering, solid leader, he told himself. But the tears came anyway. That kid? Just a kid. I haven't done this since Abe Hawes died, my God, he said, using a sleeve to wipe his cheek dry. A reassuring pat on his hand.
It'll be okay, Tim. He gave himself to the cause just like you. Let it all out. It'll be good for you.
He opened his eyes and stared at her hand on his. Who was this woman? In a ship full of fresh recruits who were too scared to so much as sniffle around him, the legend, the hero of Earth, this nurse was treating him like her scared, injured little boy of a patient. and it was refreshing. Someone was treating him like a human.
He was only, what, 30?
She nodded.
Something like that.
He just lost his 3 kids and wife on Britannia.
She nodded again.
The poor kid.
And I killed them. And him. I killed him.
She had been waving the sonic disinfectant wand back and forth over his wound, but now snapped her head to look at him.
Now stop that. You're doing your goddamn best to save the world. Again. Don't go blaming yourself for every single person you can't save.
You don't understand, nurse. I did. Britannia is gone because of me. If I hadn't piloted Titan there, it would have never exploded and destroyed Britannia. If I hadn't brought Shin down with me, he'd be alive. Every single time, nurse, every single time I make a decision, any decision, someone dies.
You're the bricklayer,
she said, turning back to focus on his wound.
I beg your pardon?
Your old nickname? Yes, I'm old enough to remember. Swarmore too, I was in nursing school. They called you the bricklayer.
As I recall, it was not a compliment.
She snorted.
Of course it wasn't, but it was also a recognition of your greatness. You're being instrumental as the leader who has to make the hard decisions to save us at any cost. You tossed those starships around like bricks, throwing them against the swarm ships like bricks through a window, killing thousands to save billions.
Fuck.
It didn't sound as glorious as she tried to make it.
That makes me sound like a ghoul.
Stop feeling sorry for yourself. You know why they called you the bricklayer and not the brick thrower? Someone who throws bricks, just breaks stuff, destroys shit. A bricklayer, that's someone who builds. You were building our future, Tim. One brick, one sacrifice starship, one sacrifice life at a time. And ultimately, you threw your own life at them. And look what it gave us. 30 years of peace and prosperity. 30 years of life and civilization. So don't you go shitting on your legacy just because you've got yourself an ouchie on your leg and have extreme geriatric memory issues.
She cracked a small smile at him before returning to tend the wound. He managed to smile back, in spite of still feeling like shit.
You know, you're good.
I know. That's why they assigned me here. This is the most important ship in the galaxy right now.
No.
He shook his head.
The second most important.
Yeah? Enlighten me, sir.
The Independence, Shelby Proctor. In fact,
if there was anyone in the galaxy who could pull miracles out of her ass, it was her. She'd figure out how to open that damn box. He tapped his comlink.
Bridge, current location of the ISS Independence?
After a few moments, Ensign Batar replied,
The Nova Nairobi system, sir. How many T-jumps?
11, sir.
About an hour. Get us there.
27. Sol Sector, Earth, New York City, United Earth Executive Offices Tower.
How sure are we that former President Barbara Avery was, in fact, on Britannia when it died?
President Sepulveda was standing, leaning forward on the Resolute desk with both arms, staring down the woman on the screen, using his most terrifying, the leader of half of humanity wants answers this damn minute face.
Sure,
replied the uniformed woman.
Beyond a doubt.
Madam Chairwoman, he began, momentarily unsure of what to call his chairwoman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest-ranked military officer serving in a civilian capacity in the United Earth government. It was mostly ceremonial, but seeing how Admiral Oppenheimer was off on his quest to defend against the probably but maybe not invasion of some mysterious, all-powerful new alien race, she was the person with the most power he could talk to at the moment.
This is of the highest importance. Without going into too much detail, all I'll say is that if we don't know this 100% for sure, then we've got other problems just as big as the Findiri.
She pursed her lips, apparently trying not to lash out at this petulant civilian, trying to lecture her on the threats to civilization.
100%. I need to know, Madam Chairwoman, is it 100%?
He tried hard not to blink. She blinked. Twice.
99.99%, sir.
Shit. He pushed himself away from the table and turned back toward the window, looking out at the cityscape of Lower Manhattan, rubbing the bridge of his nose.
Sir, that's basically 100%. We have video of her in the retirement home not an hour before the disaster. A week beforehand, the late Captain Vols visited her in the same home and reported her to be alive and well and not going anywhere, Mr. President. She hadn't gone anywhere in months beforehand. Why would she suddenly up and leave an hour before the swarm arrived at Britannia? Once they arrived, it happened so fast. Titan collided with Britannia just 15 minutes later.
He turned back to the screen.
Maggie, are you saying that there is an entire hour where Avery was unaccounted for?
An entire hour, sir. No disrespect, but are you listening to yourself? Do you really think the government has every single former government official under constant 24-hour surveillance? I'm sorry, but that's just not realistic. She had a small Secret Service detail with her, and guess what? They're dead. Their families have been informed, funerals were held. Hell, Avery's funeral was just 6 weeks ago. It was on the news. Remember?
Yes, goddammit, I remember. I was invited, but I was busy with, you know.
He swept an arm around the office, indicating all this. The emergency they were living through. The unthinkable disaster of Britannia. The hopelessness in the face of the new invasion. Or at least the insidious rumors of one.
Then, what's the deal? She said. Dead former presidents are the least of our worries right now. Just 20 minutes ago, we received new intel out of the Savannah sector. Long-range metaspace sensors indicated the passing of a very large collection of mass through that area of interstellar space, leaking out huge amounts of metaspace radiation, indicating hundreds of vessels undertaking simultaneous Q jumps. They're coming, Mr. President, and they'll be here soon. For now, all we can do is thank God they don't have trans-Q jump technology, or else they'd have been here weeks ago.
He wasn't sure how much he could trust her. It wasn't some rando that snuck into his office and left a cryptic, unsettling message on his desk. It was most likely someone up high. A cleaning lady couldn't have done it. A low-ranking Secret Service officer wouldn't have done it. It would have been someone near the top. Was it her? It could have been, for all he knew. But what that meant, he could only guess.
Avery is alive and wants what's hers.
The only thing that was ever really hers, the only thing she ever cared about, the thing that was her entire identity for nearly 12 years, was the presidency of United Earth. It was a threat. He knew it. The message was as clear as day. But was the threat from her? From someone in her orbit or allied with her? Or someone allied with him, simply trying to discreetly warn him?
Fine. Thank you, Maggie, that will be all.
Mr. President, is everything okay?
What's so important about thank you, tombstone out?
He said, using his Secret Service code name he'd once loved, but these days gave him pause. He waved the screen off, and the woman's face mercifully disappeared. She had that expression about her, the same one it seemed the rest of the military used when they had to talk to him, the "do I really need to be talking to this guy" look. He had no respect, but he'd get their respect. They'd come to regret treating him like an annoyance. But first, win the election in a landslide, then repel this supposed invasion of Earth, or prove that it was all a big lie by the military to keep the population riled up and sideline him, and then figure out this Barbara Avery shit. Then they'd respect him. The door opened, slammed open, and Sukarno burst in. Sepulveda wheeled around.
Arjun, what the hell? Turn the monitor on. UENC, now.
Now? His chief of staff never spoke to him like that. And turn on United Earth News Channel? They hated him, only ever ran negative shit.
Not UENC. What the hell is Sukarno? Pushed past him and waved the monitor on.
He raised his voice to speak to the wall.
Play UENC.
The screen snapped to life, and on it, carnage. 28. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar, Potosi City. Carnage was not a word Senator Cooper used often. The opportunity just didn't come up all that often. But now, as she realized that the piece of wreckage hanging from one of the rafters overhead wasn't building wreckage, but rather human wreckage, the word crossed her mind. What was the word for that piece of wreckage? Arm. It was a human arm. She still couldn't hear. Her vision was rather narrowly focused, straight ahead, almost like a tunnel. She couldn't feel any pain, but something just felt wrong in her leg. Her rational brain told her that she was suffering from shock and that she was most likely severely injured. A face appeared over her. Human? Of course human. What else would it be here on Bolivar? It was yelling something at her, reaching down to touch her shoulder. It still didn't feel like her own. Whose face was that? Proctor. That name swirled to the surface. Proctor's son? No, nephew. He was likely trying to get her to safety. His companion appeared next to him, the former IDF intel officer. Liu, she remembered her. They most likely were trying to get her to safety. They were most likely trying to get her to safety. God damn it, it was hard to think straight. They were most likely trying to get her to safety. Where was her Secret Service? She'd been under their protection for the past month, ever since she'd won her party's flash primary election. She was just steps from the presidency of United Earth. In fact, if Sepulveda suddenly dies, it would be her, by UE law. And now this. Hadn't she survived assassination attempts in the past? Her memories were a muddle of images and events, most of which she wasn't sure were real. Dreams, most likely. She nodded and reached an arm up. They pulled her into a sitting position. She looked around and saw a sea of bodies. Body parts, rather. And lots of blood, more than she'd ever seen. They were fussing over her leg. Liu tore off her shirt and started wrapping it around the bottom of her thigh.
We've gotta go! It might be a double tap!
Said Liu, yelling in Cooper's ear. The yell was like a whisper. Double tap. Then she remembered various intel briefings she'd had at points in the past. A favorite tool of terrorists was to bomb a target, wait 20 minutes for the first responders to arrive, then bomb again. Double the carnage. They pulled her to her feet, and she slung an arm over one of their shoulders each. As they hobbled out of the ruined hall of the community center, she recognized the faces of her security detail, one by one, as they passed. Each was lifeless. Several of their eyes were still open. Good God. Her vision was swimming.
We're losing her,
said Liu.
Senator, stay awake!
Trying, she slurred.
Danny, carry her.
She felt herself being picked up, and then a cloud of white. Another bomb? The fog rolling in? Why was there fog in a community center? Oh, she was passing out. Strange sensation, that. Being aware of passing out, and yet, here she was. When she awoke, it was in a small infirmary. Very small. She knew enough to know it was not ground-based.
Where am I?
Liu stood next to her, working on the automed equipment.
The Crimson Phoenix, my and Danny's ship. Are we in space?
Her speech still felt slurred.
No, we're still at the spaceport. Take off. Now. But Senator, we still need clearance from ground control. Do it. Now.
Liu looked at her helplessly.
But
the interlocks. Senator Cooper stared her down, reaching over to grab her arm.
Before it's too late for both of us.
Liu stared back at her, then said,
You think whoever did this...
She stopped. Her eyes glazed over for a few seconds, and then she was back.
Okay, I told him. He's going to pull out from the dock, fines be damned.
She shook her head.
There goes our dream of paying this thing off early.
Senator Cooper reached out to touch her elbow.
Don't you worry about that.
She paused a moment, thinking.
Aha, you kept your Valerisi. Bet the military wasn't too pleased about that. Perfect. They both still have their companions, she thought.
That would be a massive boon, to have access to the proto-ligature.
None too pleased, ma'am. As for paying off the spaceport fines, well, I'll handle it. Consider this a formal job offer. Offer? Yes, Miss Liu. Your IDF intel? Former. Training is current, though. And you have your own ship. That's good enough for me. Secret Service just showed me how important my protection is to them. They're fired. You're hired. Any questions?
Liu looked at a loss for words.
I'll take that as a yes. Senator, I don't think the Secret Service will just let me be your security. They'll say I don't give a flying fuck what they say. They dropped the ball and almost got me killed.
A sudden grinding sound, followed by several distant crashes, indicated that the ship had torn free from the interlocked moorings holding the ship down.
How much are we talking here? How much do you need to pay this ship off? Oh, I think it's about great. I'll pay that.
Liu did a double take.
You're serious, aren't you? Ms. Liu, there's something you're going to discover about Senator Cooper. She never, ever plays around. I'm not in this race for the fun of it. I'm going to be the president of United Earth. But to do that, I need to live until at least the election. And that's where you come in. Deal?
She watched as a suite of emotions passed over the woman's face. It was nearly inscrutable, but, expert politician she was, she knew exactly what this woman wanted. She was bored. Former IDF intel agent, now flying cargo around? Please.
I mean, sure. Except Danny and I can't do it all on our own.
She waved off her concerns with a hand, which she just then noticed had a few bits of metal embedded in the back of it. Little dried streams of blood marked their entry points.
Of course, we'll still have Secret Service. They may even need to ride along with us. But as far as I'm concerned, you're in charge. At least until the election. Deal? Then we'll have to figure out a more permanent arrangement. Okay.
Liu nodded.
Well, I guess what they say about you is right. And what's that? That it would take getting crushed by a moon to kill you. They say you're made of some strong shit. Is it true? You were about to die of cancer? Death's door, honey. And I pulled through. She chuckled. Took some drastic measures from a team of docs out on Smolensk, most of it experimental. It hurt. A lot. But when I woke up, I was a new woman.
Liu nodded solemnly.
I went through something similar after I nearly died in an assassination attempt on Bolivar. So we've both got war stories. Now, is my leg patched up?
Liu glanced at the automed station.
You had a pretty deep laceration from some shrapnel. I pulled it out, rinsed with wound solution, and wrapped it up nice and snug. You should be good until you can get to a real doctor. Perfect.
She flexed her leg a little. It felt much better.
Damn, where were you when I had stage 400 breast cancer? Could have saved me some time.
The ship intercom buzzed and Denny Proctor's voice sounded in the medical cabin. Senator, we're clear of the spaceport and no sign of pursuit by anyone. Except they're threatening me with some pretty hefty cussing and fines for what we just did.
Don't worry, Mr. Proctor. I'll handle that.
He continued. My wife informs me that you're our new client. You got an idea of where we should be heading? I don't like just hanging out circling the spaceport.
You say you want to pay off this ship? Who owns it?
Shovik Orion, ma'am. The big military contractor that
I'm aware of what Shovik Orion is, Mr. Proctor. I chair the Senate's Budget Committee, and I'm very familiar with the fact that nearly 10% of tax revenue flows straight into their coffers. The bastards. Very well. They happen to be headquartered right here on Bolivar. Get us to Shovik Orion City. Let's have a talk with their CEO, shall we?
Liu interjected.
Ma'am, I bet there's a massive investigation starting right now about this bombing. Shouldn't we stick around for the authorities to... Ms. Liu, I am the authority here. Don't worry, we'll be back and answer all of the local police chief's questions, and we'll get back together with my staff, those who survived. But for now, our brief excursion serves 4 purposes. Get your ship paid off,
find out who's trying to kill me, go missing for a while and therefore dominate the headlines a little longer. No publicity is bad publicity. And 4, get me away from my staff so I can have time to figure out how this happened without tipping off anyone on the inside.
Leo nodded, understanding Cooper's meaning. Good. She was already feeling very confident in her decision to hire her.
You don't trust your staff. I don't trust anybody, dear. Least of all an office full of career congressional staffers and interns who rotate in and out of my office every year. I'm pretty sure I can be confident in my chief of staff, 1 or 2 longtime advisors, and that's about it. Now, let's go have a talk with the head of Shovik Orion and get a big discount on your ship. She continued to herself, among other things.
29. Savannah Sector, Nova Nairobi, High Orbit. ISS Independence, Sickbay. Admiral Proctor watched Ensign Decker's chest rise and fall with reassuring regularity. Luckily, the man hadn't needed breathing assistance, and his status had been stable since the first hour or so after the Valerisi had been stripped from his body.
Doctor, I want some answers. Why did it happen? What's the medical reason for his coma? What happened to him when he was separated from his companion?
The doctor shrugged.
I've run a battery of tests, and so far they're either inconclusive or indicate that everything is perfectly normal with him, except the fact that he's unconscious. So is it the Valerisi effect on brain chemistry? Again, no idea. His brain chemistry, of course, lines up perfectly with someone in a coma, but the cause... It would help if I knew something about Valerisi. I guess it's not physiology... Chemistry? They're basically a virus, right? No, not a virus. Though their cells have the ability to design and construct viruses as needed for whatever task they need. It's complicated, to be sure.
She'd spent weeks during her time on the ISS Warrior, 30 years ago during the Second Swarm War, intensively studying swarm matter and how it exerted control over humans. Valerisi matter was different in many ways, but it was essentially the same thing.
If I could just get my hands on some and run some scans, Proctor shook her head. All the Valerisi in the galaxy are currently swimming in a pool on Kyoto 3. And I doubt Admiral Oppenheimer will allow any access to it beyond the science team that he undoubtedly has studying it. Well, can we get some of the results from that team? If I knew more, there's a chance I could do something more to help Decker. Doubt it. The whole project is classified. Highest level of compartmentalization. I only know the location of the Valerisi pool because...
She trailed off. She only knew the location because at the beginning of the purge, when her companion was still ever present, it told her where its people were being taken. And then, silence. It simply stopped. She had searched deep within her for signs of it, but it was like a switch had been turned off, and the Valerisi disappeared.
Admiral? Sorry. I only know because Oppenheimer himself slipped up during a news interview, and a million people heard about it before the news network could correct the error. By then it was too late.
It was half true, at least. Oppenheimer had slipped up, but that's not how she knew.
Anyway, please let me know if his status changes,
she said, not adding, because I'm the one that put him here. She could see a scoreboard in her mind's eye. There were 2 numbers. On the left were all the people that were dead because of her bad decisions, hell, her good decisions. And the final digit was caught between 2 numbers, depending on which way Decker went. The number on the right, all the people she'd saved. Most of the time, she was absolutely sure that the number on the right outweighed the number on the left by many orders of magnitude. Other days, she wasn't so sure. She left sickbay, aiming for the conference room 1 floor above. Corty was still in a marathon session with the Eru, making his first attempt at deciphering their language. The doors opened for her, and her jaw nearly dropped when she looked inside. Corty was standing on the table. His arms were outstretched, including some fingers. But what made her struggle to contain her surprise and laughter was the sight of 2 smaller mechanical arms strapped to his midsection. Mr. Corty, what...
Ah, Admiral.
Your chief engineer was kind enough to print me off some underarms. I owe him a beer because, man, did he do it in record time.
Record time? You've done this before?
She noticed the Eru across the table were conferring amongst themselves, their words seemingly punctuated by gestures using all four arms. Well, not underarms, but I've printed off mechanical limbs before. Don't ask. Long story involving hazing at the academy, and it took me hours. He lowered his arms, and the underarms sagged down to match. Now then, would you like to see a demo?
Of your arms?
Well, of my best Eru impression. Mind you, the accent is probably terrible, but okay, here goes. He held his arms back up, and the underarms swung upward to match. He then held out one finger. Two. He held out a second finger. Uwatu. A third finger. Eratu. He counted off 9 numbers, and when he reached 10, he lowered all his fingers, and a single finger on his right underarm extended itself. Opitu. Then another regular finger. Patuitu. The Eru were nodding along, nodding not just their heads, but their outstretched hands. Proctor wondered if the head nod was an Eru mannerism, or simply copied from the few humans they'd met. Okay, Admiral, you ready? I'm at 15. Here's 16. A single underarm finger still extended, he lowered all the fingers on his real hands. Untwa. Another fingered. Uatwa. He continued for some time until he'd extended the 4th underarm finger. And so forth, he said, lowering all his fingers and arms. Now, watch this. He pointed to himself and said, Untwa. He glanced at Proctor. Me, or mine, I'm not sure yet. But what's interesting is that it's a combination of the words 1 and 16, which I'm surmising to them means that I am a singular part of a whole, which to them is represented by 16. Isn't that fascinating? Proctor nodded along, but impatiently.
Extremely interesting, Mr. QWERTY. Tell me, when can you ask them if they can help us defend against the Findiri?
Now, that is a complicated question, ma'am. Weeks?
We don't have weeks, Mr. QWERTY. The Findiri are here. One of our planets is destroyed. The next could come any day, any hour. We need their help now.
She wanted to throttle Oppenheimer. They were this close to being able to ask for their assistance before Decker was stripped of his companion. On a whim, she reached out to the void that was left by her own companion.
I need you. Please?
Silence, of course. Nothing but silence for nearly 2 months. Had it died? Had it left her body by some other means? Well, ma'am, I'll sure as hell try.
Thank you, Mr. QWERTY. Anything you need, the Independence is at your disposal.
She turned to the Eru she supposed was their leader. It was the same one she'd conversed with through Ensign Decker during the heat of the battle. She bowed slightly, hoping he'd understand it as a sign of respect, and turned to leave. But she stopped and turned back. She pointed at herself.
Und toi.
Then she raised her arms and, as best she could, indicated to all of them, everyone in the room.
Und toi.
She repeated herself, moving her hand in a sweeping circle across everyone, and then at herself.
Und toi.
The lead alien repeated,
Und toi.
She nodded, slightly bowed again, and left the room.
We are one. It's the only way we'll survive. I hope to God they understand that.
30. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar, Shovik Orion City. The trip to Shovik Orion City was far shorter than it would have been in a shuttle, owing to the fact that they were in the Crimson Phoenix and ascended high enough out of the atmosphere to really gun the engine. 5 minutes later, they were already in re-entry. Fiona was down below with the Senator. How's her leg? Is she going to be able to walk into the Shovik Orion offices with us, or do we need a wheelchair? He waited for Fiona's response. If she was already in conversation with the senator, it would be a minute, as she was not terribly good at carrying on both a verbal and a mental conversation at once.
It's fine. I doped her up pretty good and the bleeding has stopped.
Good.
He watched the indicator for the hull temperature and made sure it was in normal re-entry parameters.
Something the ship was doing for him anyway. The thing was idiot-proof. But at least it gave him some vague sense of control over their situation. Ever since the Valerisi companion's voice had nearly shouted his head off about the danger in Teatro Civil, he'd felt unsettled, to say the least. Bombings do that to you, he supposed.
I felt something that I can only describe as an echo.
What? He asked the companion.
Your thoughts. You just thought about the bombing and how I knew to warn you.
God damn it, I hate it when you do that. No reading minds.
Then stop thinking so loudly.
Touché. Fine. What do you mean, an echo?
An echo. Something I've felt in the past. Not me, but my people. But since my people are mostly gone, the echo is just that, an echo. A fleeting feeling that I've felt something before. Whatever that echo is, my people have felt it before, and there was malice in the echo. The only way I could feel the malice was because of the echo itself. Do you understand?
I'm not sure I do. You felt malice, okay. But you're saying you could only feel the malice because of the echo? He wasn't entirely sure what the companion meant, but feeling the concepts it was communicating rather than hearing actual words helped some.
Yes.
You think there was someone, or maybe several someones in that crowd that the Valerisi had come in contact with before?
Not just contact, mind to mind. Ligature. The old ligature that once was but is no more. The new ligature is just a shadow of the old. I do not know if the echo is because the new ligature is so nascent, or because the echo was once connected to the ligature but removed itself.
Well, that's a mystery, ain't it? And certainly no coincidence that this echo was on Bolivar at the same time as the senator's visit.
Perhaps not.
We should tell Fiona.
She has already been informed.
Ah.
And Danny.
Yeah?
There is still an echo. I feel it. The malice is less, but there is still an echo.
Wait, you mean the senator?
Danny, the ligature, both the nascent proto-ligature and the ligature that was, were based on metaspace. Metaspace is by nature highly unlocalized. The wavelengths are far too long to pinpoint to one location, so the senator may be a source of this echo, maybe not. Maybe it is someone on the ground. It is very difficult to tell.
What's a way you can be sure? Silence for a moment, as if the companion were deep in thought.
At one point in our past, before your aunt destroyed my people, we had far more capabilities than we currently do. The swarm corrupted some of those abilities, perverted them. But before the swarm, we could move from being to being by mere touch. We could feel the thoughts of another being, unconnected to the ligature by mere touch.
And you can't do that now, you're saying? You can't just have me go shake the senator's hand.
Actually, my people have recently rediscovered this ability.
But I just touched her. I carried her into the ship.
Incidental contact. But when you did touch her, even incidentally, I felt nothing. The senator's mind is unusually disciplined.
A politician? With a disciplined mind?
Incredible, I know.
His companion was learning sarcasm. And in the past, that's how you reproduced? By touch?
Yes, if they were willing.
Wow. Sounds kinky.
It is not anything like what you are thinking, Daniel Proctor.
It used his full name. Must be mad at him or embarrassed. It continued.
When the swarm controlled us, this process was involuntary. When a swarm-infected person touched you, the swarm virus passed into you and made you a friend, is how they would say it. A new corrupted Valerisi was born upon the introduction of the virus into the new individual, and they were both under the full control of the swarm. The Valerisi way is different. There is consent. There is invitation. And by that miracle, the introduction of a small amount of my being into another alien body, a new individual Valerisi is born.
Right. A small amount of your being. Like I said, kinky.
Oh, God.
Danny snickered out loud, both at the childish jokes and at the fact that his companion had learned enough about human mannerisms, vocabulary, and humor to be able to curse like that. Okay, we're going to have to hit pause on this racy conversation. We're there. Docking at the Shovik Orion Corporate Headquarters, Spaceport. Cross your fingers, everybody. If all goes well, we're walking out of here with our ship free and clear, and Senator Cooper gets whatever it is she came for. 31. Sol Sector, Earth, New York City, UE Executive Shuttle.
That cunning little twat!
President Sepulveda threw his datapad against the side door of the shuttle. Sukarno reached down to pick it up and hand it back, but he wasn't done.
Who the hell needs a mysterious, maybe dead, maybe not zombie Avery in the background when we're dealing with someone just as diabolical?
Sir, are you claiming she... Sukarno trailed off as if not wanting to believe. But it was true. It had to be.
Look for yourself. Look at the Instapol numbers.
Sukarno waved Sepulveda's datapad back on. His eyes bulged slightly.
Remarkable. See? Her numbers skyrocketed. I was leading by 10. Now I'm trailing by 5. There is no way in hell this wasn't planned. Botched assassinations just aren't a thing, Arjun.
Sukarno looked skeptical.
Aren't they?
Sepulveda made a scoffing sound.
If someone is going to off a president and has the means and the brains to get around security, then they've got the means to finish the job. No, this was all her. Come off as some goddamn hero, escaping assassination attempts, making herself look like a threat to the shadowy figures behind the scenes that half the electorate dreams and obsesses about. Make it look like she's a woman of the people and that the bad guys are out to get her. Of course she's behind this. And going missing, too, amping up the suspense, of course she's behind it. Just watch. She'll turn up later today or tomorrow, and the galaxy will breathe a sigh of relief and send her poll numbers even higher.
Sukarno was reading further news reporting.
According to this, she was actually injured.
Sepulveda rolled his eyes. He held up 2 sets of curled quotation mark fingers.
Injured, right. How exactly?
Sukarno shook his head.
Doesn't say. And her Secret Service detail would never allow that information to be made public unless she said it in public herself. But the reporter who wrote this said he saw her bleeding from the leg.
Sepulveda turned to stare out the window at the passing buildings on the way to Interstellar 1.
Fake. Easily faked.
He mulled over the news and his most recent problem of trying to figure out who put the note in his office.
Someone really doesn't want my presidency to continue, Arjun.
Sukarno held up the datapad.
According to this, about 55% of humanity, sir.
Said Sepulveda, in a half-hearted attempt at a chuckle. Sukarno wasn't one for wry wit at his expense.
What's eating you, John?
Oh, nothing. Just the fact that I had to cancel about a dozen meetings for you today so you could make this trip.
Sekdef was livid you blew him off. Imam Khalafi was more understanding, but I could tell he was a little pissed, too. Your government needs you, John. You can't just go gallivanting off at a moment's notice like this. Too much going on right now. Next month, when the campaign really picks up, sure. Now, The greatest president in UE history gallivants whenever he damn well pleases.
But he held that thought to himself. First, he had to become the greatest before he could say it out loud with a straight face.
Jean Sepulveda began. It's not too late to turn back, Mr. President. Really. We've got governing to do. Let the politics figure itself out for now. That's what your political team is for. No. There's something going on here. Something deep, Arjun. And if I don't find out, well, let's just say that I'd rather be running the government for the next 4 years and 2 months than just the next 2 months. Or 2 days, for that matter. That's bad?
Sukarno stared him down as if daring him.
I feel it in my gut, Arjun. This Avery business, it's just off. And the fake assassination attempt. My God, you're serious. Fake?
Sepulveda held up a hand.
Serious. Assume for the moment that Senator Cooper didn't arrange this. It's still too sloppy for a professional hit job. Unless the person doing it wanted her to live and therefore give her a pole boost. And this same person could have arranged for the note in my office. But why? To get in your head?
Sepulveda shrugged and turned back to face his chief of staff.
Maybe. I mean, look at me now. Off to some IDF space station in the Britannia system instead of where I belong. On the campaign trail. Leaving aside for the moment that where you belong is running the government, are you going to tell me the real reason why we're making the detour? I thought planning a campaign stop on Bolivar right after the assassination attempt was a little tempt-fatey, and I can only begin to understand the politics of it. But going to a mostly uninhabited gas giant along the way? Does it have to do with your conversation with Oppenheimer this morning? It does, and... He looked up toward the cockpit at their pilot and co-pilot, then back at the row of Secret Service officers seated behind the transparent titanium barrier enclosing the presidential office in the shuttle. I don't know who's listening right now.
Sukarno pursed his lips, as if in quiet frustration.
Sir, with all due respect, if you can't trust your Secret Service, who can you trust? Fine. Donnelly Station. Out in the Lagrange Point 2 of Calais' orbit around the Britannian sun. It's not so much a station as it is a data collection center. It turns out, according to what Oppenheimer told me this morning, every IDF ship, when it is in one of the solar systems of United Earth, has a constant data stream set up with a central data storage and processing center. It basically collects all sensor data, video feeds, communication, everything. All happening in the background automatically.
Sukarno was nodding his head.
Okay, so you think one of the IDF ships that was around Britannia when it died might have seen something? Something related in some way to Avery?
Sepulveda tapped his head and pointed at Sukarno.
Exactly. Not only that, but it received data streams from countless IDF collection points on Britannia itself.
He glanced back out the window and saw that they'd arrived at Avery Station, the giant IDF spaceport tower at the edge of Manhattan Island where Interstellar 1 was docked, sticking out from the middle of the tower like a giant spoke. And named, of course, after the woman he couldn't stop thinking about. Ah. Sukarno started to unbuckle his restraint and stand up as the shuttle was about to dock with Interstellar 1.
And since Avery was a former president and entitled to continuing Secret Service protection, you think that surveillance video of her residence might be there? That or something. Anything that would let us confirm that she is, in fact, dead.
He started to stand up, but the SAIC had opened the door and leaned his head in.
Sorry, sir. We're going to have you sit tight for a few minutes for an extra security sweep. Of Interstellar 1? He replied, exasperated. Yes, sir. Given the attack on Senator Cooper last night, we've raised the threat level. I'm personally overseeing all security sweeps of every location you're scheduled to be in. Raised the threat level? Wasn't it already at red or something? You know, because of the imminent war? What's above that? He could see that the SAIC was trying heroically not to roll his eyes. Just bear with us for another minute or so, sir. I'll be right back.
Sepulveda held up a hand.
Danforth, wait. Did you... You know?
The Secret Service chief sighed.
No, sir, but to be perfectly honest, it hasn't been at the top of my list today. I promise I'll get right on it once Interstellar 1 takes off and I have a minute to breathe.
He didn't even wait for a reply. Sepulveda sighed after the door closed again and motioned for his chief of staff to sit back down.
I could ask around the agency to see if there's someone you'd like to replace him with, sir. He waved him off. No, he's fine. Leave the man alone. I asked him to find some kind of video surveillance of inside the presidential office. They don't record the inside for very good security reasons, but there's got to be something. Are you sure you want to distract him from his job of keeping you safe on Bolivar? Arjun, there's not an ice cube's chance in hell that I'm the target of whoever masterminded that attack, whether it was Cooper or someone else. Me campaigning on Bolivar will be the safest place in the universe for me right now, what with all the high alerts and condition reds and all that shit. And you mentioned the politics? This is perfect. Maybe even enough to blunt her polling bounce. See, right now she's getting the empathy vote. People feel both sorry for her that she's a target and attacked themselves, since an attack on her is an attack on them. But I swoop in, make a show of presidential strength with all the trappings of the office, pledge to get to the bottom of it, walk around without a bulletproof vest on, get in front of the cameras while I check in on the wounded policeman, and bam! We're back to a dead heat.
Sicarno shrugged.
Great, you and your political team handle the optics and strategy. I'll just keep your government running, okay? Did I mention it's not too late to change your mind? And on the off chance you haven't, I still think we should double up your Secret Service detail like the SAIC wanted. Unnecessary.
He didn't want to be managed, shepherded around like a glass doll.
Best to be on the safe side, sir. I'll think about it, all right?
That seemed to satisfy him.
Okay, sir.
And the chief returned his gaze to his datapad.
Right.
His mind drifted back to Mrs. Dolworth's class's poster.
President S, he's pretty good.
Pretty good presidents were never the target of assassinations. Pretty good presidents didn't need the highest threat level of security. No one remembered pretty good presidents. They remembered the truly awful and the truly great. And he was going to be remembered, damn it. 32. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar, Shovik Orion City.
Right this way, Senator.
The woman sent to meet them on the landing pad was a no-nonsense, let's-get-down-to-business businesswoman. No small talk, no surmising about the next day's weather. Danny understood her to be the vice president of something or other. He really wasn't following the long list of credentials that she rattled off, as if she were verbally flashing her resume. The two heavily armed security guards flanking her fell into step behind the group as they made their way toward the entrance.
I thought you should know, Senator. A system-wide alert has gone out on all security channels to be on the lookout for you and any potential kidnappers.
She eyed Danny and Fiona with a neutral expression, raising a single eyebrow.
Oh, them. My own personal security that I've recently hired, given the failures of the so-called professionals.
I see. I suppose they have credentials? Not that I don't believe you, Senator. It's just that if there were a group that were actually taking you hostage, I'd fear that you were made to say things under duress.
Stop.
Senator Cooper turned and pointed at Danny and Fiona.
You two, head back there towards the ship, 20 steps. That's right. Right past those guards.
Danny and Fiona looked at each other. She's serious, Danny thought at her.
Yeah, what's the harm now?
They walked back past the guards, counting the steps, stopped, and then turned back around to face the senator, the Shovik Orion vice president, and the two guards.
There. You see? No duress. Now get me the fuck to the CEO.
Yes, ma'am.
The vice president looked sheepish and indicated the way through the door and down the corridor. The main headquarters of the huge multiplanetary multinational defense contractor was shockingly Spartan. Standard-sized hallways and tastefully yet simply appointed offices. Not something Danny had expected of a corporation through which flowed nearly a quarter of IDF's budget.
Here we are. Just through here, ma'am.
She waved them into an office, somewhat larger than the standard Shovik Orion office space, where Danny could see several people sitting, waiting for them.
Just so you know, the CEO has recently stepped down, and the board has yet to name a successor. Who am I meeting with, then? The Chief Operations Officer, the Vice President of Governmental Relations, and the newly elected Chairman of the Board.
They walked into the office and nodded their greetings to the two men and one woman seated at the table. Danny didn't know which one was which yet, but when his eyes landed on the man seated farthest from the door, he stopped, and his jaw nearly hit the floor.
You're...
The man stood up, slowly. He seemed to be in some pain and winced as he straightened his back.
I am Secretary General Sebastian Kuriel. A little the worse for wear given my ordeal at Britannia, but here in the flesh, as weak as it is.
Senator Cooper looked just as shocked as Danny felt.
You're dead.
Apparently not, he replied.
I went to your funeral.
A tad premature, don't you think?
I don't know what to say. And you're the new chairman of the board?
The one and only. He smiled broadly, but didn't extend a hand in greeting, which was just as well since Danny hated the custom. He merely bowed slightly and sat back down. Now, let's talk business. 33, Savannah Sector, Nova Nairobi, High Orbit, ISS Defiance, Engineering. Granger watched as Proctor crouched down next to the lab bench, peering at the box, moving around to look at it from different angles. She refrained from touching it as if it would explode or release a cloud of toxic gas if she did, like a booby-trapped treasure chest in an old film. He also was jealous of how she seemed to crouch down so low. Did she get new knees? He'd somehow arranged for himself to be reincarnated from an incubation chamber on the Skiora ship, planning it for millions of years, preparing himself a body that would be the exact same age as when he left this universe. But he apparently hadn't the foresight to give himself young knees that didn't hurt like hell when he bent them past 30 degrees.
What do you think?
He asked.
Interesting.
That's it. I could have told you that in the meta-space message, Shelby.
Calm down, old man.
She pointed at some markings on the side, what looked like a possible language.
Have we run that through our translation database? The teams working on communicating with the Eru and the Trits might be able to help.
Yeah, and they don't match anything we've got on file, and our translation software isn't helping. It's not Doma-C, not Skiora, not Eru or Trit. Nothing human, of course.
Except, are we sure it's not human?
She finally stood up and leaned against the bench, facing him.
How could it be? It's clearly hundreds or even thousands of years old.
About 1,300 years old, sir, interjected Commander Rice. Plus or minus about 100 years. We just completed the radiometric dating.
Exactly. That would put this thing back in the Middle Ages Renaissance, actually,
Rice offered.
Fine. Way earlier than humans could have been out here,
and yet those graves had humans in them. At least the one we exhumed.
Can I never complete a sentence around this guy?
He tried to hide his annoyance.
So, the question is, what were humans doing out on a planet hundreds of light years from Earth during the Renaissance?
Tim, the answer is clear,
said Proctor, still bent low and examining the box, tracing certain markings with her finger. That took him aback.
Oh?
The answer is you, clearly. Remind me again, what took you out there in the first place?
He forced his memory to function. He wasn't going to have a senior moment here, right now, in front of Shelby.
Christian. He sent me out with the mission to investigate some of the dead alien civilizations near the Kiev sector, thinking we might get some clues about the Findiri.
I knew about that part, but you didn't end up going there.
No, about halfway there I started remembering some things. Not specific things, just vague memories of places, star systems, star maps, certain star configurations, that kind of thing. And I led us straight to that planet.
See? I'm right. Out of the blue, you lead your ship with no map, no clues other than your memories, to a planet that had humans on it 1,300 years ago. I think we can safely assume you had something to do with those humans being there in the first place.
Well, that's a stretch. Okay, maybe, but go on.
And so the answer to opening this box is also clearly you. Have you even tried opening it yourself yet?
No.
He felt sheepish.
Fine.
He stood next to her and looked down at the thing. It was apparently solid, as if forged from a single piece of metal. Spectral analysis had shown it to be an exotic mix of various metals and dopants, arrayed into a crystal structure that made the interior opaque to any of their probing. except for the fact that it was emitting a low-level metaspace signal. She touched his shoulder.
Pick it up, Tim. It might jog memories.
He reached down and touched it, half expecting an electrical jolt that would unlock a cascade of vivid memories, but nothing. He picked it up, turning it this way and that, looking at it from every angle.
There, see? Did you really come all this way for me to tell you to pick the damn thing up?
Proctor didn't reply, but merely pointed. He looked at where she was pointing. Sure enough, in the center of the box, an indicator of some type had started glowing and slowly pulsing. It was an X, next to the shape of a thumbprint.
X marks the spot, huh?
Cliched, but we'll take it,
she said. He pressed his thumb onto the blue-lit thumbprint, and with a few faint mechanical clicks and whirs, the side wall opened. Granger peered inside.
It's old.
He reached inside and pulled out what looked like a book, or a stack of parchments bound together between cracked ancient leather with a strap.
Well, I'll be damned. I left myself a book.
Sounds like you, said Shelby. You love books.
He unlatched the strap from its mechanism and opened to a random page. The paper wasn't paper, it seemed vellum?
I prefer books I know how to read, however.
The page was gibberish, written in letters he didn't recognize, but the page he'd opened to had beautiful illustrations.
This page has a leaf drawn on it.
He turned to the next page.
And this one a sprig of different leaves.
Another page.
Here's a tree.
He flipped a few dozen pages.
Oh my God! A constellation? Do any of you recognize which one?
Proctor and Rice leaned in closer.
No,
said Rice.
None of the zodiac signs and nothing I recognize from Earth, but I'm from San Martin, not Earth, so... Shelby?
She shrugged.
I'm from Britannia. I don't recognize those stars.
He was from Earth, at one point, at least, and these were a mystery to him.
Run it through the star database, Commander.
Aye, sir. Rice stroked his chin. Might it be a constellation as viewed from the planet we found this on?
Makes sense,
said Granger. He flipped through the adjacent pages. More star systems, more constellations, and...
That's a black hole.
Proctor studied it.
That's remarkable. The space warping effects, the bent arcs of plasma and space-time, all drawn in a Renaissance style. It's like if Leonardo da Vinci had boarded a starship and flew up close to an active supermassive black hole.
He flipped to the final page and nearly dropped the book.
Well, that's uncanny, said Proctor. They did a pretty good job. Looks just like you.
Staring back at him from the page, drawn presumably by hand in ink, was Granger's own portrait, almost like a caricature. And below it,
English,
said Rice.
Hot damn, sir, is that...
Handwriting. English handwriting.
Granger bent lower to study it. It was a curly, fancy script like you'd find in some Renaissance calligraphy collection. Except it wasn't the English from the period like you would have expected. It had the vocabulary, syntax, and meter of modern English.
Can you read it?
He read slowly, as the script was so curly it was almost illegible.
Those that speak the end shall come. Until that day, preserve his memory.
Preserve his memory, said Proctor. A little too on the nose with that one. Those that speak the end, said Rice.
Tindiri.
Ah, said Rice. Fin for end, dear, is like speaking, right? What language is that from? Not quite Spanish.
Damned if I remember,
said Granger. Proctor pointed at the bottom of the page.
There's one last thing. I thought it was just an ellipsis or something fancy to mark the end of the document, but it's too big for that. They're tiny drawings.
Granger peered in close.
4 drawings, meticulously hand-drawn with an extremely fine-point stylus. God damn these 70-year-old eyes. Rice, look at this for me. Tell me that I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing.
Rice moved in close.
Huh. Well, I'll be damned. It's 4 faces. First is human. I don't recognize the other 3. Alien faces from the looks of it.
Proctor leaned in and peered at them.
The second one is Eru. The third, I believe that's Itharan, based on what Whitehorse has sent me. And the 4th...
She shook her head.
No idea. But it has a circle around it. I thought it was part of the face, but it's just circled.
Granger bent over and squinted at the final image.
It's not Dolmasi. It's not Skjora, but...
But what? Said Proctor.
But I've seen them before.
He stood back up.
I remember. Just a shadow of a memory, but it's there. These aliens. That was their world we were on. I was with them for a time. I made arrangements for their defense in case the swarm found them. It appears I failed.
And then he stood bolt upright.
Oh my God.
Proctor nearly gasped.
You remember. What is it, Tim? This manuscript. It's from me. Most of it is irrelevant, but I hid something in here.
He tapped his finger on the 4 faces.
Here, in each one.
He looked up at them.
There's not just one. There are 4.
Proctor shook her head in disbelief.
And let me guess, we need all 4? Remember that room on board the Skjora ship? We couldn't enter it unless human, Dolmasi, Skjora, and Valerisi were present. This could be the same. I think you may be right. But how do we translate this damn thing if the aliens that wrote it are long dead?
Granger's eyes defocused for a moment.
He reached back, way back,
pushing against the gray veils of fog that covered his memory of that time.
They're not long dead.
He slammed the book shut, sending dust flying everywhere, and walked away from the table toward the door.
Where are you going?
Said Proctor.
We need to go back.
34. Savannah Sector. Nova Nairobi. High Orbit. IDF Shuttle. Admiral Proctor tapped her fingers absent-mindedly on her armrest as the shuttle departed the Defiance en route back to the Independence. The puzzle pieces were all there, but jumbled into a pile, and she had no idea what the picture was she was trying to assemble. She wasn't even sure she had all the pieces. Safe to assume she didn't. 2 months ago, on that secure, hardened intel station in the asteroid belt at her top-secret briefing with Oppenheimer and his intel folks, Tim had hinted that the secret to defeating the Findiri was simple. So simple that it would surprise them. But of course, he couldn't remember, damn it. And they still, after all this time, had not actually engaged the Findiri. Just long-range metaspace echoes and the destruction on Zion's Haven. Anyone that could actually tell her about them were dead. And now, an indecipherable manuscript found in the grave of a human on a dead alien world. A manuscript referencing Tim Granger himself over 1,000 years ago. And suggesting that the key to stopping the Findiri was coded into a collection of alien manuscripts supposedly written by Tim himself. So now they were on a wild goose chase to find long-lost artifacts, in addition to facing a potential civilization-ending threat. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly, forcing the tears back. Civilization ending? Hell, civilization had already ended for billions of people. Her home, Britannia, was gone. A giant ball of red magma in its place, mixed with the debris of Saturn's moon, Titan.
No use mourning now, Shelby. Mourn later. Act now. Save the fucking day, then mourn when everyone is safe. Und what?
Her eyes snapped open. Her fingers stopped drumming.
What?
The pilot, sitting just in front of her, glanced back.
Excuse me, Admiral? What did you say? I'm sorry, Admiral. I didn't say anything.
The young man looked at her askance, then turned back to his flight controls. The Independence was now in view, and she could just make out the doors opening to the shuttle bay. Proctor turned her head to look behind her. No one was in the rear of the shuttle, they were alone. But then who
und what? Could it be?
She closed her eyes and thought, thinking the words as if she were saying them.
Is it you? Are you really still there?
Of course I'm still here, Shelby Proctor.
What do you mean? Und what?
We are one. It is what you said. We believe you. And in spite of the misgivings we feel about being one with humanity after all that has happened, you are correct.
Why did you become silent?
You don't know?
No, I'm sorry, I don't. All I know is that one day, almost 2 months ago, we were still talking like this, and then the next day, nothing. You stopped answering. I thought you'd managed to find your way out of my body without me knowing.
My own body is in a dispersed liquid state within your veins, Shelby. There is no way for me to leave without direct, intentional extraction, like you've done with nearly all of my people, forcibly extracted from their hosts, all in the name of operational security. In her mind, she could almost hear the sarcasm. She wasn't sure Valerisi were capable of sarcasm, but if they were, this was it.
I'm sorry. I didn't agree with the decision. It was Oppenheimer's. But I did keep you, and I arranged for Ensign Decker to keep his. And the rest of us banished to a repurposed swimming pool on Kyoto 3.
Will Decker be okay?
We believe so. His mind is still in shock. He'd become one with his companion. You see, it was like cutting off one of his brain hemispheres. But I break my silence now to tell you, you are not safe.
She felt some relief at the news about Decker, but hearing her companion say, "You are not safe," raised the hairs on her neck. That could only mean one thing. The Findiri were close.
Are the UE researchers not having any success figuring out how to integrate you directly into starships you can pilot and man yourselves, in your true liquid state, without human hosts?
Their progress is laughable. The Findiri are here, Shelby, and we are not ready. We've had 2 months to prepare, and we are almost right where we were when we defeated the swarm at the Penumbra Black Hole. You've wasted the time on pettiness, suspicion, paranoia, and needless mistrust.
Damn it, Christian, you old fool,
she whispered under her breath. It was Oppenheimer's insistence on the removal of the Valerisi companions from their hosts in the IDF fleet after the Battle of Penumbra that got them into this mess.
I'm sorry. I tried to change his mind. But why the silence?
Operational security goes both ways, Shelby.
Fair enough. But you're talking to me now. Why?
I've told you. You are not safe. The Findiri are here. Through our growing ligature, we have felt them, and now we have located them. Her eyes widened.
You know where they are? Right now? Where?
Currently at a point between Zion's Haven and Earth. Your only saving grace right now is that space is very, very large, and they do not yet know the exact location of Earth.
That's their target?
Yes, we believe. They mean to cut a swath of destruction straight into the heart of human civilization, decimating the core worlds of United Earth after striking Earth itself.
But why? You felt them. Can you not discern their reasons? Why are they attacking?
They seek the legend, of course. Their creator.
Tim?
Yes.
But why?
They need him. I can't determine the exact details of why, but in essence they are dying. And for their race to survive, they need their creator.
Interesting. Perhaps that means that they can be reasoned with? If Granger goes to them and helps them overcome whatever malady they have, could that not bring peace?
They need their creator, but their intentions are most certainly not benevolent. I fear what they would do to him. They mean not to converse with him, but to consume him.
That just makes no sense.
It does if you truly understand the relationship and destiny of creators and the beings they create. It seems to be a cosmic truth we have witnessed time and again in the millions of years we've been in existence ourselves.
And that truth is?
The created consumes the creator. Always.
In order to self-actualize, to become the fullest, most whole and complete version of itself, the created must take the creator into itself, consume it, become part of it. All your human religions believe some version of this. You, yourself, with your Catholicism, believe you eat and drink your God when you commune with each other, do you not? Well, yes, in a very symbolic sense, yes, but very few of us believe in literal transubstantiation. As it is with the Findiri, they will consume you, and it will start with Granger. What do we do? Shelby, we have no idea. If we knew how to stop them, we would have told you. But the Findiri were part of the Swarm's Concord out of 7, and the Swarm controlled all the 7 races through you. How could you know nothing about the Findiri? Much of that knowledge died when you, Shelby Proctor, destroyed us 30 years ago.
A surge of guilt pulsed through her. It was true, of course. After the Second Swarm War, after Tim Granger disappeared into the black hole, seemingly taking the Swarm with him, she was tasked by Fleet Command at the time to hunt down and destroy any remaining influence the Swarm still had. And that included the Valerisi. She firebombed the Valerisi's homeworld and incinerated what she assumed were billions of liquid Valerisi. She was following orders. Did that make it any better? She had no idea at the time that the Valerisi themselves were so benign, benevolent even. She saw them as a direct threat, left behind by the Swarm. There were hints, of course, that they were not so evil as the Swarm, but in the emergency atmosphere after a war in which all of humanity was nearly wiped out, all she could do was assume the worst and obey her superiors by destroying an entire race.
I'm sorry. We know, Shelby, and yet we live by a fluke. An accident is why we even still exist, but much was lost. Valuable knowledge, not least of which is any knowledge of the Findiri. But we are learning anew. And you have no idea what to do next to stop them? What their next target is, at least? Their next target is Paradiso.
She nearly fell out of her seat.
Paradiso!
The pilot looked back at her.
Ma'am? Sorry, proceed. How long until I can get out?
The pilot glanced at the dashboard.
Docking with the Independence in 1 minute 30, Admiral.
She tapped on her comm panel.
Bridge, this is Proctor. Yes, Admiral. Set a course for Paradiso, and send an encrypted metaspace message to Admiral Oppenheimer as follows. Christian, we have located the Findiri. They're going to strike Paradiso next. Meet me there with as big a fleet as you can manage. Over. Got that? Yes, Admiral. Sending it now. Shelby, you rushed to face a danger you don't understand. And what else could we do?
She snapped back.
Just leave the people on Paradiso to their fate? The same as Zion's Haven? Millions of people live there. Perhaps. But you risk your entire fleet by facing them now, armed with torpedoes and lasers and railguns, but no knowledge. It's a risk we have to take. There is no other choice. You require knowledge. Translate what Granger found. Find those manuscripts. It is the only way.
The companion was right. They were not prepared. They were most likely headed into a slaughter. Hell, for all she knew, they were technologically and militarily superior to the Findiri, and it would be a cakewalk. That was the problem. She knew nothing. And she hated it. That was how she had always prevailed in the past. She studied, she prepared, she considered, she analyzed, and then she made the best decision based on the facts.
Except when you slaughtered my people, Shelby.
It read her thoughts and answered them. She closed her eyes. The voice in her head wasn't an audible voice. It was more like a direct transfer of knowledge. It's not that she could actually hear the words. It was more like she just understood what her companion said. And with the understanding came the emotion, and it washed over her like a wave. She'd tried to suppress that memory. She'd tried to forget the horror of what she'd done, of what she'd been ordered to do. But now, feeling what her companion felt, the raw, naked anguish at the genocide of nearly its entire people, it was almost too much to bear.
I'm sorry,
she said out loud. A single tear welled at the corner of one eye.
God damn it, pull yourself together, Shelby. What if a crew member sees you like this?
I'll atone for that act for the rest of my life. Yes, you will.
She wiped her eye.
Okay, you're right. I need more.
I can't just be rushing off to face them. We need something. Anything. This is ridiculous. There has to be something.
How did we win the Battle of Penumbra?
She continued speaking her answers out loud in spite of the nervous glances from the pilot. It helped ground her.
We had you, and we had a plan, as crazy as it was.
Who made the plan?
Me, Granger, and... Oh.
She tapped her comm panel again.
And Bridge. Yes, Admiral. Has Commander Civic left yet?
He'd asked for some leave time aboard the Independence, given that the Defiance's quarters and amenities were tight, bordering on non-existent. A moment later, the comm officer responded.
Not yet, ma'am. His fighter is back on board the Defiance. They're about to depart. Tell him to come back immediately. Him and his squad. Aye, ma'am.
If there was anyone who could help her come up with a crazy plan based on little information, it was Ethan Batshit Zivic, son of Tyler Ballsy Balls.
Also, send Commander QWERTY to the Defiance. Tell him Captain Granger has a new translation assignment for him, one more urgent than the Eru. Aye, ma'am. And one more thing, Bridge. Yes, Admiral.
She took a deep breath.
All hands, prepare for battle.
35. Britannia Sector. Orbit of Britannia Debris Cloud. ISS Dirac. Bridge. Captain Raina Scott sipped her coffee. She liked it heavily creamed and sugared. Not real sugar, mind you. Her delicate pancreas wasn't what it used to be, and real sugar tended to overwhelm her insulin levels, making them freak out and overcompensate, and leaving her crashed and cold sweating and slowly dying until she could eat something filling, which made her balloon out into a chubby KC. She didn't usually have coffee this late. It was the data. She was expecting the latest batch, a more refined metaspace scan, one taking the time to differentiate phase variances across a spatial cross-section of the cloud to form a Britannia. And so she stayed up, well past her bedtime. There was a mystery here, and she was going to solve it. Her monitor came to life. It was the computer-enhanced image of Shelby, her words sent across metaspace from God knows where she was, and her image drawn from a data file somewhere on the Dirac itself.
Raina, I think we might need you.
Shelby knew her, knew not to mince words, knew not to waste time talking about the weather.
I know. The Finderi, huh? They're actually here? Color me mildly surprised. It's a big fleet, Raina. I think I could use you there. The Dirac is not exactly a gunship, Shelby. I know, but it has a few rail guns and lasers. That's not why I want you there, though. You know that.
She nodded. Shelby always understood her. Ever since she strutted aboard the Constitution 30 years ago.
Of course. You need someone on the scene with a brain. Someone to take data, analyze it, and give you an answer. A weakness. Some way to get past their defenses. Some way to evade their weaponry. I do. I don't blame you, but I can't. Oh?
The artificially generated Shelby face raised its eyebrows, unnaturally. It was distracting, trying to interpret emotion through the medium of an AI interface that was itself trying to approximate the nuance of human facial features as expressed by the speaker. She shut it off. Shelby's face snapped back into a neutral, featureless face.
Sorry, Shelby. There's a bigger mystery here, and I feel like I'm about to solve it. Bigger than Earth's main fleet getting wiped out by the first strike of the Finderi? Bigger. Yes.
She said it so nonchalantly, as if it were a regular part of conversation, that she couldn't blame Shelby for falling into surprised silence. But she got hold of herself. Good old Shelby.
I see. Well, then I won't keep you. If you say it's important, then, well, maybe I should be sending ships to you rather than the other way around.
Raina held up a dismissive hand.
No need. The Civiltons here might be dull, but they know how to run the ship. We've got a handle on it, Shelby. Good luck. Give the fuckers hell for me. Raina out.
Proctor said her goodbyes, and she waved the screen off. Looks like you're on pretty familiar terms with the former Fleet Admiral of IDF, came her XO's voice from behind her. She turned around to see him in the doorway to the ready room.
She's like a sister, Commander. Or at least a friend who gets me. Someone who trusts me and knows my strength enough to leave me be and let me do my thing and not sneak up on me.
He ignored her less than subtle jab. And your thing is... She eyed him, then waved him in.
Sit,
she said. He did. Good. She liked it when machines did what she asked, and when humans did it, even better, since it wasn't in their nature.
I never asked to be an IDF captain, Commander.
She ended the sentence. She didn't mean it to sound like a premature ending, but it was what it was. Simmons. Commander Simmons.
Right, Commander Simmons. What, you don't think I know your name?
You didn't, did you? Damn it. Well, she wasn't one to lie. Misdirect, sure. Lie, no.
I admit it, I'm not the best with names. Can you believe I forgot my own mother's name as I was delivering her eulogy? I stammered and fumbled and ended up just saying, "We gather here together to remember this wonderful lady whose name you all know, but who I call Mama." Of course I knew her name, but in the moment, it's not the most important piece of information that I remember about a person. Understand? They're just syllables. They're not the person.
He nodded. Oh no, I get it. I'm terrible with numbers, great with concepts. That's why I majored in physics. Can't remember any of the constants I should. Boltzmann, Avogadro, fine structure, nothing. 10 to the negative 23rd and 10 to the 23rd, that's Boltzmann and Avogadro to me. That's the only way I remember them since their exponents are inverses of each other. But the numbers in front of the exponent? Not a clue.
1.380649 and 6.02141.
See? He chuckled. I'm lucky if I remember the 1 and the 6.
Well,
she stroked her chin.
Good to know, I suppose.
He smiled. Why the hell was he smiling? You have Asperger's, don't you? He said it as a statement, without the typical upspeak at the end of a sentence that suggested a question.
Is that a question?
No, ma'am.
Then you're half right. I have that, plus a touch of Reta-Dalbeni syndrome.
And you never had the gene therapy that cures them?
What's the cure?
He looked genuinely surprised. She thought. Well, I mean, they've had therapies for both of those conditions for centuries. Why not avail yourself of them?
Because, Commander Simmons.
She took a deep, calming breath. She wasn't used to another officer, a junior one at that, commenting on her personal qualities. At least, not to her face. Not so bluntly. Not so directly. She actually found it refreshing, hence the tripping over her words. Because... why?
Because I feel it makes me who I am. It's like a superpower. It gives me my relationship with numbers and data and physical concepts and machines. It enhances that relationship. Gives me power over them. Makes it more...
She drifted off. What was the word? More complete? He asked. She shook her head. More deep? More profound?
Personal. More personal. I get them. I understand them. Like my children, if I had them. And if I had that removed from me, it'd be like having a lobotomy, I fear.
I see, he said. He drummed his fingers on the desk. Captain, I just want you to know that I'm here as your right-hand man. That's my job. To be your eyes, ears, hands, support, whatever you need to fulfill your duties. That's what the Admiral told me. She closed her eyes and nodded.
Shelby.
Yeah, Admiral Proctor. She cares very deeply for you, and she has faith in your abilities, or she'd have never asked you to be captain. She chuckled.
Does it show that much? That I hate this job?
He didn't laugh along with her, but he smiled at least. Well, let's just say I got the feeling you're like a fish out of water. The man was good, she'd give him that. Perceptive, but diplomatic.
Simmons. Commander Simmons, physicist. Turned the XO of an IDF starship.
She was actually starting to like him. Reminded her of Tim, only less grumpy.
Okay, Commander Simmons. Help me. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. How can I do this job better than I'm doing it, which may very well be piss poor?
Oh no, Captain Scott, you're doing a commendable job. I'm not trying to criticize, just to let you know that I'm here for whatever you need.
Well then, advise me. What can I do better? We've got a mystery here that if I don't solve, could very well spell the end of human civilization, at least on Earth. Teach me. Advise me.
He shrugged. She guessed it was his turn to be uncomfortable. Well, you could start by being a little more warm to the crew, a little more personable.
A captain's job is not to be the crew's friend, Commander. I at least know that.
No, not their friend, but for example, I just had to tell you my last name. I'm fairly confident you don't know my first name either.
Should I?
He nodded slowly, then more quickly. Think of it as data. It's data about me. Or maybe we can say that it's one of the specs of one of your tools. I'm one of your tools, and in order to get the full usefulness you want out of me, it's important to know all the relevant specifications. Like my first name. Okay. He was good. Okay.
What is your first name, Commander?
Adam.
Adam,
she repeated. Adam Scott Simmons. She grimaced.
I'm not going to remember the middle name.
He laughed. He laughed a lot, and she actually found it a little pleasant, like an engine purring along like it was supposed to. No one expects you to know their middle name, Captain, but I think you'll find a name goes a long way. She mulled it over.
Okay. Adam. Is my data in yet? The volumetric metaspace phase discrimination scan?
They had some issues with the metaspace detector array, getting it to parse through that much volume all at once.
Did they fix it?
He shrugged slightly with what she assumed was slight embarrassment. Last time I checked, they were close. She stood up and motioned for him to follow.
Well then, perfect time for me to practice my lessons, Mr. Adam Simmons.
The door opened for her, and she strode onto the bridge. Simmons followed her, and she approached the science station.
Lieutenant, what's our status?
The science officer's face flushed red.
Sorry, ma'am. Still working through some last-minute hitches that came up. I'm so sorry. Shouldn't be long now. Maybe another hour.
Another hour? My God, could she call them simpletons? She forced a smile.
And the eyes. Don't forget the eyes, Reyna. Squinted eyes with a smile is bad. Open the eyes wider. That's it. Thank you, Lieutenant. That sounds like you most likely have everything under control. Also, what's your name?
His mouth hung open for several seconds.
Lieutenant Mbongo, ma'am. I see. And your first name?
His eyes squinted just for a moment as if he was looking for the catch.
Charles.
She reached out and patted his shoulder 3 times, rather stiffly.
Good job, Charles. You're a brilliant scientist. We're lucky to have you. Let me know as soon as the data comes in.
She turned back toward her ready room, ready to go lay on her couch, maybe grab a quick nap. Being personable was exhausting. Before she entered, she glanced back quickly at Commander Simmons. Adam. He flashed her a thumbs up. Good. At least her performance was believable. 36. Savannah Sector, Nova Nairobi, High Orbit. ISS Defiance, Bridge.
No, Tim. Same answer. Absolutely not.
Granger leaned forward onto his bridge command console and stared the other man down. It was hard to physically intimidate over a video call, but he'd try nonetheless.
You need me? God damn it, Christian. If this is really it, if this is really the Findiri, then I've got to be there. I might remember something at some critical moment. No. With all due respect, Captain Granger, you're asking something I can't grant right now. Your short-term memory is only finally stabilizing. Your long-term memory is sketchy would be generous.
And you're still familiarizing yourself with the Defiance. No. Besides, you've got a mission already.
Mission? You just denied me permission to go back to the X marks the spot world. I need to find the aliens that wrote this damn manuscript. I'm convinced those automated defense drones were protecting the aliens of that world. If we can't talk to them, there's no hope of translating.
Yes, but there are 3 other manuscripts you could be looking for, from what Proctor told me. Tim blew air through his lips in exasperation.
Christian,
It's critical that we get as much intel on the Findiri as possible, but we can't risk having some automated drones blowing you out of the sky before we do. My answer is final. Get those other 3 manuscripts, stay away from IXF 459, and most definitely stay the hell away from Paradiso. But before he could argue further, Oppenheimer had switched off the video, and his face was replaced by a view of the Resolute, the Admiral's flagship, along with a small fleet of 20 or so heavy cruisers arrayed behind it. And moments later, they all Q-jumped away, leaving the Defiance floating alone in orbit around Nova Nairobi.
Damn it!
He collapsed back into his chair and stared at the screen. Now what?
We can't just let the Findiri decimate our fleet.
We don't know that's what's going to happen, sir. We could stop them right then and there at Paradiso,
said Commander Rice.
No, we won't.
He turned back toward his XO.
I don't remember much, but I remember I made these beings with one purpose in mind and one purpose only. To face the swarm, to survive, and to win. They're ferocious, tenacious, uncompromising, and very, very bad.
Sir, it would help us more if you could remember details.
I don't have details, damn it! This memory.
He pounded the console, momentarily losing control. He took a deep breath and clenched a fist.
I don't need details to know that what's coming is going to kill Oppenheimer and his entire fleet.
But we can find the details, sir. We can figure this out. All we need are those manuscripts,
which we have no idea where they are or what they are.
Commander Rice waved his arm over to the doors of the bridge, which Granger had not noticed were now open.
Which is why Shelby sent us him.
Howdy, Captain. The man, disheveled uniform, balding head, stepped forward and tipped an imaginary hat before reaching out to shake Granger's hand.
Lieutenant Qwerty, at your service.
He glanced down to the command console at the ancient book laying there.
Can I have a look, sir?
By all means. That's why you're here. Shelby says you're a natural at holy mother of egg beater baby Jesus. This is the Voynich manuscript.
Granger's mouth opened and closed and then opened, then closed. He wasn't sure which to address first, the non sequitur egg beater baby Jesus, or the fact that this man had already figured out within 5 seconds what the damn thing was.
Egg beater baby Jesus, yes.
Qwerty flipped the book shut and looked up at him with a grin.
Ever been to Huntsville? I was stationed there for a few months the summer of my sophomore year at the academy, and there's this church, see? And on the front is painted this mural of Jesus, except his legs are all aglow or something with lines and shit coming off, and the guy looks like a big old-fashioned manual wire whisk egg beater.
He flipped the book back open.
But what you have here is most definitely the Voynich manuscript.
What the hell is the Voynich manuscript?
Qwerty sat down in the command chair, much to Granger's exasperation, and thumbed through more of the pages.
It's this text written in code back in 15th century Europe, supposedly by Roger Bacon, I think. Got passed around a bit and ended up at Yale, where, if I'm remembering right, it disappeared back in the 21st century. And in the ensuing years, even the electronic record of its pages were lost. Lieutenant, I found that thing buried in a grave on an alien world. Are you trying to tell me some aliens came to Earth in the 21st century and stole the Voynich manuscript from Yale? Obviously.
Granger silently debated tossing the man out an airlock.
Obviously?
Well, yeah. What else could have happened?
But look, this one's got your picture in it, and English. There's no English in the original Voynich manuscript. Granger paced back and forth a few times. The situation seemed absurd, to say the least. He was itching to be on the front line of an impending battle to save civilization, and here he was getting lectured about ancient European manuscripts by a socially awkward Texan polyglot savant.
But the original was stolen, you said? Surely they copied it before it was stolen? Look, can't we just look up the translation of the Voynich manuscript? It's European, right? Surely there's already a translation in some database on Earth somewhere?
Ah, see now, that's what's interesting, sir. The Voynich manuscript was never deciphered, not for lack of trying. Scholars spent centuries trying to translate it. Later, when computers came around, they sicked the biggest, baddest supercomputers at this baby, and nothing. Not a single word. Most scholars thought it was a hoax. Not that it's fake or a forgery, but that it was a Renaissance joke. Some rich nobleman's son with way too much time on his hands, writing a book in intentional gibberish with no actual meaning. Granger's pacing stopped.
Well, clearly it has a meaning, right? There's no way it was buried in a human grave on an alien world just for shits and giggles.
He waved a finger insistently.
We think there are 4 of them, based on the little caricature faces drawn down here.
He tapped on the drawings at the bottom of the page.
But this alien face is circled. The question is this the original one from Earth that was stolen, or is it the aliens? And more importantly for now, how do we go about translating it?
Cordy shrugged. Beats the dickens out of me. People have tried for 1,300 years. Granger came back to his chair and, with a curt motion of his thumb, indicated to the lieutenant to get out. QWERTY, still lost in thought, didn't react for a moment, but then hastily stood up and got out of Granger's way.
Lieutenant, you're going to translate the Voynich manuscript for me. Shelby said you could do anything with language, any language. Translate it, fast. That's an order.
QWERTY gulped.
Problem?
I'll do my best, sir.
Good. Consider this ship, myself, and the crew at your disposal. We'll go anywhere, do anything, threaten anyone, steal anything we have to. Just give the word and we're there.
QWERTY looked rooted to the spot, and Granger wondered if he'd broken him, if he was the right person for the job, until he realized the other man was whispering something under his breath. Numbers, places, dates, other unintelligible phrases and terms, until finally QWERTY's eyes refocused on Granger. Earth. Yale. I'd like to talk directly with the rare collections curator at Yale's library. Maybe he or she knows something about the lost original Earth manuscript that's not generally known. That's a first start, anyway. Granger swiveled his chair toward the helm.
Got that, Ensign Hagen?
Aye, sir. Calculating T-jumps back to Earth. Estimated time, 2 hours, 12 minutes.
Good,
he said, and added, thinking of Shelby, Oppenheimer, and the rest of IDF's fleet about to face down their enemy for the first time,
I just hope we're not too late.
37. Irigoyen Sector, Bolivar, Shovik Orion City.
Business. I think any potential business can wait. I'm far more interested in the story of why I went to a funeral for a man who isn't currently dead.
Senator Cooper had finally sat down, the last to do so, taking the chair at the head of the table. Danny wasn't sure if it was because it was one of the only seats available, or if it were out of some sense of entitlement. Seeing how she was running for president, he assumed the latter.
It's quite simple, really,
said Curio.
No conspiracy here, nothing untoward. I really was critically injured during the destruction of Britannia. My ship barely made it out. Some of the first wave of debris that blasted out from the Titan-Britannia collision hit us and took out life support, artificial gravity, and just about every other system except for, as luck would have it, the Q-jump drive. The pilot, running out of oxygen and bleeding from a dozen holes in his body, managed to jump us the hell out of there just minutes before he succumbed to his wounds.
Oh, God,
said Cooper. I had several holes in me myself. Turns out the debris from that collision was travelling several times faster than IDF's Festus railgun. The hull didn't even slow down some of the debris. Nearly lost my left leg. I've got half a liver, one lung, and I lost enough blood that I should be dead. But some quick thinking by my executive secretary kept me alive until the ship made it to a small mining colony in the Darius system. Took me several weeks to recover enough to even be conscious for more than an hour at a time, and by then, my funeral was long past.
That still doesn't explain the cloak and dagger secrecy, Mr. Secretary,
said Cooper.
Why let everyone believe you were dead for weeks after your funeral?
That's where it appears we have a common problem, Senator.
Oh?
To answer your question, may I ask what you're doing here? Just 2 hours after an attempt on your life? I understand that half of the top UE leadership thinks you're dead, and the other half thinks you've been abducted.
Cooper paused a long while.
Right. Let's just say that I'd like to know who's responsible for that bombing, and for the moment, I want to see what happens when those responsible think I'm dead. Who do you think is after you?
I've got my suspicions.
And when did those suspicions start? It wasn't some shadowy organization that plotted to blow up Britannia just to hit your ship with supersonic debris. What was it? Something that happened to you after?
Before, actually. It was the reason I was on Britannia in the first place. Wasn't supposed to be there at all. But in the last days of the war, right before Britannia died, there were actually 2 attempted poisonings of me. 2. That's why I was there. The treatment.
I never heard anything about that.
Because I didn't let any news about it get out. Wanted to play my cards close to my chest and see if I couldn't flush out those responsible. And after Britannia, well, I just figured that a period of time where my would-be assassins thought I was dead might give me some time to piece it together and track them down. Great minds think alike, I suppose.
And?
Curiel simply shook his head.
Who's trying to kill me?
Cooper said. I'll kill you? I don't know. Me? I'd rather not say.
Is it Sepulveda?
Curiel laughed. That bumbling idiot. He's got his cunning moments. He didn't rise to the vice presidency by being a total ignoramus. But a murderer he is not. That said, he finished the sentence with a shrug. When I say I don't know, I mean I don't know. This literally just happened to you 2 hours ago. No one has come forward claiming responsibility. IDF Intel is just ramping up their investigation, so I hear.
Okay, just thought I'd check,
she said.
Shovik Orion has so many fingers in so many pots. Can't blame a girl for trying.
Danny was following along with the conversation, knowing that it wasn't his place yet to contribute anything meaningful when his companion grabbed his focus.
That echo. It's stronger here.
Wait, what?
The echo of the old ligature. I feel it stronger here than I did back in Potosi City.
Okay, but what does that mean? Are you saying it's Curiel? Or the vice president lady? Or one of the others here?
I can't tell. It may not even be in this room. But what I can tell you is that there is a lot of lying going on here, by everyone.
Well, I mean, they're both politicians. His attention snapped back to the conversation when he heard his name.
Danny Proctor, I'm sure you've heard of him.
Of course. Pleased to meet you. The famous nephew of Admiral Proctor herself. Famous? Well, I don't know about famous, but like you, I've got some experience myself with being dead. Funny story. I'll tell it to you sometime. Oh, I know the story. Very, very well. Curiel smiled. It felt genuine, as far as Danny could tell.
Anyway, if we're getting down to business, this is the first piece of business I want addressed. Mr. Proctor here has a ship, the Crimson Phoenix. A ship that Shovik Orion owns and that Mr. Proctor is slowly, very slowly, paying off. Seeing how he and Miss Liu are now my private security...
She stared straight at Curiel and smiled broadly.
I want the cost of that ship reduced. Substantially.
Curiel glanced at the Vice President of Governmental Relations and then at the Chief Operations Officer. That's quite a request, Senator. The Vice President of Governmental Relations jumped in.
I'm sorry, Senator. It's against company policy to negotiate any price of any specific good or service with a politician of any government, outside of official channels, and outside the window of contract negotiations. And against the law for you, if I remember my UE code right. Abuse of power.
I see. Well, then don't think of this as a request, or an order, or anything of the sort. Just a small something that would be very nice for these people who saved my life back there. And a small gesture that I would remember and keep in mind as the Senate Budget Committee goes over the next year's allocation to various defense contractors. Danny smirked. How big is that Shovik Orion contract anyway? Which one? Said Curiel. Exactly, said Danny. Cooper smiled but shook her head.
Oh, I'm not at liberty to talk about exact numbers before the committee has come to a decision to bring before the full Senate, but I can give you a hint that compared to the price of the Crimson Phoenix, it's a factor of, somewhere between 1,000 and 1,000,000.
Cute, said Curiel. The Vice President of Governmental Relations was about to interject, but Curiel held up a hand. I'm sure the vendor can dredge up a coupon or something. Isn't this the second ship you bought from us? Well, buy one, get one half off or something. Right, Vice President Wynne? The Vice President rolled her eyes and shrugged.
I suppose the vendor can take a look at the old contract and see what discounts would apply.
Excellent, said Curiel. Anything else, Senator Cooper? Don't tell me you came all this way just to get a discount on a ship.
No, I didn't. To be honest, I thought there was a small chance that Shovik Orion might know something about my recent ordeal. I thought, why not just hear it straight from the camel's mouth?
And? Your verdict? Said Curiel with a smile.
I'm satisfied,
she said, matching his smile. Good. Then our business here is concluded?
One last thing. As I said, the budget is coming before the committee soon. I need to be able to justify a few line items you included. At the very least, I need to be able to vouch for the necessity of those line items, given that they're classified. I want a tour of the facility where those items are researched.
I see. And since they're classified, and since as the former and probably future Speaker of the GPC, I don't have a security clearance, you're not going to tell me what they are you?
No.
Curiel thought long and hard. Very well. Inform my staff which facility it is you want to visit, and they can arrange it. If they give you grief, tell them I personally okayed it. Good enough?
It is.
Cooper stood up.
Thank you, Secretary Curiel. I'll keep your fortunate condition to myself for the moment, though I suspect with your recent election as chairman of the board, things won't stay secret for long.
Danny interjected. Are you worried that the GPC will elect a new speaker before you go public? You're still speaker, right? The actual Congress of the Galactic People's Congress isn't so much a Congress as a group of squabbling children with lofty ideals, but the organizational and political skills of a house full of feral cats. Trust me, they won't get their shit together to agree on a new leader for another 6 months. And when I return next week as the de facto head of the largest corporation in the galaxy, they'll be thinking so hard about what I can bring to the table for the GPC that I'll have my seat back within the day. Interesting, Danny thought. Curiel's opinion of his own government was, well, most people's opinions of governments were low, but this one was almost comically subterranean. It wasn't 10 minutes later that they were back on the bridge of the Crimson Phoenix, and Danny was spooling up the conventional drive to prepare to break atmosphere. Did they keep lying? He asked his companion.
Danny, neither of them ever stopped lying.
38. Savannah Sector. Nova Nairobi, High Orbit. ISS Independence, Bridge. Civic was still in his flight suit when he ambled onto the bridge. Admiral, what's up? Was just about to get back to the Vols. Got a hot date tonight.
Ethan, I've got a job for you.
She waved him over to the Central Command Station. Her own XO was there, Commander Urda. He stood and reached out to offer a hand.
Commander Civic,
Commander Erda, a pleasure. I've heard so many unbelievable things about you. Civic held up a hand. I assure you it's all very, very true, unfortunately. Sorry to disappoint. He sat down in one of the chairs, then continued. Except for that story where I performed the Heimlich on the Pope on a golf course and out popped a piece of hot dog that scored a hole-in-one, that one, wildly exaggerated. Oh, no, I meant I heard good things about... Oh, you're joking. Civic tapped his brow. This one's a thinker, Proctor sighed.
Gentlemen, we need a plan. Ethan, you're here because you're the best at out-of-the-box thinking. Erda, you're here because I requested you by name to be my XO officer. Your reputation as a tactical officer at the Battle of Penumbra is already a legend at every fighter pilot's pub on every starship in IDF.
Any popes involved? Asked Civic. None were available at the time, replied Erda deadpan. Civic pointed a thumb and turned to Proctor. I like him. Let's make a plan.
Here's the problem. An enemy fleet is bearing down on Paradiso. A fleet that we have no data about, no idea how many ships, what kind, what their capabilities are, and more importantly, who is piloting them, what their motivations are, psyches, mental states, culture, weaknesses, strengths. Nothing. And we need to repel them.
She took a breath to let the gravity sink in.
Options.
Why Paradiso? Said Civic.
No idea. We know they struck the colony of Zion's Haven a week ago, and a direct line from there to Paradiso doesn't exactly point towards Earth. But it's in the general direction. My guess is that their goal is Earth, but they don't quite know where it is.
Really? Civic looked incredulous. That seems hard to believe.
Not really so strange, said Proctor. Space is an unthinkably large place, and you can't exactly point your sensors at a distant star hundreds or thousands of light years away and figure out if it's Earth's sun. Tim says that they know about Earth because he essentially made them and endowed them with the knowledge of what they were supposedly meant to protect. But if they don't know the exact location, it's no surprise that they're doing some exploratory invasions, if you will, to gather intel about Earth's location. Once they hit Paradiso, though, I imagine Earth is not far behind. Assuming they have the ability to scour databases and review comms and sensor logs of planets and ships they defeat.
Civic swiveled back and forth in his chair. Right. So, I guess one way would be scorched Earth. Have Paradiso destroy all their computers and anything else that would point the way to Earth. He glanced up at their stares. But that's stupid, I know.
Worst comes to worst, if Paradiso is going to be destroyed anyway, it's not completely out of the question. So, again, options,
Proctor repeated. Silence from both men was her only reply for over 10 seconds.
Nothing? Erda? Ethan?
He scratched at his stubble. Well, to be perfectly honest, ma'am, it's a pickle. How do you fight when you don't even know who you're fighting? I agree, said Erda rather unnecessarily.
Wonderful, you've just restated the problem back to me.
She let out an exasperated sigh. I mean, short of just facing them head-on with everything we've got, what else is there? Think about it. No matter what we discover about them, if it turns out they're implacably hostile and mean to do us in, and if they're truly powerful like Granger told you they are, then eventually, what other option is there? If there's going to be a showdown, let's do that away from Earth. Or attacking Paradiso? Damn, that sucks. But it's not Earth. Let's make that the line in the sand. There and no further. Throw everything we've got at them there. And I mean everything. Proctor nodded slowly.
Believe it or not, I've been thinking the same thing. Oppenheimer is on his way with the bulk of the fleet. I just have this nagging feeling that we're walking into a slaughterhouse, and that there's got to be something we can do besides this. Even if we eventually have to face them, there's got to be some way to test them first.
Erda mumbled something.
Excuse me, Commander?
Said Proctor. Play dead.
I'm not following.
Erda pulled up something on the command console and started searching through it, but kept talking. Play dead. Make them think we're far weaker than they thought. Make them lower their guard. Proctor thought for a moment, but then shook her head.
No, their culture could very well be like the Dolmasi. If you show weakness to the Dolmasi, you're done for. They attack. They see weakness as an opportunity. Who's to say the Findiri won't see us playing dead as an invitation to just sweep across every one of our systems and worlds?
Civic shrugged. I mean, they may very well do that anyway.
Still,
said Proctor,
I want something more. Something that takes the initiative more than lying down and letting them wallop a few of our starships.
Erda kept searching through some files. What if they're not our starships? Civic shook his head. What, you want to fool the Domasi into taking the brunt for us? The Skura? No, I mean, what if we had a few chunks of rock that we strapped some railguns to? Some of our older retired starships are basically just that anyway. Send them in firing. Get all up in their business. Make them reveal what kind of weaponry and tactics they have. Maybe get in some parleys back and forth. And in the meantime, we learn lots and lose little.
And?
Proctor's tone dropped.
Is that little to lose? What if the whole op goes south? Paradiso is vulnerable.
Silence. The two others considered the prospect solemnly. Civic shrugged. Ma'am, with respect, Earth is vulnerable. Bolivar is vulnerable. San Martin, Mal Prime. Paradiso has a population of, what, 50 million, tops? Earth, 20 billion. Mal Prime, 30 billion. I don't mean to sound ghoulish, but given that what we learn could save hundreds of billions of lives, maybe 50 million might be an acceptable sacrifice? More silence.
Ethan.
Proctor took a deep breath.
There is no such thing as an acceptable sacrifice. That's why it's called a sacrifice.
Right, said Civic.
I don't mean...
He struggled for words. She touched his shoulder briefly.
We know what you meant, and you're right. But I think it's important that... I think we should strive to make sure war doesn't turn us into unfeeling, calculating monsters. Even if the war is just. Even though we're in the right. We're just defending ourselves. We can't turn into that which we fight. Too many have sacrificed their all for that to happen. Tens of thousands at the Battle of Penumbra alone.
More somber silence. In her mind's eye, the scoreboard hovered over them all. Were both sides of it about to get much bigger? She was beginning to think that this was simply an unwinnable scenario. How do you fight, much less prevail, against an enemy you know nothing about? All those damaged ships from Penumbra, the ones that actually made it out, where are they? What happened to them? Asked Civic. Proctor paced.
Most went to Wellington shipyards and were either repaired right away or are slated to begin repairs soon. Others were too far gone and are mothballed.
But they were operational enough to make it out of the Battle of Penumbra? I mean, their conventional engines and Q-jump drives were still intact, clearly.
Yes.
She began to nod.
I see where you're going.
How many?
10, at least.
In other words, enough to pretend it's a serious attempt at a defense. So we network them together, make them all remotely operational, and have a skeleton crew pilot them all from a single starship that can get away fast when things turn south. Proctor's grip on the command console tightened. She knew it was the right idea, and she knew who needed to command the fleet. There was really no other option. It had to be her.
Okay, we're going in. The Independence, there's no starship better equipped to handle the logistics involved with remotely controlling an entire fleet. Except, Mr. Civic, you're wrong if you think a remote crew can operate a starship. Most systems are automated, sure, but reloading railguns, engaging manual overrides when automated systems are damaged during a fight, there's only so much a remote crew can do. Each ship needs a skeleton crew to be there in person.
The acceptable sacrifice, said Erda. He'd finally pulled up the file he was looking for. Ships, their images superimposed with their names. The ISS Hammer, the Kobe, Copenhagen. Many others, all mothballed, but with Q drives intact. She paused for several moments.
Exactly.
The three of them were silent for a few moments as they processed the gravity of what they were about to ask of some people.
But it's no different than what we ask of every IDF officer all the time. We all signed up for this,
said Civic. It felt like he was trying to convince himself.
You're not wrong. Volunteering for IDF, sure, dangerous. But ordering someone directly to their deaths is different, Ethan. We all may die. We all will die eventually. Hell, it's likely most of us will die in battle in the coming weeks and months. It's a miracle any of us are still alive at all, given what we've been through. I'm a walking miracle myself, having been through Swarm War 2 and the war we just finished. But serving and fighting knowing you have a shot at success is different than fighting knowing you've been ordered to your death. It's something we have to be absolutely goddamn sure is necessary.
Is it, Admiral? Asked Erda. She paused and slowly nodded.
I believe it is.
She released her tight grip on the console as if she'd finally made her decision and needed to be at peace with it, to fool herself into feeling at peace with it, at least.
You two gentlemen are tasked with assembling the damaged ships for the fleet and getting it into some kind of fighting shape, and coming up with some kind of strategy for the battle. We've got less than a day, so you need to be miracle workers.
Aye, aye, Admiral, said Civic. Erda nodded likewise.
And me?
She sighed.
I'll be the one to go ask people to die.
39. Britannia Sector, Donnelly Station, Interstellar 1. Bridge. President Sepulveda never changed his mind. Not for his own chief of staff, not for anyone. Changing your mind willy-nilly didn't inspire confidence, didn't inspire people to vote for you, much less like you. The one time in recent memory he'd changed his mind was just a few months ago, he remembered now, as Interstellar 1 pulled up alongside Donnelly Station. The gas giant Calais was just a small, bright dot, almost 90 degrees away from the sun, weak at this distance. It was right here that he'd changed it. He'd been wrong about Proctor. He'd assumed she was responsible for his predecessor's death. He'd allowed himself to be swayed by Admiral Oppenheimer and that prick General Mullins, God rest his traitorous little soul. But seeing the unthinkable destruction of Britannia firsthand gave him a change of heart. Having a front-row seat at the resurrection of Captain Tim Granger aboard the Skura generation ship Benevolence gave him a change of heart. The events of that day, he'd never, ever forget. And he'd been a hero. They'd needed the presence of Vishkane Karsa in order to open that secret door on the Benevolence, leading to the room that housed the AI robot and the incubation chambers that made Granger's new body. And he delivered. In the middle of a war, he crossed 2 sets of enemy lines to go to the Dulmasi homeworld and managed to convince Karsa to join him at Calais. And yet, here he was, off on some foolhardy quest to be even more of a hero. Heroism wasn't enough, especially when the voters never saw it for themselves. He needed to be a legend, like Granger. Then he'd be remembered. And so the last words out of his mouth to his chief of staff before he left Earth were, "Eat shit." Sukarno had tried again to change his mind about this trip. Legends don't change their minds, especially not by excessively nervous chiefs of staff. "Sir, we're docked," said Lieutenant Peel. "Shall I call over and have whoever you want to talk to just come over here? We could set up the conference room." He waved him off and stood. "No, that won't be necessary. I need the walk after a few hours of sitting." He left the bridge, Secret Service detail in tow, and that's it, just the three of them. It felt so good to be almost alone. No staff or aides or officials trailing after him. His comms team and political team had both gone on ahead to Bolivar to set up his campaign stop, and thank God they took the presidential press pool with them. Meanwhile, He was finally getting his hands dirty. The door at the end of the airlock opened, revealing the station's commander standing at attention. "Mr. President, sir, I'm Commander Felt. To what do we owe the honor?" Good. He liked the men already. Didn't mince words on small talk, but rather got straight to the point.
"I need your help with some data you may have."
"I see," said Commander Felt. "Anything in particular?" Sepulveda explained the situation, holding back some critical info like the Avery note, but telling just enough to allow Felt to know what kind of files they might be after. "Right this way, sir." He was led through the main central promenade of the station, then a maze of corridors, each of which had several closed doors. All server rooms, according to Commander Felt.
"Each one responsible for a different subset of the millions of data streams we receive here, and you wouldn't believe the heat we generate. Every square inch of the station's exterior is covered by radiative heat exchangers."
Sepulveda waved air toward his face.
Seems pretty cool to me right now. Something up with the servers?"
Felt went silent for a moment and hesitated to answer, and that's when Sepulveda knew the answer before even hearing it. Britannia had been the source for most of those data streams.
"Well, you see, we don't actually process much new data anymore. Just from Wellington shipyards at Calais and whatever other ships pass through the system. But we do keep a pretty steady eye on the debris from Britannia. We basically got drafted as the main observation site for that. Optical, radio, microwave, metaspace, just about every band you can think of in as high a resolution as possible. All aimed at that big angry red cloud where Britannia used to be."
He was led into a small room. Commander Felt made a motion with his thumb toward the door, and two technicians who'd been sitting at the control station promptly retreated to the corridor outside.
"You guys too, please,"
said Sepulveda, nodding toward his Secret Service detail and looking at the door.
"Sir,"
one of them began.
"Not having this argument right now. Don't worry, I'll tell Danforth you had your eyes on me the entire time."
They both left reluctantly, presumably standing guard outside the door.
"Right, let's get started, shall we?"
Sepulveda sat down and motioned for Felt to take the other seat.
"Of course, everything we discuss is classified top secret. I've been told IDF provided security for former President Avery right up until her death when Britannia blew. I want whatever we've got from that. Visitor logs, her use of Interstellar 2, reports from her security detail, everything."
Felt swiveled his chair to face the console, and Sepulveda settled in for what he assumed would be at least 10 minutes of waiting.
"Got it." "It? I think so. The entire data stream, right up until 8:32 and 12 seconds local time, where her residence was located. Got video for you too, if you want." "Video?"
He couldn't believe his luck.
"Yeah, mostly of the exterior estate, but a few inside too. You want all of it?" "Absolutely. Give me, the last week of her life, right up to the moment Britannia blew."
"Got it." Felt waved through a few menus and tapped a few buttons here and there.
"To your datapad?"
he asked, indicating the device in Sepulveda's pocket.
"Yes, thank you."
One last tap of a button and it was all done.
"And there you go. 650 terabytes headed your way, sir."
Sepulveda had started to stand up, but paused halfway.
650 terabytes, yes, sir.
My God,
he thought.
That'll take ages to sift through.
Is that a lot?
Commander Felt shrugged.
It depends on who you ask. We generate thousands of times that in a normal day here. But for my staff and I to sift through? Yeah.
Felt looked a little flushed, and Sepulveda sat back down.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. Narrow it down? I'd say, yes, narrow it down, please.
Felt nodded vigorously, his lips bunched together and his brow furrowed, as if mentally browbeating himself for such a blunder in front of the leader of half of humanity.
Okay, let's narrow this down a bit. A lot.
More nodding.
A lot.
He glanced up at Sepulveda.
You might want to get comfortable, sir. Might take a while. You've got an hour, Commander. I've got a campaign stop on Bolivar I don't want to be late for. God knows, if Senator Cooper can finish her campaign event there with a laceration on her leg, surely I can show up at the agreed-upon time. Yes, sir. I'll see what I can do.
The little man pulled up what must have been 10 different holomonitor projections in front of him and began furiously waving through, entering a string of commands here, pausing to stare intently at the occasional video feed, shaking his head and waving it away to focus on the next one. Sepulveda felt his chair sway, just a bit.
What was that?
Felt glanced up.
Sir? My chair just moved a bit. Didn't you feel it? Can't say that I did, sir. Maybe it's just the artificial. Before he could finish, the entire room seemed to jolt upward a meter, and when it stopped, Sepulveda found himself flying upward, still seated in the chair, before crashing back down to the deck, painfully. God damn it! What the hell was that?
Commander Felt's face looked drained of blood. After flying up into the air, he hadn't managed to land on his chair like Sepulveda had, but had tumbled onto the floor.
I don't know, sir.
A simultaneous flush of anger and fear burned in his face, neck, and chest, and he pointed wildly to the door.
Well, go find out.
Before Felt could come to his senses and rush out the door, it opened to reveal one of his lieutenants rushing in, escorted by Sepulveda's 2 Secret Service officers. Blood streamed down the lieutenant's forehead, indicating he hadn't fared so well in the crash moments before.
It's Interstellar One.
Sepulveda struggled to his feet. His back and ass ached from where he'd landed on the chair.
What happened? It's gone, sir. Destroyed.
The lieutenant's words seemed to snap Commander Felt out of his shock, and his battle training finally kicked in. He waved some monitors to life and scrolled through the tactical displays.
Oh my God. What?
Demanded Sepulveda.
2 ships, both of them with weapons systems powered up, one of them showing signs of having just fired all its railguns.
He looked up, saying the words as if he didn't quite believe them.
We're under attack.
Savannah Sector. Nova Nairobi, High Orbit, ISS Independence, Bridge. Admiral Proctor tapped the Send button on her console. She didn't often use the Metaspace comms interface. It was almost always the comms officer that handled it for her. But this time was different. This time it had to be by her own hand. Because she was asking people to freely give up their lives. To all IDF officers stationed on Earth, the message had begun. She'd broadcast messages to tens of thousands of people before, most recently at the Battle of Penumbra. When she was Fleet Admiral of IDF, back what felt like lifetimes ago, she regularly addressed the whole of the fleet. But it was never so personal. It had always been either the yearly fleet update message she sent out to all personnel or the like. Never something like this.
Time is short, and your nation needs you. Your civilization needs you. The world of Paradiso is under imminent threat of attack. There is a mission for which I need 100 volunteers. High risk, high reward. Death is not certain, but likely. Payoff is safety for Earth and all United Earth worlds. Preference given for Starship service experience and tactical and operational experience.
It went on. Details about where to report, when, other operational details. But she ended it on a personal note.
I'm sorry. I wish I could serve with you in happier times. Like most of you, I've recently lost family, friends, students. My life was on Britannia, and now that life is gone. I have nightmares every night where I relive the day I watched my world die. I swore that day would never happen again, and it is in that spirit I write to you today, to help me honor that vow. I can't do it alone. We can't do it alone. We're in this together.
Soon, every datapad of every IDF officer on Earth would beep with an urgent message from the former Fleet Admiral of IDF, endorsed by the current leader of IDF, Admiral Oppenheimer, who minutes ago had given his approval for the plan. Every officer would read it, And hopefully, when she arrived at Earth in a few hours, she'd be picking up at least 100 volunteers for their one-way mission.
"We're in this together,"
she murmured to herself.
Und toi?
"Ma'am," said Ensign Sempono next to her. The comms officer had graciously given up her chair to let the Admiral enter the message and was working on something at the adjacent station.
"That's what I said at the New York City parade after the Battle of Penumbra. Most people thought it was a downer of a speech,"
she added with a chuckle.
"Basically called out half of humanity for tribalism and xenophobia. Biggest Debbie Downer, wash behind your ears, Mom speech of my life. But that was my message then. We're in this together. And yet now here we are, alone and divided."
Ensign Sempono swiveled her chair toward her.
"Are you thinking of asking for help with this battle?"
Proctor shook her head.
"How can I? It's a one-way mission. Ask the Dolmasi and the Skiora to send ships to fight what will most likely be a rout? I know what the answer will be." "They may surprise you." "No. Nations don't have friends, they have interests. If there's no national security reason for them to be there, then they won't." "Isn't maintaining a good relationship with United Earth reason enough? These days? We took a big hit at Britannia. And with the GPC on the rise, the Russian Confederation as stubborn as ever, the Caliphate pacifistic and withdrawn, and the CIDR still with a bloodlust against the Dolmasi for attacking Mao Prime a few months back. The Dolmasi aren't entirely sure they see us as a worthy ally, or even a worthy foe for that matter. And the Skiora, ever since their discovery of their home world, have withdrawn. What about the Eru and Itharans? We're still only able to say hello to them. Get them to fight alongside us? Good luck with that." "But you must try, Shelby Proctor."
The voice of her companion almost made her jump.
"Admiral,"
said Sempono.
"But maybe we can get them to at least watch," she said to herself.
She looked back up at Sempono.
"The phantom threat is easy to dismiss, but to see it up close and personal? You mean invite all the known races to come and watch what happens at Paradiso?" "Yes. I hate the idea, loathe it. It feels like I'm a Roman consul inviting his friends to watch the gladiators at the Colosseum. The participants condemned to die just so people can watch, but... I mean, we're doing it anyway, whether they show up or not. It doesn't make it right, or moral."
She noticed her leg was bouncing up and down, and she forced it to calm down. Nervousness? Tension?
"But that doesn't mean it's not the smart thing to do."
She made the decision, and it triggered something in her. She remembered the elation after the Battle of Penumbra. The immense loss, yes, but all the known races had come together when it really mattered to defeat the swarm. It felt like the beginning of something historic, something grand, like a new dawn of cooperation between sentient life in the galaxy. But in the months since, nothing but more suspicion, paranoia, reticence to engage, and lack of trust. And for good reason, given Admiral Oppenheimer's unilateral decision to remove the Valerisi from their human hosts. With the bulk of the Valerisi now confined to a pool on some backwater United Earth world, the Skiora withdrawing into themselves to focus on rebuilding their homeworld in secret, the Dolmasi, ever suspicious as was their nature, and humanity acting like humans. Interspecies relations had sunk back to pre-war levels. The two new races could change that, she suddenly realized. The new threat could change that. Never waste a good crisis, the saying went.
Maybe this could be the impetus for something more lasting, Ensign. You know, for the relations between races. Like a more permanent alliance. No,
Proctor shook her head.
Alliances shift. I want something that lasts. Something that builds us up in times of peace as well as protecting us in times of war. Think about it. Centuries ago, Earth was broken up into over 100 different nations. And look how many needless wars that got us. Today, we've narrowed it down to 4. 5 if you count the GPC, and as the number of nations among humanity decreased, so did the number of wars, and the prosperity went up. Turns out the less time, money, and energy you spend on national security to guard against your neighbors, the more resources you can dedicate to prosperity, exploration, science, and medicine. You know, building a civilization. Oh, you're talking about a federation or something, said Sempono.
Commander Erda stopped as he was walking past, overhearing. Can't use the word federation, though.
Why the hell not?
Said Sempono. People will confuse it with the Federation of Interstellar Merchants and Trade. Messes with your branding. Proctor let out an exasperated puff of air.
Well, we don't need to decide on branding yet, and we certainly don't want to compete with the FIMT on the name. But yes, a governing structure among races, giving us a common purpose in both defense and peaceful prosperity.
Sounds very utopian, said Erda with a touch of wry cynicism in his voice.
And what's wrong with a utopia, sir?
Said Sempono.
In my experience, utopias beat dystopias hands down.
Other than the fact that they always devolve into chaos and violence? Oh, not much, said Erda. Proctor waved him off.
It's because you're only thinking of utopias based on religious, cultural, or racial identities. Those have a sordid history, yes, but something based on shared values? Like peace, prosperity, security, and freedom? I'm not talking utopia here. I'm talking regular old government, with all the good and bad that entails.
Government. Fun, said Erda.
You don't have to like my politics to see my point, Commander. Look where we are now. Look how vulnerable we are to this Findiri invasion. Sure, it's partly because we just fought a war that nearly wiped us out, but it's also because we're alone and divided.
Point conceded, ma'am, said Erda. But we should be careful what we wish for. Make a federation with the Dulmasi, and that may mean being ruled by a Dulmasi someday.
See, it's that attitude that will always poison it. What if in 1787 James Madison had said, sure, this is a great idea and all, but I'll never be ruled by a New Yorker? What if in 2489 Alexei Chalmers had said, I love this whole idea of an interstellar government, but I'm never going to be ruled by some rando off-worlder from Britannia?
Well, with all due respect, ma'am, I think in both situations things like that were said, and it resulted in some weird shit in their respective constitutions.
But they still resulted in constitutions, Commander. In both cases, even with the warts that came along for the ride, look what it gave us. And the alternative. I think history is pretty clear that the more factions and sides and nations and tribes there are, war, misery, and poverty are the results. They scale linearly. Willingly unifying together, it's been the secret to peace for ages.
Emphasis on the willingly, said Erda.
Naturally. And to answer your question, be ruled by a Dulmasi? Are his actions governed by just laws decided by all of us? Then why not?
She could see that Erda was about to supply a rebuttal, but she held up a hand.
Thank you for indulging my political theorizing, and I've decided we're going to invite everyone. The Dulmasi, Skiora, the Eru, the Trits, Russian Confederation, CIDR, Caliphate, GPC. Get them all to send a ship. They'll hang out parked at the North Pole of Paradiso and hide in the EM interference there, and they'll get to watch firsthand what happens. Ensign Sempono, get in touch with Captain Whitehorse on the Vols and see if she can arrange for both the Eru and the Trits to send delegations. Then get me in touch with Admiral Sun of the CIDR fleet, Admiral Garin of the RC fleet, and I suppose I'll talk to whoever replaced Curiel at the GPC. Yes, ma'am,
said Sempono, jotting down notes at her console.
And the Caliphate. Do some asking around and find out which imam might be most approachable, then I'll send them a personal message. Right? And the Dulmasi and Skiora?
She couldn't tell Sempono that her companion, while she'd been talking, had already started working on those two.
I'll handle it.
She nodded to both the XO and Sempono.
Dismissed. We've got work to do.
41. Veracruz Sector, Chintana 3. ISS Tyler S. Vols, Physics Lab. Try routing the whole sensor suite through the phase discriminator and lock-in amplifier package. Commander Shin Wentworth looked up from the latest sensor data represented holographically in the air over the main station in the physics lab and over to the lead civilian scientist assigned to the Chantana 3 Levitating Continental Crust Project. Say, what now? The man looked at him askance. His name badge said Dr. Tedros Wiggum, and underneath his name was the logo of the Civilian Military Cooperation Authority, and the man's title while serving on an IDF vessel, Director of Research. You know, just reroute it. How do you just reroute it? Shin Wentworth sighed. You just reroute it. Honestly, what more to it is there? Right now, it's routed to user output. Instead, reroute it to the phase discriminator and lock-in amplifier package. And then to user output?
My God, this man is dense.
Was all he could manage without addending a comment about his surprising lack of practical applied physics knowledge. Theorist, right? Who? Me? Wiggum held a hand to his chest. Shin Wentworth glanced around the empty lab. Presumably. That's right. I was group leader of the theory group at Yarborough Tech on Britannia. I could be on vacay at the time, right? Shin Wentworth's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, and he had to keep himself from staring the man down. Right. You're very, very fortunate.
Not like Mom and Pops, and Casey, and Pat, and their kids, and Darcy and Leslie and their kids, and...
He had to focus.
Focus, Harry.
The terse message from Fleet Memorial Affairs had burrowed itself into his mind's eye. We regret to inform you that Robert Shin has deceased in the line of duty. Had his wife received the same message on Paradiso? She counted as Robert's family, right? He tried to focus on the science at hand, but he couldn't help repeating the words over and over again about his brother.
We regret to inform you that Robert Shin is deceased in the line of duty. We regret to inform you...
He had to interrupt the spiral. How's the phase discrimination coming, Director? Wiggum shook his head. Can we back up to the reroute part?
Oh, my God.
He stood up and walked over to the operations station. Too bad the theory group was light on application, right? He hit a few buttons and waved the menus through to the right spot and dialed in the new data path. And there. That's how you reroute. Did you take notes? Thank you, Commander. Very helpful. Wiggum was scratching his beard. A very non-regulation beard, at least 3 inches long. Sorry if I'm distracted. I was just thinking about our brainstorming session last night. Something stood out to me. We theorized quantum temporal gravitational effects, but that was based on incomplete readings based just on the graviton signal. Earlier today, we overlaid metaspace readings over the gravitational topography, and, well... He motioned to his monitor, an old-school computer monitor rather than a holodesk. Shin Wentworth peered at the display. Okay, what am I seeing, Doc? Now he felt foolish. He'd just chided the man for not knowing a basic lab process, and now he was the ignorant one.
Stay classy, Harry.
The integrated topography. See anything odd about it? He peered at the screen, seeing a representation of Chantana 3's crust, the spaces above and beneath it, but it was all muddled. If you'll excuse me, Doc. He motioned to the screen and waved the data upward, initiating the holodesk representation. A large sphere appeared above the table, its various layers demarcated in shades of blue, and the data representation overlaid in shades of red, orange, and yellow, indicating the various levels of metaspace field strength, temporal anomalies, and gravitational perturbations. See it? Shin Wentworth rotated the sphere with his outstretched hands and zoomed in on a particular region of the crust. What's the scale on this? It's normalized, but regardless of scale, you see it, right? Yeah. I see it. At that particular spot, the 3D gravitational perturbation graph spiked from light yellow to dark yellow to black, then concentric within that varying shades of gray. So the gravitational perturbations away from average spike right there, and then hit black. Does that mean what I think it means? Singularity. Shin Wentworth nodded. That's what I think it means. And the gray? I'm sorry, I haven't the foggiest. Wiggum shrugged. Well, it's only theoretical. My late colleagues were developing something similar at Yarborough Tech. I believe some Russian Confederation scientists have practical knowledge, if you follow me. But that space inside the black circle, the gray, this graphing program is what it is. It graphs the gravitational field strength in yellow. Infinite gravity, you get black. But gray? I checked the manual because I'd never seen this before. Keep in mind that the gravity vector is technically a complex vector. It has real and imaginary parts. Usually the imaginary part is meaningless and it's dropped, but in this case, the real part is 0, and all we're left with is the imaginary part. The computer represented it as gray. Okay. Shin Wentworth sat down in the chair next to Wiggum. What does it mean? You know, besides the fact that there are... He glanced up at the globe, zoomed out and counted. At least 20 spots that bear striking resemblances to the Russian artificial singularities from the Second Swarm War. I studied those for my undergraduate thesis. These are similar, but different in a lot of ways that I'm only beginning to see. The main difference is that gray area. The Russian singularities weren't circles, or spheres, or whatever. They were, well, singularities. 0-dimensional points. These are technically 2-dimensional singularities, where the two coordinates are radius and angle forming a spherical shell. It's a shell of infinite gravity, and inside... Inside is what? Wiggum shrugged. That, my friend, is the mystery. What is imaginary gravity? Shin Wentworth drummed his fingers on the desk.
We regret to inform you that Robert Shin has deceased in the line of duty.
His mind had trouble focusing. Out of nowhere, he thought of his conversations with Captain Whitehorse, about the ship's namesake, Captain Tyler Ballsy, and about his son, the eminent prick Ethan Civic. Ethan Batshit Civic. If they bent the rules to save civilization, why the hell couldn't he? Well, Director, how would you like to find out? Wiggum looked surprised. Go down there. Do you think the Trits will let us? Not down there. Here. We've got all this fancy equipment. We know how the Russians made theirs. We've got classified production files here you probably haven't seen. Why not just reproduce what they've got? Director Wiggum at first looked concerned, and then, like kid in a candy factory. You mean, oh my God, really? Make an artificial singularity here? They're banned. They're banned, yes, but Director, there's a war on. And when humanity's survival is at stake, rules go out the window. Wiggum slowly nodded. Okay. Yeah, okay. Shin Wentworth stood up. Then what the hell are we waiting for? As an applied physics lab, it came equipped with various reaction to